the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder. Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We here to get it, we here to win it. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We here to get it, we here to win it. We here to win it. We here to win it.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder. Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending.
After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Greatness is in an instinct, a mind sharpened with attuned senses, awakened by what we're known for, but legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Gotta raise the bar. Like bodybuilders, gotta raise the bar. Push the levels up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه الكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8 and welcome to our 5th and final title of our event, PUBG Mobile. My name is Banks and I am your host and I am joined on the main stage by my co-host, Fancy.
حياكم الله من جديد أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور في البطولة الأخيرة معنا في حدث جيمرز 8 معنا في المملكة العربية السعودية في الرياض، وآخر تايتل راح يكون معنا إن شاء الله راح يكون PUBG موبايل، وهالمرة ما هو بس PUBG موبايل، لا PUBG موبايل الورلد انفيتيشنال راح تكون أول أيامها اليوم بإذن الله.
Yes, the PUBG Mobile World Invitational will be held across the next 2 weeks. And this week we're going to have our main tournament, and then next week we have something very special for you at home that we're calling the AfterParty Showdown.
راح نشوف ان شاء الله هاليوم اول ايام PUBG موبايل وورلد انفيتيشنال، راح تستمر معنا خلال الثلاث ايام القادمه، لكن الاسبوع القادم باذن الله راح يكون عندنا شيء مميز وشيء مختلف عن PUBG موبايل وورلد انفيتيشنال، وراح يكون الافتر بارتي شو داون بنشهده مع بعض ان شاء الله هنا في نفس المسرح.
Yes, across the next 2 weeks, we have a total of $3 million worth of prize money up for grabs for our players, and also the Gamers8 trophy. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have a competition to get started. So I'm going to send you over to the desk where they can break everything down before we dive into our first map.
18 فريق من افضل الفرق من انحاء العالم متواجدين معنا اليوم يتنافسون في البطوله، ولا ننسى ان الجائزه راح تكون مقدارها اكثر من 3 مليون دولار، بتكون متوزعه ما بين الاسبوع الاول والاسبوع الثاني في اشياء كثيره ممكن نتكلم عنها، في تفاصيل كثيره ممكن نتطرق لها، لكن قبل كذا خلونا على طول اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عن المباراه اكثر ونشوف ايش اللي ممكن نواجهه اليوم.
Thank you so much, Banks and Fancy, for that. It was a great introduction, and it's going to be a great tournament, not only this week, but of course next week as well. I'm Jason Kaplan, I'm your host here, and I cannot do this show alone no matter how hard I try, and I feel like I said that a million times, but it is always true. We have Maxman here joining me, and Clarissa on the very end. Gentlemen, it's been a long time since we've seen each other in person. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. It feels really good to be back here. Not only us together on the desk, but also we've got the players here, finally able to play in the offline event. So I'm really hyped to see how things are going to pan out.
Yeah, exciting. I think ultimately there's some different dynamics coming into this tournament as well to figure out how all these teams are going to stack up against one another. It kind of feels me like a World Cup almost here for the World Invitational, so I'm excited for it.
There's so many different things, as you mentioned, so many different reasons why this is extra special. We'll get to that in just a second, actually, as we take a look at the format of the entire tournament. Now, normally, when we're doing these PUBG Mobile events, we have 16 teams. Whenever we have more than 16 teams, it's like, okay, well, we'll have groups, and we'll play out groups. Some groups come in, some groups come out. But you know what here? Ladies and gentlemen, 18 teams are playing at the exact same time. And Max, we know that's going to change the strategies out of every single team.
Yeah, the first time I saw this, I was like, is that a typo? No, we actually have 18 teams in the lobby this time, and that's going to change so many dynamics. We'll have time to talk about that more in depth, but like drop locations, rotations too, how much space is available in the circles. Everything is changing for this event, and hopefully the teams have done their homework to prepare for this.
Teams are going to feel the squeeze on both drops as well as those rotations, which is very important to kind of break down here as the tournament goes on. I think ultimately, though, it's going to test a lot of the teams' potential for adapting to other teams around them here as they continue on the tournament.
And we've kind of been like theorizing what could happen. And typically when you look towards the very late game, if you have a full squad up, you're most likely going to win the match, right? But we're not really expecting many squads to ever have 4 players left alive when we get to the very end.
Yeah. There's a potential of that. I mean, you could potentially lose people on rotation. You could actually have more infighting in certain compounds, etc. Splits are going to be harder to execute as well because you're just going to have a few more people in the vicinity looking at you as you're even trying to transition to some of those compounds. So it's going to be very exciting to see how they solve the puzzle on the battleground to deal with all of the teams near them.
And also it's very interesting. I had the chance to talk with a few of the players, the coaches too. A lot of them are going to be very stubborn, like they do not want to give their drop location away.
Surprise,
we are going to have quite a few happening, hopefully. Here.
Well, you know what? That's dangerous, right? It's 3 days. We have 18 matches in total. Like, it's not like you have a lot of time to adapt. It's not like you have a lot of time to make mistakes and make up for it. As we can see here, 3 days of action with 11th, 12th, and 13th. The after party, we could talk a little bit about it. I'm actually super excited for this as well because not only are we changing like the format a bit, the prize works a bit, but we also have some new teams coming in.
Yeah, we're going to have some big teams like your Bigatron, Red Aliens are going to be coming into the mix. So I'm really happy to see how they're going to be performing in particular. And also the team I'm going to be keeping my eye out for in that event is going to be R8 Esports. That has had some up and downs recently in like when it comes to Arabia. But I think that in this event, it would be great to see how they can perform. So really intrigued to see how it's going to pan out.
It's going to be exciting as well. 5 teams, of course, from this event going to be joining
And utter chaos, I think is fair to say, when you look at that after show party. When you look at how things shape up, 6 different maps, different ways to be able to earn some prize pool as well. Exciting.
Well, you can see here the point system. If you guys watched any PUBG Mobile in the last, let's just say like 2.5 years now, it's pretty much exactly the same. 15 points for a chicken dinner, but of course at the very bottom, 1 elimination will equal 1 point. And considering we have now 8 extra players playing every single match, that's 8 extra elimination points that you could see yourself getting.
Yeah, actually, I think the elimination is going to be part of the strategy of a lot of the teams that like to play aggressive. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. But if you want to go aggressive, you know there's definitely one award you could be aiming for, which is Gunslinger. So it's a little bit different from your top fragger award this time around. Gunslinger is going to be calculating your top damage and also your total eliminations. And then you have another award, which is Eagle Eye, which does the average of your top 2 longest shots in the game registered that gets a knock or an elimination. So 2 new awards are pretty intriguing here.
I like that it takes into account 2 long eliminations as well, because ultimately there are moments where somebody's like firing far into the distance, and you know they might get themselves a few lucky shots here and there, but it's going to reward some consistency in those kind of long fights with your DMRs, etc.
I'm a little sad to not see like road kill specialist or something like that, because we had Salazar, you know, thinking back to PMWI. I mean, he'd just pretty give him the money now, right? But think back to it. You see, of course, all the social medias you guys can check us out on. Make sure you guys keep this in mind as well, because later on I'll tell you some ways you guys can actually earn some prizes at home. But it's going to be an extremely exciting event, and I really can't wait to see what's going to happen. We'll be getting into the teams in just a few minutes here, but let's learn a little bit more about the teams, though, before we do dive into talking about them all.
Give it your everything, it ain't no holding back. Time to be the one, best squad, that's a fact. Nobody can stop me when I get in my zone. Take it higher, go from unknown to world known. On another level, competition is in trouble. Putting numbers on the board and it's about to double. We can never fold, we can never break. To be the greatest, we will do whatever it takes. Legendary, feeling like it's my moment. No slowing down now, we can move forward. We got the passion and drive, we stay working. An undeniable team, we on the circle. Bring the fire like a dragon, hunger and the passion. Making history, our energy is everlasting. We're staying on top, team so supreme. Making big moves, the world has never seen. We never fall back, hold our ground where we at. We never fall back, hold our ground where we at.
Man, if this doesn't get you guys hyped for what's going to be coming up in these next 2 weeks, I don't know what will. Fantastic song, and as well as some fantastic teams going to be participating here in these 2 weeks. But guys, let's take a look at our schedule, right? Let's get an idea of what's going to be happening today, what maps we'll be going to, and of course, in what order. And man, I'm happy to not see us ending up on Sanhok.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say it before anyone else does.
Just had to get rid of it right away. I'm sad we're not seeing Vikendi at all. But hey, the after party, maybe
You'll get a little bit.
We'll get a little snippet of it, but it's going to be interesting. 3 Erangels are going to be also having your 2 Miramars, 1 Sanhok. Unfortunately for Nigma Galaxy and TJB, not as much shield off they can do, but they can try and get a few points here.
I like that Erangel's the full focus.
All right, we're going to head over to James Yang, the director of PUBG Mobile Esports, here on the stage.
I would like to say personally how incredible it is to talk to you all in person. It's too far long, as we all know. I'm here today to share the exciting details about 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship and more. Stay tuned until the end. Okay, firstly, I'm happy to announce that the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals will be a major offline event in Indonesia in January. PMGC League will begin in early November, and it will run for 4 weeks to determine the teams heading to Indonesia to battle for the crown as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world. An incredible 48 teams, the best of best teams from each region, qualified through the year. The most to ever in our offline event will join to PMGC League. The top 13 teams will take their place in grand finals with 3 direct invites. As well as PMWI, Sony's Xperia will be the official smartphone partner for 2022 PMGC, ensuring all players are able to perform at the highest level on the biggest stage. And that's not all yet. I'm excited to talk to you about a new competition, PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, beginning next month. The PMRC is focusing on pitting different regions against each other, beginning with PMPL's Southeast Asia versus PEL. You never want to miss it, so please follow us from September 22nd to 25th. Okay, it's a time to go back to enjoy PMWI. On the circle! Thank you!
Oh man, I'm excited. Indonesia, the finals as well, is going to be ridiculous. I mean, 4 weeks in November leading up to the finals in January. I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, PMGC is always exciting, right? But I'm really hyped to see the clash, actually. You're going to have SCA teams versus also teams from PEL. I think that's the first time we're going to see that many teams from China play against, like, the normal PUBG Mobile teams. So I'm really hyped to see how that is going to actually work out.
And we know both regions for their excellent quality of gameplay as well. So when it comes to that clash as a whole, the top teams from both of those regions, excellent.
Well, so you guys are really glass half full kind of guy, because I'm just sitting there like, oh, finally. I guess they got tired of seeing China win every single PMGC, and they're going to give some experience to some other teams out there so they can maybe beat them when we get into it the next time. Obviously, got to give a big shout out here to Savvy Gaming Group as well for putting on this entire event, for making this possible, not only here for PUBG Mobile, but of course all the other titles we've had here in the last, 4 or 5 weeks. It's been a very long event, but it's been an amazing event. And for you guys at home, I talked about earlier on the socials that appeared on your screen. Make sure that you guys at home are updating your profile picture on whether it is Instagram, Facebook, etc., with the team you want to see win. And if you do so and comment on the PUBG Mobile official channels, you have a chance to win some delicious prizes, maybe even a smartphone in there. So you know what? We can't win. Just to remind you guys, Max, Claris, don't be doing that.
Oh.
We can still do the update our profile picture for our favorite team, though you'd be a little bit biased, but we can't win.
I think I'll curse them if I do that. So I was technically asked to not do that at all. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. So.
How many teams warned you?
Like all of them, actually.
Yeah, it's weird that. What a surprise.
Well, no, actually.
It's fine. You know what? It's okay because that curse can only last so long. And to be fair, I think, spring, it was actually not bad. You weren't really cursed.
It got worse last time went on, but it was okay. You know what? I did kind of talk a lot about Stalwart. I think they'll be okay. I think they're a pretty good team. I think the curse is not that strong.
He's done it.
No,
No. It cancels out because we're both supporting them. And we
Is that how
know
it works?
I bring the blessing.
And we did that last time.
Well,
We did test it.
Wait, no, gentlemen, we're talking about teams, right? Let's talk about some of the teams that'll be participating in this event. 18 teams. Let's start to talk about them. Max, who do you want to talk about first?
Of course, I'm going to jump right into Stalwart, right? That was my team to look out, and I think for most of the people here, it is a very big favorite team. In PUBG Mobile, one of the main issues I would say is a lot of teams' rosters change over time. They have not changed for like, what, a year and a half, 2 years currently, right? They've had great international success in the East League of PMGC, getting 3rd place. The finals was a little bit all over the place, but they have that international experience that a lot of the teams in this tournament do not have. They lack that. So I think that they really are coming in this tournament was a big advantage compared to the rest of the tournament, and I think they can take the whole championship here.
Fair. I'm going to go with Damwon Kia as my first pick. I mean, whilst, you know, your stalwarts, they bring some big aggression, I think Damwon Kia is a team that kind of sits back and is kind of really evaluating the circles very heavily and very smartly as well. If you look at some of their performances leading up into this tournament, they're getting a lot of wins, but they're not necessarily high elim games coming in. And I think if you're able to kind of control the circles, even flex out and push people out of circles as well and hold them as a barrier, I think that's a good style to come into this kind of tournament in, where you have to be assessing more threats than usual, given the 16 to 18 team lobby that we're going to see here.
Okay, well, I mean, a team I want to bring up, I'm surprised you guys haven't mentioned yet. I'm not sure which one of you chose. Nigma Galaxy representing Arabia. This team, 3rd place at PMGC. Really surprised as they were so consistent. They've been really consistent this year, I think, having the most chicken dinners in a PMPL across the world. This team is amazing, and they should be looked at as one of the favorites.
Yeah, and in a very similar grain to Stalwart, they are a team that has stuck together for, I think, almost 700 days now. The roster has stuck together, never changed, which is very impressive to see. And also, they're playing locally, right? They are a local team. They won PMP Arabia in the spring season. A little bit too close on the full season, unfortunately. But having fans present for this offline event, it doesn't happen too often for PUBG Mobile. We'll see if the offline buff is going to really work out for them.
The region has strong teams, for sure. Nigma Galaxy has to be one of them. I think one thing that goes against them a little bit is that we only have one Sanhok per day. They are decent there. They're playing the averages, is fair to say, when it comes to a game, a battleground like Sanhok. But beyond that as well, we've seen good compound control from them when we've been kind of covering them. They've continued that throughout the months. So impressive stuff from them to continue on into this tournament.
So I want to bring up a question to you guys. I know you have more teams you want to talk about, but I feel like a general consensus I've seen from a lot of these teams going into this event was they did either really, really bad in the league stage, and then they did well in the finals. They did well in the league stage, and they did well in the finals. They carried it over. But a lot of the teams struggled when it came to those regional playoffs, right? Those regional championships. A lot of teams just weren't really able to live up to what they did in their own region. And when you're playing at an international event at a global scale like this, I'm kind of worried for those teams.
Yeah, and I think that's the lack of international experience that a lot of these teams have, unfortunately, heading into this. So this first day is going to be rough for some of these squads, right? They're going to have to deal with it the hard way. It's going to be a trial and error for a lot of these guys, seeing how the drop goes, how the rotation goes. And I think that after this first day, after the first game of each map, things will start to settle in a little bit more, but it is a lot of unknown heading into now.
It's definitely a feel-out day, right?
Yeah.
That's fair to say. We have seen these guys have a few test games here and there to try and feel out the drops, as you're saying. But even as we've studied these teams' drops, where they're going, sometimes in their own regions, they've had their preferred drop, but then had to move away. Here, we're going to see some of that again. We're going to see teams like, I mean, REGAN.S, I can't even do it.
Gaming.
I can't hear myself. Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, we can.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, for example, their Yasnaya split that they were doing with 2 and south of Kameshki, as well as Yasnaya. You have to tighten that up in this kind of lobby here, because there's more threats actually looming on the edges of your drop. So even from the word go in these games, you got to be very, very careful about how you're feeling at the other teams.
I mean, for teams who haven't played on a national level, like you think of VIVO Key, and I know we talked about this actually quite a bit before the event, they've not really played a LAN. They've not really played a global event. I mean, you're kind of hitting two big things all in one. Like, realistically, what can you expect from a team like this? I mean, obviously, Brazil has high hopes for them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's all about the preparation going into the event, you know, your scrims. And I also know that a lot of teams have picked up a coach pretty much last minute, but that can have a pretty drastic impact on your team and how you approach and visualize the game, right? I think that can have a pretty big impact. Like talking about VIVO Keyed, they qualified above teams like Influence Rage, Alpha 7, which is even Loops, which is very, very impressive. So I've had the chance to cast them a little bit over in the Western tournaments and like Americas. I think they have the chops to do well on an international event. Unfortunately, we'll have to see how it's going to go because we've never seen it before, but I think there's a chance that VIVO Keyed could be like a dark horse almost heading into this.
Okay. Actually, Clarus, do you have a dark horse that you're looking at?
I mean, it's kind of up and down. I guess I would have to pick a team like Morph. They come from a great region. I did expect other teams to qualify from that region, like RRQ, for example. But they showed that they're able to hang with the top teams there. So maybe they can make something happen in this lobby, even though I'm favoring the big dogs overall.
Okay, yeah. And considering, we have 18 matches, right? And you're talking about like getting accustomed to the lobbies, you don't have time. And we have actually seen, like you mentioned before, a lot of coaches come in, a lot of really well-known coaches, some maybe on Nova X Quest F, the ones who have been able to take home PUBG. Like, how much can a coach realistically offer you when you only had, I guess, maybe a little bit of lead up into the event, but you only have 3 days of play? It's really hard to make drastic changes to how the lobbies play out.
I mean, in terms of gameplay, of course, you've got a lot of research and work that's been done in the background. I think it's mostly getting the players and the teams in the mentality, because a lot of the coaches that have been picked up by these teams have that land experience. They know how it works out. They know how the teams adapt to it. And I think just telling them how it's going to happen and how it's going to go down is really good for the mental state. Like, they seem more prepared heading into this.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting into our first match shortly here, but I want to give a shout out here to Sony with the Play to Win with Xperia 1 IV, created in collaboration with professional esports players, so you know it's going to be good. The Sony's Xperia is the official smartphone provider and partner here of PUBG Mobile. But as you saw before on the schedule, we do have Erangel coming up here in just a few moments to kick things off this event. High fives going out, at least air high fives as well here. But it's time to bring in our commentators, maybe have a little chat with them before the match kicks off here. We got John, Allen, and Blank joining me here on the desk. Gentlemen, this is going to be crazy. It's going to be exciting. Maybe you have some teams you want to point out. I'll leave the floor open to you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, we're going to be getting into this first game, Blank. There's a lot of teams here with a lot on the line.
There is, yeah. And Jason was asking, is there any other teams that maybe we're looking at? I think there's one team that maybe the guys on the desk haven't mentioned yet that I'd love to talk about, and that is actually Vampire Esports. I do think that this team currently looks extremely good as a team overall. They've been through a lot of different iterations of Victim Sovers at the start of the year into Victim 365, then Aton Esports in their qualifier for the Spring 22 finals, and now finally coming through now as Vampire Esports. So, they were Power Triple 8 right at the beginning. Sorry, that's Morph GGG I'm talking about. But they've gone through a lot of iterations. They have now Corpai on the team, who used to be on Power Triple 8 when they had some of their better games. He's coaching, so they're talking about coaching on the desk as well. This could be a great position for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be looking pretty strong for them right now. Everyone loading up into the game. I think we got the plane path of the first game maybe loading on up here. Blank as well. You can see the players in the lobby. Look at that. They're running around. They're trying to get everything sorted. Those furtive glances over the shoulder there. Something going on.
Yeah, I know. Just trying to get people into the match, and already we are having things kicked off here in the PMWI, this regional clash between so many different players from so many different countries here. It's great to see the representation. There's no problems either because everyone's playing here at LAN.
Game number 1 loading on up. Erangel as we kick things off here. Players loading on, the plane path moving over as it fades into the map. Loading on up. Match number 1. It all starts now. The helicopters flank the plane.
Helicopters coming out of this one next to plane here. We are having our plane path already. We did get a little quick sneak peek at this plane path at the beginning of the game, heading just under Novo up towards Gatka. Now this is a fantastic little drop spot already for Stalwart. I'd imagine they're going to be dropping out the plane here, but it's Aton jumping out almost immediately, heading up possibly towards Mill to Power. That's a drop spot that they've been loving recently. Rozok, on the other hand, quite inaccessible, and that was going to be quite the big hot drop for a lot of teams like Donuts heading up there, a few other teams on that location with Damwon and Kia just underneath them in School and Apps, but you can see that Stalwart already immediately in Novorobnoye. Sometimes they will head towards North Sosnovka, but this is their preferred drop, and this is great for an 18-man lobby, John.
Yeah, and then Wildcats as well over on that military base, joining them on that South Island. Those northern crossings may be a little bit more populated, do you think, after those bridges with this plane path as south as it is. Some teams will try and migrate north, sure, but that traffic jam will certainly have an impact.
Yeah, you're just trying to cover as much of the map as possible. You know, James, Max, Jason on the desk, all talking about this beforehand, saying that, you know, there is going to be a lot of space on the map that you're going to have to cover. Not so many scouting positions now can be taken for these teams, just in the early game at least, just in case you get caught off guard by a team that's in the vicinity that you maybe wouldn't think would be there before. Though we do have Vampire Esports, they are doing their usual drop down towards Ferry Pier, Quarry and Primrose, really taking things wide at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, a little bit of a late dropout, sure, but it was fairly close by to the plane path, right?
Yeah.
So they will have plenty of time to be able to navigate and get things sorted for themselves moving forwards on their northerly movements that will have to come through as the circle pops. So it looks like Falcon already in competition with Morph. The top of the hill currently occupied by Morph.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult here for Morph to actually... well, it's very easy for Morph to pick up on this one because Falcon's drop is a little bit further up towards Yaz, honestly. So Morph drop out early, get the catch on Falcons. Already taken one player from alone down here. Does get res back up into the fight, though. So not quite elimination coming through just yet. But Donuts USG actually currently have 2 points already.
Yeah, they're starting to pop off. I mean, looks like they've managed to find themselves a little bit of a spot. Falcons, as we were talking about, rezzed up in a little bit of cover. Presence known, though, between those two teams on that split area. Never alone. Has his team.
Yep.
Seems to play to the name. But look at this. You've got Box Gaming with some trouble.
Yeah, Bucks dropping right on the coastal side, and it's VGS trying to pass by them in vehicles. Now, VGS have 2 spots. It's up towards Severny as their secondary, Lepovka as their primary. Not able to get to any of them. So this is so awkward, but this is now time for Bucks to try and show some dominance. They regrouped around Break and Soaz after their decent PMGC. I think it was World League. Now they really need to show their stuff here after losing a couple of players and reforming.
Nearly perfect nade there coming through from Break, but doesn't quite get the knock. They will have got that hit marker, that indication that there's a player close. They know there's a vehicle moved. Well, they still know that there's a player this close. Mini 14 with the 4X on the off angle for VGS. Should be pretty solid at holding down this ridgeline, but if 3 players from Box go down, it's going to be tough. Around the side, though, gives away the position, and it's an easy spray down for Box Gaming to pick up their first elimination of the game.
That's a really sick just run around there from the team. Very fantastic stuff overall. VGS just crumbling, obviously not able to get either of their drum spots in this game, and they just fumble for it. And this is what the 18-team lobby does to you. You know, you try and head to a spot that you think may be free, but it's just not.
Still bleeding out VGS down to 2. They will be taken on out. Donuts, they were contesting as well. Nigma Galaxy taking early losses. These are the 2 points that you were pointing out earlier.
Yep. Yeah, that is rough there. But USG, honestly, this is a team that really wanted to take Rozhok. You know, in all the practice games we see them play before this, they have always gone Rozhok here. Just looking at anything on my drops in terms of statistics, you know, 4 Rivals was the other team that was going to head over here. But in fact, you know, Nigma Galaxy tried to challenge out. Usually they're the Pachinki team, so maybe they dropped just slightly short. USG had to go a little bit further. And just on the way, they picked up a couple of points.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
Certainly if you're a USG fan. Falcon, 4 players in a vehicle. Not advisable. They're heading towards Yasnaya Polyana as well, which is currently occupied by Morph. On this northern rotation, they are behind the game. Morph on the western side of Yasnaya right now. They will be holding down a lot of those buildings, a lot of those compounds. Hopefully they get to spot the Falcons' approach, right? It's a very open field. If you're looking that way, you will be seeing them. They're only in 1 vehicle as well, which means that if you're taking some pot shots, you might even be able to get a couple of eliminations there.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a real chance for it. Now, VGS, you know, broken and battered, heading up still past Damwon Kia, who've still gone for that Apps School split. It's a little tighter this time, though, and I respect that from Damwon Kia. James on the desk was talking about, you know, how really they wanted to keep things survival-based. Get towards the end of the game. It's not about huge eliminations, just consistently putting up those placement points. Now, that's going to give you a good average point over in the PMWI, but 3 days, you do need to strike out a little bit. Donuts USG getting these initial 2 points and also claiming Rozhok straight away. This is fantastic for them. And Donuts USG, they've come out on top in Japan at the moment. Even in the PUBG Mobile Showdown between Korea and Japan, they're a full 10 points ahead of anyone else in that lobby right at the top. So really fantastic stuff from Donuts USG so far.
Hopefully spinning around, turning their opponents' heads whenever they can. Morph, I think they have spotted Falcons. Falcons, you can see, still with a little bit of damage on board. That might have been from earlier, probably still healing that one up. Never Alone was the player who was already knocked by the enemy team. I don't know if it was Morph, actually. I have to go back and watch that again. But Falcons did get knocked. Oh, it was Morph from up the hill. That was the first engagement that they had. So they did already do a little bit of damage. It looks like they will not leave each other alone for now. VGS down to 2 players. They've spotted back-to-back on the ridge line. It looks like, back-to-back just want to take up position.
Yeah.
And see whatever vantage points they can try and claim.
This is fairly interesting as well because REGAN.S trying to head in the direction of Morph. These are 2 teams that drop in Yasnaya. REGAN.S with a Yasnaya South Kameshki split, but Falcons trying to take up this position as well over in Yasnaya. So a lot of contention on this eastern side of the map. I know that 52 Esports, they've tried to take Stalba and then South Yasnaya as well before, but right now they're right on the western coast at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they've changed it up. I mean, to be fair, there have to be some changes, right? In this lobby, it's a new mode that these teams won't have played with 18 teams in it, right? It is seemingly a small difference, but it absolutely will have an impact, as the desk covered previously. So we'll have to see what impact that actually has, because right now, we haven't seen much more than 1 or 2 hot drops, right?
Well, what I will say, is that people have been very stubborn on their drop spots. And even just from the small research that I was able to do, I say small, modest, small research they were able to do about their drop spots beforehand in this tournament, a lot of these teams have gone for these drop spots regardless of how south that playing path was. So, we could have this gentleman's agreement going on from a lot of these teams. It's like, these are our spots, we can't go away from them. So secondary spots just really aren't too available anymore. And for that reason, if you get a really, really bad playing path, you could be in for a very bad game.
The playing path on this one was very south, and the circle did shift up north. And I'm looking at the teams that have made that journey north early, and I'm looking at 4 rivals, right? All the way up in Severny. Right at the top of this circle now, playing from their northern bastion. Stalwart Esports on the southeast of the circle, just about crossing in. One of the favorites of this tournament right now, Blank.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't have too many notes on this team just because they play things so clean, and there's only so many ways you can write clean, to be honest with you. So I was very, very impressed with Stalwart. I think so is the desk. They're set for a fantastic PMWI, but we could see some rising stars, some rising countries just come out of nowhere and blast them out of the water, but we'll have to wait and see here. But for Stalwart, so far, things have been very good. I really do like this Novo drop for them in the beginning here. The edge of the map with 18 teams, it's going to be rough. There's not a lot of positions to play in, and with the loot that you get on board from Novo, with the 6 to 7 med kits that we saw already on just one of their players, they'll be able to outlast that storm on the edge.
You'd hope so, with the caliber of teams that we're dealing with anyway. Although that works to their detriment as well, doesn't it? I mean, they have to face off against this super high caliber lobby. It's not going to be easy. Aton take up the gas station. That's out to the west of Yasnaya Polyana. And Morph looking their way.
Yeah, so Morph just on that western road, right, with Aton just underneath them. Yasnaya, for Morph, that being their original spot, they've actually moved west here towards that northern coast. So, they're just looking out for any cheeky teams that try and hold on this north coast. And it's a great idea as well, because it's a very easy position to corner and cause mayhem from many teams, because you don't really want to cluster around this southern edge. There's so much space up towards Severny, especially with that southern playing path. This is a great position to, take up and just chill out, take some time for yourself, especially if you dropped in South George. Like some of the teams, in fact, we've already seen TJB move up. Vampire Esports might want to head up there, so will 52 just in the South George bridge right now. So Morph could get a lot of points just from this singular position.
I'm looking at USG as well, right? We talked about, you talked about earlier in the game. It's great. They've managed to get Rozhok. They've managed to lay claim to that area. But if they don't leave there early enough, it could prove to be their tomb, their mausoleum, right? If they aren't able to get across early enough, if it's a northern shift, they could really be scuppered.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can take every one of these teams and just imagine that they're elastic bands. And USG is that first elastic band. And you know when you create that elastic band ball, at some point it is going to break and explode. And poor USG is right in the middle. They are going to
just get bigger elastic band. They certainly have had that opportunity, probably more so than most of these other teams. Morph had to move a lot at the start. I mean, Nigma Galaxy might have had that opportunity, but unfortunately they lost 2 players early.
Ooh.
4 rivals jetting down from the north side.
You absolutely would as well. I mean, this is a great time for them. You know, you get such an awful playing path. You head up all the way to Severny, and the circle just continues to move north and north and north. And now at this point in time, they were being quite passive, but with this shift, they are absolutely sending it down into the circle, trying to take a position as fast as they can in one of the compounds. But it's TJB that's rocking up on 4 rivals who've just come to this position.
GK First leading the charge, getting first opening and doing it brilliantly. Living up to the name, first elimination for the TJB squad now. 4 rivals in the corner, backed up to the back building here. The height advantage in favor of TJB. Morph over the ridgeline as well. Watch out for that scout. Watch out for the third party if this fight goes on too long. The off angle is there for 4 rivals. You can see that in the minimap on the top right. They have got those sightlines to control, but Lin's moving forwards as well, putting pressure on 4 rivals, forcing them out of this compound, of this cover. They want to try and catch them. They don't quite have the off angles, not just yet, but with that nade, jumper taken low. 4 rivals behind the vehicle. Lin out first. Zhao soon to follow. Looking to go out wide. Will they spot the player? They should have caught sight of that one, and those bullets will certainly give the game away. The gunshots ring out, but not finding the knock. Jumper now in more danger. Swings around the corner. Lin sprays, but the Scar doesn't quite land it. Half HP, and it's spotted. There is the off angle. Tingsker finds what TJB are looking for. 2 players from 4 rivals are down.
Really incredible stuff, and yeah, I'm loving to see the new Scar love coming through, the most recent buffs for the guns coming into the game. You know, Scar being almost as good as the M4 now, if not better, depending in the hands. So really, really nice to see a little bit more variation in terms of that weaponry. Already another little knock coming through for Team Soul. But yeah, great stuff from TJB. Considering they were all the way over towards Hospital South George, that was one hell of a send that they made happen over towards this compound, which is now extremely central in this circle.
TJB firing far. Nigma Galaxy, the first team to go down fully blank. They lost 2 players very early.
Yeah.
You kind of think, fair enough, go again.
It's a bit of a struggle, though, for Nigma Galaxy. It's not kind of the precedent you want to be setting as that team when everyone knows you as the survivalist. You are the Bear Grylls of the lobby, and it's just not working out for them here. Scry from Stalwart taking some shots over towards Wildcats. Already Ray going down. Defoe off in the distance, takes some pot shots back, but now it's the Wildcats having to regroup here and trying to make something work.
A moment, Wildcats heavily under fire for Stalwart on the south side of them, but there's a traffic jam to get further into the zone as the next circle pops heavily south as well. So it will be on their shoreline, but they have a lot of treacherous ground ahead of them.
Action eliminating Ray here.
Of course, if you guys want to earn points, you can complete daily mission. Once enough points are accumulated, you can tap on the rewards icon in the game to claim the corresponding reward. That's if you're watching enough of this PMWI.
You can participate in the event solo or team up with other players. That's absolutely fine. And you know what? Just like the players in the PMWI, teaming up could get you that reward just a little bit easier.
There's Vampire. You can see, you were talking about them earlier. They're swimming in the river right now. I always think that these river finishes in the middle section near that Rozhok crossing is one of the most brutal places that these circles can finish.
I mean, all these teams on the northern side are going to be dragged across sandpaper, basically, trying to get into this circle. It's so unfortunate because you assume it's going north here. TJB got such a nice position, and it swings back down south. Now, I want to see USG, the Japanese team, translate this because they've been given such a good opportunity here for a chicken dinner right at the beginning of the day.
Aton looking to guard them out. Currently on the eastern side of the circle, will stop that rotation north, stop that progression west. Make things difficult. Down one, ahead. You can see they're taking a couple of knocks from back to back. I think this is the circle where most of this impact to the 18-team lobby will be felt, although we are down to 62 players.
17 teams still. I did not expect this at this point in the game. Already 17 minutes in. It's absolutely nutty here. 52 Esports do knock themselves, though. That is extremely unfortunate. They're coming from that western side. But Stalwart, we mentioned them. They were taking a fight versus the Wildcats, and this is where they need to play the edge game perfectly. They've been thrown a little bit of a lifeline here on the southern edge. See if they can make anything happen with it.
Stalwart taking shots. Really fast and strong rotation, I'd say, but Lightning does get caught there, unfortunately, for the spray down. And they are going to lose him at the wall, up the top, back-to-back, have their Polo. Representative for the squad. As the nades start to ring out. They're not going full aggression just yet, Blank.
Now, if you want to get yourself the 2022 PMWI Gunskin and outfit, you know, we have a sale period going on through from the 4th of August through to the 13th of August. We have 50% off PMWI packs, and you get a set straight away in that time frame and 5 extra chances to draw the PMWI treasure chest.
And if you miss out on that first sale period, there is a second one from the 14th of September all the way up till the 15th of the next month, where you get 16% off PMWI packs. You get 6 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
Looking straight back at the game here, back-to-back have actually made it quite far from there. It was quite a difficult drop spot for them on that southern edge on the coast. Wildcats still in this one with 3 players. Surprisingly, you know, they took an absolute beating from Stalwart on that southeastern edge, but the circle is starting to close in right now. Directly on top of Rozhok. Oh, USG, yes please.
They're very happy about that, you're right. We talked about how it might be their mausoleum, but instead it's going to be their pedestal in this coming circle. They will be holding out strong, hopefully on the top of the hill. But we've lost 2 teams now. Morph under heavy fire from the Wildcats. Sporan pops those nades in, looks at the suppression. Lux does get popped a little bit in the back there, but Rocky takes a knee, and now it's just Zay for Morph to try and keep them in.
Zay, the remaining member from Morph, now has to carry the rest of the team on his back here to keep Morph GGG in the running. But so difficult, and with bullets coming through from the behind, they will be eliminated. Wildcats somehow edge them way up to the northern side and still make this work.
The Wildcats seem to be everywhere on this one, Blank, but they still have to get down south, as you say, a little bit further. Stalwart, they were fighting on that southeastern side. They are all alive. They're still vibing on the south side of Rozhok. They're fighting off with Team Soul for the position here. Goblin takes a little bit of damage. You can see in the back, Hector, I think. Was that a rundown coming through from Yuffa? I think there might have been a rundown on the back. We'll have to double check on the elimination feed there. But either way, Team Soul down in forces, down in numbers. 3 players active, but Goblin gets knocked again. Pushing in for Top. Action around the side, and Top goes down as soon as he hops in. Traded off by Action, and that is going to be good for Stalwart. However, they do lose Top. That was flushed.
They're still heading in though, and this is what Stalwart does best, is every single player on the team is a fragger in of their own right, and Mongolia is standing tall here on the south edge of Rozhok.
Action goes down. It's unfortunate they lost Top. Action wasn't quite quick enough on that refrag to stop that flush coming through. And for that, Team Soul do pick up an elimination. They're down to 1 player now, but they've got 3 points already. Survival is the name of the game, and they're in the central buildings.
Still great news for Stalwart, really what they needed in the situation. Yes, it's not the best thing in the world, but they needed somewhere to stay. And this is going to give them a little bit of protection going forward. Wildcats, unfortunately, do go down inside the river. And Vampire Esports will pick up a couple of those points, and so they're still going.
4 rivals. They went up early They've come back down south. And they've really struggled on this crossing. It's a really, really dangerous crossing. Finally, though, we have got all of these teams getting out of the water. TJB, similarly, struggling to make that crossing a little bit behind the curve. They will be going down. 11 teams remain.
I think 4 rivals and TJB, you can't blame it on them too much here, but Vampire Esports already with 8 eliminations. You know, I hate to say, I told you guys so, but here I am.
You don't hate to at all. You're lying.
No, I know. I'm loving it. I'm loving it so much. Currently, though, so many teams struggling. And I mean, it is one of those games where I don't blame anyone in this circle. You get a south playing path. It starts to shift up towards that northern side. It's looking northern side. Hard shift back down towards Rozhok. So difficult to play around. Anyone who's still in this circle is really bruised at this point.
Yeah, but if you're one of the team, if you're supporting Vampire Esports, then you're going to be pretty happy if you're from Thailand, because of course all users in the region of the top 3 teams here at PMWI will have the chance to win a prize with a maximum of 1 award per user.
Good stuff. Make sure you are participating in that and getting your rewards in, because we have a lot. Aton, USG just looks down. Actually has the sights right on him, but just behind that wall, but they will have seen him now.
Donuts 4 alive. Got some early points. Was the downfall of Nigma Galaxy. And they might see themselves a little bit safer for it. VIVO keyed, trading blows with the strength in the lobby. Vampires, who have not had the easiest push right now. They have sometimes, well, they have had a couple of difficult moves to make, but it looks like they're standing up. Look at that, nades over the top. Really difficult for VIVO Key to get anywhere when Vampire are on the case. 11 eliminations. This team is starting to frag out. South side of the circle now. Stuff pops off as well.
They are popping off. And look, the thing is, in the SCA Championships, they came second just behind DXavier, but that was without any chicken dinners. They got so unlucky. If they had got even a single chicken dinner, they had just enough points to take it all home in that tournament. Now Vampire Esports, they're coming in strong for Thailand in PMWI.
This is domination from the northern side of the circle. Only taking 1 knock so far, 14 eliminations now racked up. It was 11 a second ago, Blank. I don't know what they've been scrimming on, but they are certainly going well. Push around the side for Donuts to get that final flush over onto Fran, pick up that elimination point, give themselves a little bit more breathing room.
The auto shotty in hand. Box Gaming just trying to hold it down. They've only taken 1 knock, so this is still decent. Damwon Kia, as well as Japan, expect them guys to have a lot of shotguns on hand when you get to these compound finishes. They love shotguns. It's becoming meta in those regions, and it works out really well. So USG, they've got the DBS. They're ready to go.
Just Sung left for Damwon Kia. Gets spotted on the hillside, and it's surprise, surprise, Vampire Esports to pick up that elimination. Box moving in, but under fire. Shots from the top of the hill. That's Stalwart to have the sightlines on them. Omega cowering behind the wall for Team Seoul. Hopefully going to try and snake it in a lot later. 5 teams remain. This is good placement points right now for Team Seoul. 3 eliminations. A good start to the India's tournament.
Very decent stuff with a 5th place guaranteed. Like you say, John, this is decent for them to start off their run, but Vampire Esports have put on a masterclass here. 17 eliminations so far. It's already quite unbelievable. USG trying to keep things up. Just Missile remaining. Very long-standing member in Japan. He's been playing throughout all the tournaments. Let's see what he can get done in these final moments, but already brought low to 30%. Gets a quick heal off. Tries to go take Gozi-san back up off his knees onto his feet, but just can't quite reach him.
Gozi-san didn't get the memo that Whip beyond measure, man greatest treasure. Ravenclaw takes him down a peg and leaves them lower numbers to deal with. Vampire Esports, you don't often see this for a team moving into a settlement, having such a high score cap so far, and they are moving through with 4. Only Box Gaming are the other team with 4. Team Seoul did go down in the meantime. Donuts with 1 player alive as well.
STE Stalwart, though, it's been difficult. It's been a difficult run for them. Still, they're making it happen. They just want to get those consistent points. If this is just one of Vampire Esports' only games where they do this kind of thing, Stalwart can still catch up. Action, though, hits a big one.
They knew he was behind the wall. They knew where Break was going to be. And now Box have to push out, get the vault, go fast. But Stoned is on the case.
Dear
1
me.
found for Break. They're around the corner, but they just can't move up. There is nowhere to go. There is no place that is safe from the Vampires.
Stoned coming through from Mega Conquerors all the way back from 2019. Their uprun spiked as soon as they brought Stoned onto the team. He will go down finally. Missile in the back with the Vector. Somehow ruins the day.
What? USG looking to try and get some revenge onto Vampire Esports. They're down to 2 now, looking to take on Stalwart Esports. 3 teams remain.
Come on!
And Box Gaming stay alive for now, but it is so dangerous. Vampire Esports had their day just that little bit ruined with 22 eliminations.
They can still get 3 more eliminations in this match. Fluke still taking it to him.
Just 1 player now stands between Vampire Esports and a dominant performance in game number 1. Huge result for Vampire Esports.
That is unbelievable from Vampire Esports to bring it home with a 39-pointer. Second team behind them, USG, with everything laid on the cards for them, only 16 points.
Wow, wow, wow. What a gauntlet to lay down at the start of PMWI. The team from Thailand absolutely going wild.
That's the kind of score that you struggle to catch up with in 2 games, let alone setting that bar in 1 game at the very beginning of the day. If I am any other team here, I am quaking in my boots right now.
Absolutely. That was frightening. I mean, vampires are supposed to be, mythical beings of terror. Right now, they are living up to that name.
Seriously good stuff. I will say one thing is a lot of the teams try to take some very good positions, TJB in particular there, but Vampire on that western side, they had so much time coming in that, in fact, they had a great decision that they could make very late on to start sweeping on that western edge, and it just worked out fantastically for them. Still, a lot of skill involved to make that happen. I mean, they did not have a lot of cover. A lot of the times, mainly it just came down to the best defense is a good offense.
I mean, absolutely. That worked so well for them. I mean, I'm honestly speechless. What a way to kick things off, right? That is absolutely incredible. But I believe that we are going to head to the desk with the scoreboard being broken down.
Yeah, match rankings by STC.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I thought the Sun was like a direct counter to Vampires, but they seem to have flourished here. 24 eliminations in the debut game here at PMWI from Thailand is ridiculous here, Max. I never would have thought this team would have shown up like they just did.
Well, we said the first game was going to be messy, right? It went way better than initially expected for anyone here. Vampire Esports, I mean, Wiz Kalash, we're going to have so many things to break down. The execution on their side was top tier.
Where do we begin? The fact they actually got themselves into that position.
Okay.
Go ahead, Max.
Okay, yeah, but Vampire Esports, it mainly is because of their drop location. They had to go for the wide rotate around all of the western side. And it just kind of closed down on all of the teams with Stalwart included and just like made the sandwich work out. So their rotation was on top of everything.
No, definitely. I mean, where they're actually dropping as well, this is not an easy circle to approach. But the fact that they actually drop in that southeast location of Primos, kind of that split, and then rotate all the way north, get themselves underneath the bridge, which for some of those circles is very powerful position to work with. But then it shifts away from them into Rozhok. They were able to transition from the bridge away effectively, take out people there, steal some of that kind of position from Donuts as time went on. Vampires played an absolutely spectacular game in a lobby that we had a lot of question marks around, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they really capitalized on that position. We'll talk about like what they did later on in the game a little bit more later on. But Stalwart, I'm not gonna lie, that is not bad. Okay, no, I talked about them on the pre-show. It was pretty good.
I think if they were just on the front page alone, you would have been like, yeah, pretty good. As long as they weren't like in last place.
As long as they're not last, I'll take it. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy to see them actually perform this time. But hey, Team Sol, a few eliminations down there, no, definitely a decent start for them.
Yeah, not too bad. But what, as you're saying about Stalwart, is also particularly impressive because of playing path, their initial drop, and they're happening to try and get to the circle, given the fact that it's difficult to transition from Novo all the way north to try and find yourself some room. The fact that they were able to survive in the south side of Rozhok for as long as they did, also fight their way in, very impressive. But we kind of all teams, we kind of expect Stalwart to be impressive, right? So.
Yeah. Well, one team we also expect to be impressive is, well, Nigma Galaxy. And unfortunately, they lost 2 players right off the bat to Donuts. And I feel like the general story of this first match was just teams playing with no respect. Why give you respect? You have to earn it. You can't make me just give it to you naturally, right? And we
Yeah.
saw like Donuts able to contend against a team like Nigma Galaxy who has such a great track record behind them and not really care. Take two limbs, walk away, be happy.
I think also there was a lot of issues that were caused by the playing path, right? Very southern playing path. A lot of teams trying to migrate up north. You had, what was it, Box Gaming versus Virtual Gaming Squad. That really caused some issues for the African team. So,
yes,
you know, already we knew that the start was going to be messy. You had this playing path to the mix. It was not an easy egg to crack here.
Yeah, especially for VGS, where they were. That was a difficult start for them, is fair to say. If you think about, you see a team dropping near you, kind of near those yellows, etc., to try and adapt from that. There's actually a lot of room in Ferry Pier, as well as to the east side of you when it comes to that farm split along the road that they could have potentially taken. But yeah, when we kind of approached the start of this tournament and saying that first game's going to be a bit of a feel out, based on playing path, based on that drop, that was a bit of a feel out as they just sent it towards the middle to try and salvage some points to start things off.
Well, I mean, Max, for me, it brings back to the point you're talking about here of what you said earlier, right? Of teams are not going to show respect and also be stubborn and like keep dropping their same spot because they want to fight for it. They don't want to give it up so freely. Is that maybe what we saw there?
I think so to some extent, but I think it is a very big risk because it is such a short-term tournament. Only 3 days, 18 games going to be happening here. If you try and fight consistently for a position and it's just not working out, your chances of a top position are pretty much down the drain, I would say. So you got to be willing to fight for your position, but give it up if it just is not going to work out for you.
And from one game, we see this playing path, and this game start is atypical, right? The playing path is difficult, so some teams having to reach their initial drop spots and where they want to even be stubborn in, they don't get the opportunity to do so. One of the teams, obviously representing from China, REGAN.S, not being able to usually go up to the Yasnaya location, even though there's kind of 2 teams already orbiting around there and moving into that position. It's going to be interesting to see how they approach a plane that allows them to potentially get there. Maybe we see a fight go down, but they were in a, okay, let's consolidate and try and find a different location, considering this plane path is difficult for us to get to where we want to go.
Okay, well, I want to give a big shout out before we do break out more things here to Aramco as well, helping provide this event and put it on for us. So thank you so much to these guys for making this possible. But speaking of making it possible, I mean, just to round things out, Vampire putting up 39 points. Now, you look at 39. Thing is, it gives you such a nice buffer, right? It gives you such a nice buffer for like later matches because you cannot afford to have too many bad matches in this if you want to take home the trophy and if you obviously want to move on into the after party.
Yeah. And the fact you have 18 teams in this lobby, right, it does allow these games to happen a little bit more often for teams. So that comeback potential, I would say, is a lot more present for some of these guys.
I'm going to say I covered some esports in Thailand recently, and the Thailand fans are going to be going absolutely wild at seeing a 39-point game coming out from them. The amount of eliminations they were able to get in this game, rolling from fight to fight, was so impressive. And the fact that they were able to win out the North Rozhok situation as well against some of these teams coming in. You've got Box lurking there trying to deal with it. You've got Stalwart coming in from that right-hand side. And then also Donuts being in the position. Yeah, very, very impressive by them.
Okay, well, we can see some of our highlights here as well if you guys want to walk through anything in particular. To be fair, I would hate to be an observer right now because of how much action was happening, especially towards like the middle stages of the game. But we can see here, I mean, TJB, again, a team that we've seen quite extensively when it comes to Western Europe, right? We saw them initially when they're known as Panda, the Unicorns of Love, then TJB, a team who does decently well when it comes to PMPL. But when they move into regionals, they seem to struggle.
It was like there was a bit of a conveyor belt for TJB to get some eliminations here in this game. Given the circle and where it shifted, north of that river position, TJB had that 2-2 split already in place to greet anybody coming their way. So some nice eliminations for them to start off the tournament.
We've seen right now the perfect breach coming out from Vampire here, just pushing right onto Donuts. And actually, I would say Vampire, in terms of being opportunistic, were 10 out of 10. They waited for Donuts to regroup as a full squad away from their 2-2 split. They see that position, instantly send it forward to take that spot.
And a very difficult thing about Rozhok is its multi-tiered layers of where the buildings are, those angles that you can take against some of these teams. Box fell very much victim to that, to the Vampires, as they swooped down and bit them on the neck. And from that, I mean, it was just a great conversion. I love what they presented here in this first game.
But I feel like at the same time, putting on a match like that, you just basically put a giant bullseye on your back. And also from your fans, right? They expect you now to have this kind of, not maybe this kind of performance with how dominated it was, but they expect you to keep this momentum going. I mean, I guess the upside for them is like you have an extremely good match on the first one of the entire event, and that gives you like a nice high into the future games.
Yeah, the thing is, there was definitely a lot of mayhem happening in this match, and they capitalized on the mayhem. So it proves to me, at least, that this team, Vampire, can deal with stressful situations. If they have a really bad circle, I expect they can work with it and potentially come out on top and get a win when you really don't expect it.
And there is more mayhem because we have more teams in the lobby, because more people are surviving into those later stages of the games. But the thing that impresses me the most is that this was not a central location that they just held down and they just shot at everybody as they came in. No, it was constant movement, constant attempts at trying to find the next best position to where they had to fight through other teams to get to. So that kind of war-type effort that they're able to bring here to this first game, very, very excellent.
And to add on top of that, actually, for Vampire, the very interesting thing is every time they took a fight, the fight lasted, what, like 20 seconds, 25 seconds tops.
It was fast execution.
It was super snappy. And the fact that they put that instantly, they could shift to another position, take that spot, take another fight. So I think the execution speed of things definitely made it a lot easier for them to secure the win.
So I have a question for you, Kalaris.
That's
me. You know, well, since obviously COVID started, we have been online for the most part, and we haven't really been offline together. You typically have a nice little sound you make when we see players pull off a lot of damage, or we see teams pull off a lot of damage. We're actually going to take a look at the damage from this last match from all the teams. And I'm curious, how high will Vampire be? 3,600 is not bad.
You know, actually, I thought they were going to show all the players, and I would have estimated with that many eliminations, maybe all of them would have been above 1k damage, which would have been the proper sound that I was bringing. But that is extremely formidable. I mean, the thing is as well is that, yes, Donuts USG actually did put out a lot of damage, but you kind of expect that when they've got the 2-2 split that they had in Rozhok to be able to fire down on anybody that's coming into that area. But the fact that Vampire was going from fight to fight, traversing from fight to fight, and bringing that firepower while also still keeping themselves alive, still covering all their angles, so formidable.
I think they barely got knocked in like all of those fights they took versus the Wildcats, versus VIVO Keyed, versus also Donuts at the end. The fact that you keep 4 players moving around and you're not losing any time going for the res is so important for them to get that success, to get the win at the end of the day.
And the
great stuff.
The rest of the numbers are very urban warfare-esque, very even between all of these other teams, because you generally get in these situations where, unfortunately, for all the other teams, they're all shooting each other all the time. And you get a knock, that person moves behind a wall, you get the res, and it's kind of very chip damage-esque in this urban warfare fight. So the other two teams, the fact that they stand out so much in an urban ending is crazy.
I want to play devil's advocate here, though, for Vampire. 3,600 is a lot of damage, to be completely fair. But 24 limbs, I maybe expected some more damage. Does this maybe show they were getting a lot of, like, they were finishing off knocks from other teams? Or was this, like, what you would expect for 24 limbs?
I think the high damage, a lot of that came from their very wide rotation, right? They were trying to clear some space on the northern side, getting rid of, like, TJB, VIVO, Keyed, also your Wildcats team. I think that was the main reason why their damage was so high, and then they just capitalized, and just every bit of damage they got in that city finish resulted in eliminations, extra knocks coming on through. So I'm not really surprised to see that high damage and, like, a little bit lower eliminations. We said low eliminations, it's still 24.
Yeah, there was 2 phases to their approach to Rozhok. One was the actual approach where a lot of the teams in Rozhok are paying attention mostly to teams that are in Rozhok. And as they're pushing up north of the warehouse into Rozhok, not a lot of people in Rozhok can see that because it's kind of a little bit of a downhill. A downhill.
Not an uphill, it's a downhill.
That's right.
Gotcha.
And then once they get into Rozhok, they have the highest location. So it's very difficult for people to dislodge them.
Okay, well, gentlemen, I feel like we did justice to that first match. Vampire definitely did justice as well, but we do have a short little break here before we do get into our second match. So in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Team Falcons and basketball. I'm going to leave it at that.
Oh, you got 2.
Yeah. How many minutes so far? I don't know how they got 11.
To be fair, 3 is actually not bad, because that looks pretty difficult.
I think I would get 1 on like a lucky day. It's not... I don't believe in myself when it comes to those type of things.
Are you saying Maxman in sports not so good?
I mean, yeah, clearly. No, it doesn't go together.
I haven't even been mean to you on desk yet. You're being mean to yourself.
Exactly, it feels weird, so I have to do it. Yeah, exactly, I have to do it
Jason,
to myself.
we've conditioned him. It's been a while.
It's a little bit odd now not being mean, but don't worry, we still got plenty of days left, right? We talked about Vampire a lot. We talked about you making a sound. We didn't get to see player stats then, but we're going to see them now. So let's get an idea of actually who was the standout players on that roster and why they got the 3,600 damage.
So close to 3 1Ks, but Mike really kind of pulling out here with the 1,100 damage coming in. I mean, the interesting thing about all of this for me is the fact that not a lot of them took massive amounts of damage. I mean, of course, apart from one in particular, but the way in which we see this damage coming in, they were, as you were saying, they were executing these fights very quickly to move on to the next one, to move on to the next important location, like checkpoints to move to the eventual winning location.
Yeah, and exactly. You saw during those fights, the Ravenclaw was always the one breaching the compounds, right? And he would sure take a lot of damage. Sometimes he would get knocked, but you have one player that has to do the dirty work. He was the one doing it.
He's the tank. He's
Exactly.
the tank of the
He was
team. You got your 2 DPSers.
Yeah.
And we can't see healing, so I don't know if we
He was
have a
attacking
healer.
the raid, man. He was going
Yeah,
for it. The bosses fell down real quick, but I mean, Ravenclaw really did a lot of work to get the team in those positions, and once they were involved, like it was game over.
I mean, you make a really good point, right? Because if you look at damage received across the boards besides him, it is insanely low for the amount of damage they did and for the amount of eliminations they got. So it seems like their fights were extremely clean.
I think there were moments of opportunistic gameplay as well here, though, at play. If you think about all of the teams that are kind of on that north coast of the riverbank here coming into Rozhok, as they come away from the bridge, a lot of those teams are kind of engaged in a few scrappy fights here and there, and there were moments where Vampire Esports did clean up some of those fights very swiftly and then move into their kind of territory. So that's partially the reason, but just, yeah, great execution.
And I want to give a shout out because we talked about coaches before, right? We actually have Corpai coaching the team. You might recognize him from Power AAA KPS back 2 years ago in PMGC. I know he's here and I know he has intentions to be playing back in the competitive scene coming into this next year, but you can't really ever underestimate the value a good coach does bring to your team.
Yeah, especially a player that went to PMGC, right? And it did so good when Power AAA were playing in PMGC. PMGC was like, what, 2020, I believe it was? Like, he has that backing, and he's also got that, like, physical presence with players at a LAN venue. So that is definitely huge for the team, and it helped them secure that first win here.
Okay. Well, we also have the ability to talk about donuts. We talked, well, not the food form, the form coming in from Japan here with Donuts USG. And how well they did. I know we actually had an interesting thing with them is the fact is they're not all Japanese players. Miss on the team is actually from South Korea, but he's playing within the roster. And as we saw at the very end of that game as well, he got a couple of eliminations to help bring them up the leaderboard.
I think Donuts as a whole, I think they've leveled up from incorporating...
That's on purpose? Donuts whole? Donut hole?
You know, I'm trying to be subtle here, and you're very American, Jason, all right?
That was intentional.
He's very immersed, yeah.
I like that Donuts incorporated in their South Korean players, be it Missile, be it Korean player on, you know, as a fifth, etc., because I think this has leveled them up. Admittedly, in this game, Rozhok is their drop location, and they did have a good amount of time to be able to choose where they were going to actually pitch up, try and kind of stage their campaign from as a whole. But we saw the transitions, right?
Yeah.
We saw when the 2-2 comes along, they know they're going to get crunched down on. They have to make a decision. Where are you going to go? You can't go up from the 2-2 into the warehouses, so you go down into the buildings that they were able to kind of isolate. And that was a great little opportunity for them to try and strike out. I thought they were going to get the win off that location. Didn't work out because Vampire just went God mode. So, yeah. It was a nice try.
You could not really fault them for that. Like, they had to regroup from that 2-2 to a full squad, because if you don't, you have Box, you have Stalwart entering from the southern side. They're going to breach you, collapse on your position, and then you're down to 2 players, and then you have more teams coming from the northern side. Like, you have to regroup, and unfortunately for them, Vampire played that position above them so well, it was really hard for Donuts to deal with it.
Well, I know you're talking about them in the drop location, but they did, to be fair, take down 2 members of Nigma Galaxy very early in the match as well to like really get themselves leveled up. And obviously, again, to show that they can compete against these teams. You know, we talk about Japan and Korea. Typically, it's just kind of in their own region, whether it's the Japan League, you know, or they sometimes have clashes actually between the 2 regions.
Yes.
But on an international scale, they don't really play much. You know, think back to Bluebees in PMGC 2020, right? This is a team that kind of really showed what they can do and what the power Japan has to offer.
Absolutely.
And then we're finally seeing it at a global global stage.
And this is the important thing for Donuts USG is that, again, Japan, in terms of like mobile esports and PC esports, in other locations,
or console.
they're not. Yeah, but this is where I'm saying, in console, they're very powerful, but in some of these other ones, not as much. But when you see those clashes come in, like you're mentioning, between Japan and Korea, Donuts USG won out that against their South Korean competitors in the most recent iteration of that tournament. So that shows that they were able to incorporate a lot of kind of that survival style that we see from them. It really did kind of pay its way forward here in this game, and I'm expecting good things from them here at the tournament as a whole.
Yeah. When you think about also Japan, right, their ecosystem compared to the rest of the world is like relatively new, you could say. So I think that as the time goes on, you're still going to need more and more talent, more and more of these teams making it to international and potentially performing. So I think the hopes are high for Japan in the long term, at least.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I really enjoy events like PMWI, PMGC, getting to see these regions compete against each other. I kind of wish we had it more often, to be completely honest with you. Well, every week's a little bit too much. But it's not as long as we're working the event every week, then I'd be happy. But it gives the ability for every region to get better, but also every region to show what they can do. Think back to Zeus. Think back to Stalwart. I mean, Zeus in 2020, Stalwart back in 2021. Like, we never would have seen much from these regions, and yet all of a sudden we're seeing them compete against the likes of Nova, who won 2 PMGCs. Like, they're battling against the best teams in the world and showing that we can still compete even if we haven't played you before.
Yeah, it's a process. They're getting there slowly but surely. I mean, they already had a very good first game, right? Sure, no chicken dinner, but you don't really need it every time. As long as you can convert those eliminations in an 18-team lobby, you will get in a good spot. And that's why I also have high hopes for Africa in the long term. Like, they've got their first PMPL this spring season. Next year, I think this first year, like, there's maybe a little bit of lack of international event experience, but in the long run, Africa could be a top contender in the future.
And you bring up teams like Stalwart. I mean, they've basically put Mongolia on the map when it comes to this kind of esport. It's extremely impressive to see how they're able to play things out. And Blank was mentioning it during the cast. All of these guys are very capable of individual brilliance on the battleground. And you can't take anything away from them. The fact that they were able to come in on the south side of Rozhok and not only take some of those fights, but then also be able to transition over the road, which is normally where you lose. That's where if you're trying to come in against that circle, that's where you end your campaign. But they didn't. They continued on and continued to provide some moments here in this game. That's impressive.
Well, you're talking about individual performance, right? And individual glory and what they can do. Speaking of individual performances, if you guys haven't noticed, every, I think, LAN event we have on a global scale, we always have a certain man, the director of PUBG Mobile Esports, James Yang, to talk to us about the future of PUBG Mobile Esports. And luckily for us, we have him once again. So we'll head down the stage to take a listen in.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in the world. I'm James Yang, the director of PUBG Mobile Global Esports. Yay! I would like to say personally how incredible it is to talk to you all in person. It's too far long, as we all know. I'm here today to share the exciting details about 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship and more. Stay tuned until the end. Okay, firstly, I'm happy to announce that the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals will be a major offline event in Indonesia in January. PMGC League will begin in early November, and it will run for 4 weeks to determine the teams heading to Indonesia to battle for the crown as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world. An incredible 48 teams, the best of best teams from each region, qualified through the year. The most to ever in our offline event will join to PMGC League. The top 13 teams will take their place in Grand Finals with 3 direct invites. As well as PMWI, Sony's Xperia will be the official smartphone partner for 2022 PMGC, ensuring all players are able to perform at the highest level on the biggest stage. And that's not all yet. I'm excited to talk to you about a new competition, PUBG Mobile Regional Clash beginning next month. The PMRC is focusing on pitting different regions against each other, beginning with PMPL's Southeast Asia versus PEL. You never want to miss it, so please follow us from September 22nd to 25th. Okay, it's a time to go back to enjoy PMWI. On the circle! Thank you!
The only thing I'm disappointed in that is that he's not doing more martial arts for us, because that was always my favorite part of James Yang and having a chat with us about PUBG Mobile Esports. But fantastic to see as well. We learned a little bit about PMGC, going to be in Indonesia here in January with the 4 weeks in November, the regional clash as well. Max, I know you had your eye on.
I mean, it's going to be great to see a lot of the Chinese teams from PL actually playing versus the SEA teams, right? Got that rivalry happening a lot of the time. So, I mean, normally you see in these international events like 1, 2 teams from PL. Here you're going to have like half of the lobby PL teams. Like, that's going to be pretty insane.
Yeah, we mentioned it before, but I mean, two regions that have excellent teams at the very top. So to see them kind of clash and just make this mega lobby, I think is going to be very exciting.
Well, by the way, if you guys didn't know, remember I talked to you all at home about different prizes you can win and different ways you can win. We do have a meme contest currently happening. So you need to check out, the Instagram and Facebook stories for fan-made memes. You need to make your own and post them over on your own page, and make sure to tag PUBG Mobile Esports as well. And there will be some winners picked out with some lucky prizes. I'm not going to say exactly what they're going to be, but they're good. You're going to want them. Trust me on that one. And speaking of memes, I mean, Max, you are the meme master. Maxman meme master.
I was a meme.
I was good, yeah. Speaking of memes, Max is a meme. Continue.
Go on.
And what was your question? I went completely
There
off.
was no question.
Oh, okay. It was just like, okay, I'm a meme then. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, memes are good. I want to see them posted on social media. Maybe I'll share them.
I mean, we did have a phenomenal couple of them back in, was it PMGC 2020, of how to beat Bigatron. A1 Esports was a big proponent in how to do that. Maybe we'll have to revive some with the Indonesian. I mean, for here at the event, we have the Indonesian talent, we have the Arabic talent, we have the Turkish talent, so we have some things lined up potentially to do all together for some fun little things.
We
pretty much
updated version, I would say.
Well, pretty much it's going to be all of us with Max in the center of a circle, and all of us are going to make fun of him and be mean to him
Just
in
like
different languages. Yeah.
Point and laugh, guys. Okay, no, don't do that, please. I'm not
I
interested.
won't. Jason will.
Oh,
Yeah.
He'll do that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But you have to do a crawdad dance in the middle of the circle.
Could be an emote in the game in the future. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of potential for it. What's up, Cloris? You're looking at me like you don't know what's happening.
I'm enjoying myself.
You're enjoying yourself? Okay, well, let's enjoy ourselves by talking about maybe some other teams. Any other guys you want to talk about here that we didn't touch on, either at the top of the show or in that last match?
I would have to talk about here, I would say Wildcats, right? They had some good intention when it comes to their rotation. As we know, they dropped like a Sanhok.PM military position around the map, and it was like a tough circle afterwards. You had to go for the wide rotation up north. I think that there was some good intention behind it. The execution was maybe a little bit all over the place, and I think that for them dealing for the first time with this type of lobby, they have to adapt a little bit more. But the idea was there, in my opinion.
For me, I'm of the opinion that Military Island is a bit of a dead drop. For Stalwart, they've got the absolute world class to be able to negate quite a bit of that. For Wildcats, I'm a little bit concerned if that's going to pay dividends later going into this tournament. We'll see based on playing paths, based on drops as a whole, and see how that's going to go out throughout the tournament. But I do have my concerns there.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously there's another region we haven't really touched on, unfortunately, because typically we've seen in the past couple of years they can't really compete when it comes to these global events. Back-to-back, a team from North America, they have been able to win PMPL back-to-back, which is a great sign. But the unfortunate, or not unfortunate part is, but the fact is they need to show what they can do. I would love to see them do what they can, or show what they can do, because I'm American and I would love to see them do well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been proven that they can dominate locally. Like, when it comes to their region, they can do just so well. So I'm hoping we can see some good representation from back-to-back, but it's going to take some time to get there.
All right, well, speaking of getting there, we're going to be getting to the second match of the day here momentarily. We're going to be heading over to Miramar this time, which is going to be quite interesting again. A bigger map, so we have obviously more teams. Maybe that's going to facilitate them a little bit more. But I know while we were watching the last match, we were quite surprised by how many teams were still left alive, how late into the match we actually got into over on Erangel. But speaking of getting over to, let's head on over to John on Blank once again to kick off our second match.
Thank you so much, Jason. We are ready and raring to go over on Miramar. It's going to get a little bit hotter, maybe matching the temperatures here in Riyadh. It's been pretty hot for a couple of Brits like us, eh, Blank? It's even the walk from the shuttle from the hotel to the event here is absolutely boiling.
It's pretty intense, I'm not going to lie. I've stepped into the world of it, and I'm sure some people really enjoy it. I actually did enjoy it I enjoy it for the first 10 minutes each time because it's the driest heat I've ever had, so it just feels like having a very hot aircon going on just everywhere. That's actually just wind and the sun. Natural. That's just how things work. But some of these teams have been finding things very natural in games so far. Vampire looks like this is just second nature to them here in the PMWI, just taking names and taking those elimination points home for themselves. Here on Miramar, though, just looking at a couple of the drops so far, El Pozo as well as Picado are absolutely stacked in terms of teams that will be dropping here. You've got REGAN.S, Box Gaming and Aton Esports all dropping in Picado together. El Pozo, you've got Damwon, Donuts and Nigma Galaxy. So one of these teams is going to come out on top in those specific locations. We'll just have to find out who.
El Pozo a little bit late on this drop path at the moment, as we are. We've got a secret sneak peek at the plane path here, Blank. Don't tell anyone, all right? Keep it on the down low. But El Pozo will be a little bit later on that progression for these players. Maybe could affect the number of teams that do opt to go there fully, but then again, maybe not. We were talking a lot about how teams want to hold on to what they've got. Certainly going to make a difference if they make it or not. But we're going to go into Miramar in game number 2. The plane takes to the skies over the desert once more.
So immediately heading up here, Los Leones can pick up a lot of these teams in this current playing path that we will be seeing on your screens very, very shortly. And I feel like I'm telling the future right now. That's because I absolutely am. So a couple of teams could drop it towards Los Leones. There's not too many teams that I've seen so far that have been dropping in Los Leones exclusively, but that can hold at least 3, which will alleviate some of the problems, especially with Miramar being such a large map anyway.
We head into the game. You can see now the plane path that we've been seeing from the southeast side up to La Cobreria. Seeing where teams drop out. And of course, the first time this is going to be played at the top level with 18 teams. Keeping an eye on those drops like a hawk.
Absolutely. And with 6 of these teams dropping exclusively in Picado and El Pozo, honestly, everywhere else that teams want to go to should be absolutely free. So just looking at this one in particular, Impala for Wildcats, this is a place that they love to go. They're already dropping out in that location already. So this seems fantastic. You know, honestly, I've seen a fair few matches from Wildcats as well where playing path has been absolutely diabolical for them going to Impala, yet they still go to Impala. They love it there. So this is a great start for them here on Miramar. And perhaps, you know, maybe they can shore up some of those issues that maybe they had over on Erangel, where things just really did not go their way versus Stalwart.
Puerto Paraíso currently being held by VGS as they dropped out really very early. Damwon Kia headed further southwest. I imagine they're going to be moving over towards Minas de Bahia, Valdemar, on that southwestern edge. But Box Gaming and Team Seoul look at a clash in Picado. Only 2 teams at the moment in very close proximity in this location. Neither team yet taking a knock. But look at that very forward position from one of the players from Box. I didn't quite catch the name there. But they are absolutely in the lion's den amongst Seoul, Bensu, with players all around. Omega on that outskirt has the back fall out for Bensu. Has a vehicle, sorry, not a vehicle, a weapon as well in hand. Do they know that there's a player here from Seoul?
Picado can hold 2 of these teams, but you do have to be constantly on a swivel here, John, to make sure that no one's creeping up behind you. Box Gaming, very certain on positions that they want to hold around this map. Trisme with the M249, already with a very heavy-hitting weapon, which could be very dangerous should it come to close quarters with these teams inside these compounds. But it would look like REGAN.S as well as Aton Esports have dipped from this location. You can see REGAN.S on our screen, at least on the map feed. You got DD as well as one other player in Los Leones alongside with Aton Esports, actually. So this is very, very interesting. REGAN.S have North and Atons have South side of Los Leones. So this works out exactly what I was talking about earlier, that Los Leones is massively free. And it looks like REGAN.S and Aton happy to not go Picado, not go to that usual position, and instead take a safer spot here towards Los Leones.
Really just a bit of a standoff for Team Seoul and Box Gaming right now in Picado. They have extricated themselves from one another, although Bensu's still pretty close by. A couple of shots have been landed as well between the two teams. But, of course, it's not just the teams that are going to be getting stuff done here. Of course, you have the opportunity to get the gun skin and outfit for the PMWI from the 4th to the 13th of this month. 50% off PMWI packs, and you can get a set straight away with that, as well as 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
And if you can't take advantage of that, next little sale period we do have is from 14th to the 15th of September. So that's 14th this month through to 15th of September. That's 16% of PMWI packs, and you get 6 chances to draw those PMWI treasure chests. So make sure you are getting on that early to reap the rewards. But if not, there's still chances ahead of you.
And of course, you can complete daily missions to earn points. And once enough points are accumulated, you tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
If you want to participate in the event solo or team with other players, that's absolutely fine as well. But team them up, that could give you an extra little chance and make the reward to get a little easier. So make sure you tell all your friends about it and get them on board.
Goodness me, it looks like Bensu and...
They're mates.
I don't think so. I do not think that they will wait 1 second after seeing one another to try and make it all the worse for them. To stand off. Seoul has backup, though. If actually just waiting
those are
for a
mates.
team, those are his mates, right? And so if he pushes in whilst he has that backup, you can trade it off, right? That's what you're really looking for. It's the value of a team. You saw Hector there on the sidelines as well with a nice vantage point to get an off angle. Watch for those players pushing around that flank side. We hop on board with Nigma Galaxy, though, as they are vibing on around in El Pozo, the only team to actually drop up there.
Yeah, so this is the one that we were curious about. USG, for Donuts, were very, very hell-bent on taking Rozhok on Erangel here, but they have given up El Pozo. You know, they're happy to give it to another team. You know, Nigma Galaxy, they took 2 points off them last game, ruined their Erangel, so they'll throw them a coin just this one time. Instead, heading up towards El Azahar on that northeastern side, but no one else is here, so this is a very viable drop for them. Looking at down one, who also another El Pozo team, they're down towards Valdemar, so they'll take that up on the western edge. They will have to contend with back-to-back, who do love to go for a southern rotation, but it's TJB coming in from Chumacera to ruin their day.
Yeah, they take one of the players from back-to-back down. Early scouting, losing a player, not ideal on Miramar. But sadly, it's the risk you run. Team Seoul looking to put the pressure onto Box. This is a fight. The initiative is being taken by Team Seoul here, Blank. They are choosing this fight. They are making this one happen. Box Gaming looked like they were content to sit back a little bit. Maybe it's a strategy. Maybe it's aggression through passiveness, right? Allow them to move to you. Allow them to make those missteps.
Well, way back in the day, it was always very hard to break the box formation. That was always the very, very difficult thing to get through. And right now, Box are happy to sit in this building. Now, back-to-back, just quickly going back to that last fight there between TJB as well as back-to-back. You know, they actually really struggled with this in the finals of spring 2022, is that on our angle particularly, they would send one scout out and lose that scout very, very early on, dropping them down to 3 players. Already, this is becoming a problem here on Miramar. A lot of these other teams keeping it very, very tight, but Bensu finds one of the players trying to slip through the cracks, but that's not going to happen. The box formation is tight.
It is absolutely on the ball. Really, really nice stuff there. Omega a little bit too far forwards. No backup really from Team Seoul on that angle, and a nice opening. And look, Box Gaming move forwards. They re-establish that perimeter. They reclaim this territory. There is a sideswipe potential for Team Seoul if they get that spot, but there's a backstab. Morpher here, over the hill, and it's just Frenzy for the time being, but he has reinforcements coming from the north. Break looking to put this fight into gear now as Team Seoul are on the back foot. Around the side, the reload needs to come through. A lot of damage to Bensu, but it's not enough to get the knock. Break, however, finds Goblin. Akshat now flagging for Team Seoul. 3 players alive for Box as they've lost 1.
It was actually REGAN.S from the western side that took the knock onto Box. And this was the team that originally liked to play Picardo on that southern edge. And they've just taken a little bit of time in Los Leones, sweep back up here, and ready to reclaim Picardo for their own, knowing that this was going to be a hotly contested spot. Most likely 2 teams locked together. And now they're going to take advantage of this. Very good from REGAN.S.
Seoul really suffering under this pressure from Box Gaming. 3 elimination points already found. Losing 1, you feel like you're going to take that for now. I feel like that might lay claim to Picardo for them in the future Miramars that we're going to see. If they're lucky, we'll see if Team Seoul want to try and vie for that again. But as you say, RSG, Morph, both moving in from both sides of Picardo.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a squeeze going on here, but it does seem like China is really trying to take a nasty little split. You can see it on your screen right now, where it's just coming down from the hills in Picardo. 52 Esports have taken a knock there. They're right on the western side. I believe that is to Nigma Galaxy. So Nigma Galaxy trying to pick up some more points. Ralph, though, right on the eastern side, he's looking for a compound for the rest of the team to stay, but they're busy with 52 Esports right now.
Looks like 52 Esports are just going to try and keep moving down south. You can see them all mounted up in those vehicles on that western edge. Monte Nuevo, the central focal point of this next circle, just a little bit further out east. It's good for back-to-back right now, who have a lot of that sort of area, despite them losing a player early. If TJB, with GK first moving in there now, can take position there as well on the eastern side, TJB will also be in a phenomenally strong spot.
So back-to-back able to, regroup just a little bit here in there. And it's so unfortunate because we really are dropping into their original drop spot right now in Monte Nuevo. I don't think it was necessary to send one down south, but this is something they've done before. I think with 18-team lobby, it's not so wise anymore taking those ridge lines because there's going to be a lot of teams there. It's not as safe to be dangling one of your players down on the south edge of the map. VGS trying to make their way up behind teams like Damwon from Valdemar. They are just neck and neck here with TJB. You can see them on the screen. Damwon Kia trying to find a little place to call home.
Damwon Kia moving up from the south side. Ladriera being positioned on for now. A lot of scouts, as you were talking about, getting picked off, right? It seems like so far we've seen 3 one-player losses on Box Gaming, to be fair. That was in a compound fight. So 2 scouts really being picked off right now. 52 and back-to-back, both losing one of those players. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. Both of them a little bit on that western side. I mean, you've got 52 certainly a lot heavier in there, but they're moving in on the northwestern end of Monte Nuevo.
Neymar just about lives here for Falcons, but will be knocked by missile from USG. Makes it happen, looks for some more, but it is an off angle coming through from Falcons. Here on the home turf, trying to keep the rest of their team alive.
Needs to choose who to display the flank to there to get the heal off, but Missile stays alive for now. Yusuf trying to get those shots in. Mikun does get behind cover, takes the spray, but doesn't land more than just the one, just a tickle, and needs to heal up as well.
Yeah, Omikun just has to walk away from that one. Falcons able to send them back just a little bit. They're still both on this northeastern edge. 4 rivals moving down as a 2-2 split between El Pozo as well as Crater Field. So they're trying to get a lot of information gathered nice and early on. Vampire Esports coming down from Puerto Paraíso. They're heading towards Minas del Valle. Honestly, they're going to be moving up through Chumacera in a second, but they've opted to stay outside of the circle and in the blue to make sure no one catches them on this long rotate.
Aton on your screens right now. Holding the ridge on a line. Trying to keep their position safe. South side, it's the Vampires. They've yet to push on in, yet to start the frag fest that we saw from them last game. The question is it repeatable, or is it an Erangel special?
Is it an Erangel special? That is the real question here. John, Nigma Galaxy still central at the moment.
They're right in the middle there, just a little bit further north, and in fact the circle does shift down a little bit further south. And they will be looking to move with that circle. Right in the middle of it, TJB. They have absolutely slap-bang center circle right now. Damwon Kia, who have been waiting in the wings for their position for a while now, are going to be looking to push on in and maybe try and take control of that central area as well.
Yeah, they're looking to pick up that central area at the moment, back-to-back, moving down at the moment. Nigma Galaxy taking a little while to head into this location, but we are really getting a little bit tough with all these teams crunching up towards the middle. Wildcats, though, coming from Impala on the eastern side, moving through Chumacera at the moment. Seoul with just one player remaining, Hector. Box still yet to break away from Picardo at the moment. It's a bit weird, but it is Stalwart actually moving down from Power Grid, just behind TJB Esports.
I mean, maybe, you know, Box Gaming, they're playing with 3 now. They're just going to try and take things a little bit slower, play that edge, potentially. I mean, it's a difficult position, right? You're playing with 3 now. You've lost that ability to really scout as effectively. With more players, more rotations becoming dangerous, you're not really willing to take those chances, potentially. But they do actually strike out. They move down southwest from their old position, leaving Hector in the dust, and they take that eastern flank of the circle.
Not a bad position for them to be in at the moment for Box Gaming. Obviously down to just 3 players, but 3 elimination points. You'll take that any day of the week, especially here on Miramar. Now, what really can't happen here for a lot of these teams, you know, is Vampire Esports. They know that they're being headhunted right now. If they start to get ahead once again in this match, things become extremely difficult for a lot of these other teams to start catching up if they continue that momentum going forward. Right now, though, they are really squeezed tight on that southern edge, just around Chumacera, with one other team in Wildcats coming in just behind them. Schweppes from Vampire Esports, though, will have the bead on Wildcats, where the rest of the team in 3 are just ahead of them towards the north, so they should get info on this nice and early.
Yeah, on a 3-1 split, or maybe even a 1-2-1 split from Vampire Esports. Just taking a look at where they are sat on the map. They are yet to fully regroup. They did play a lot of that Northern Rostock at some points. They played in that 2-2 split, so they are used to playing a little bit more of that split play style. Certainly that would be the evidence from the last game anyway, and it certainly worked.
Another look at the map here. It's just getting real struggle bus. And, you know, I did not expect this whatsoever, but we still have 18 teams. Vampire Esports, though, Schweppes in the back line, stays alive, but it's Wildcats who are taking shots, and this is the info that Schweppes is able to provide the rest of the team. Next circle, pops in, heads down south, so Vampire Esports still very happy. Looks low, does hit the shots onto Schweppes, will take him down, and that is Vampire Esports down to 3, but there's still more shots along the way. It's Fluketh once again.
Really solid backup there. The off angle's perfectly found. Heals needing to come through from the Wildcats, and they are yet again suppressed on this ridgeline. Really difficult, but Vampire Esports looking to potentially be down to 3. They've lost their Schweppes on the outside there, and they will be at 3. They had 4 in that previous game, but the circle moves to them.
I mean, if they get another circle shift, though, they are in a real safe spot. Like, look how hard it is to approach these buildings. The only issue they might fall into is without those 4 players, it does become a little harder to pick up on all these angles. Again, though, Aton Esports is their difficulty going forward, and it looks like Vampire Esports know that this is a position on the map that they need to watch out for. Really good stuff from Fluketh. His shots have been on point. He's been looking all over the map at the moment, really keeping it clean here for Vampire Esports.
I mean, that was one of their characteristics of the last game, right? Snappy engagements, I think Matt said on the desk. Making those clean engagements. That's exactly what you want to be looking for. Even better on Miramar.
Damwon Kia still struggling to just find anywhere that's super concrete for them. It's on the edge of this hill at the moment. 52 Esports coming into play here. Nigma Galaxy, one of their players, I believe it was Hamodi, did go down here. They're just trying to get down through the circle on that northern side.
It looks like 3 of them are down. They're losing players left and right. Nigma Galaxy suffering heavily. They had not the best of starts, losing 2 players early in the last game. The first team to go down, in fact. I think it's just Freak alive for them now. At the back as well. Not really a chance to get these reses. Going down first twice in a row. Not the way you want to start your tournament. Certainly would be a disaster. Team Seoul, though, seem to be survivors. They were on 1 for the longest time in that first game. And out they go. Yet again, first team eliminated.
A miserable start here for Nigma Galaxy. Really, really not fun. But you know what, John? There's still Sanhok ahead for them. And honestly, that is the map where they prevail the most.
They know how to survive. They know how to get it done. But there's more frags on the hillsides as Donuts USG looking to move up past 4 rivals, and only Jumper can stand in their way now. 52 as well in the back line. Proving to be difficult to deal with as Jumper spotted away. That was it. I don't even know who that was, but
Virtual Gaming Squad took him down there. Good stuff.
Morph drop a nade right on top of one of their own teammates, but they take an enemy down in the process. I'm not sure if that's worth it at this late stage.
Damwon, though, you see, they have just been keeping an eye out all over the place, and this ties right back into what the Des was saying at the beginning of the day. They are a survivalist team. They're going to try and see how far they can get, but 52 Esports still trying to lay claim around this area.
I agree. An applause ringing out there. Not too sure what that was for, but
52 Esports.
Oh yeah, absolutely. To be fair, absolutely. Damwon Kia, they lose Forest on the hillside. You're not going to be able to get him back up. Daku spots Sung as well. A lot of Damwon Kia struggling to survive. Fabian and Junie though, a formidable duo to be sure. Fabian takes half HP, but excellent backup coming through to be able to shut that one down. Vaz taken out there. Junie, he still has the DBS.
Yeah, it's Korean meta at the moment. All of them use it over in the Korean PMPL. It's pretty insane, but they make it work massively.
TJB take hold of a compound, eliminating back-to-back from that stronghold. They've had a central position for quite a while now, and they will have to move a little bit further south. At the moment, I'm looking at RSG with that central, with pretty much one of the few compounds in this next circle play.
This is very unfortunate for the team from America, just struggling just a little bit here in the PMWI. Stalwart, though, looking for another consistent game here. That's what I want to see from Stalwart, and we could get some more hope into this team. Action, though, coming over the top and just descends upon VGS. Like we've seen nothing before. Goodness me, swoops in. Talons are strong and sharp. There's nothing you can do against them.
And they should be able to get everyone back up as well. So a full force Stalwart, definitely something to worry about. Pain. Run down there after the knock. Damwon Kia move up to Daku. Pops out the window, spots Fabian. Needs to be worried about the teammates from the off angle though, but finds the cover from the shack. Through the windows, the bullets pour in, and it's going to be a tall order to get anything done, but Fabian goes down. In the meantime, 52 are eliminated, however. That will slow down Damwon Kia on that northwest flank.
Yeah, TJB have been harassing this team the entire time, and they might just have to leave Fabian behind. Lin moves up. Tends to be the first player to move up a lot of the times for TJB. Sometimes it goes wrong, sometimes it goes marvelously. It's hard to say here with Lin. He's really kind of shaky as a player in terms of being extremely good, or sometimes just not so great.
Volatility, that's really a characteristic of his gameplay. Sung and Junie, 2 players for Damwon Kia. Wildcats under fire as well from Falcons. They're trading 1-for-1 right now on the knocks. X-Ray definitely resable here. And so is Yusuf.
It's a very awkward playing field, but Junie pulls out the DPS. Lin goes down, but it's TJB. They bring it back nicely there, though I would have been very, very scared at the cracking sound that DBS makes as he comes around the corner. And that's why the Koreans take it. Just those singular moments where you can surprise a team coming through.
Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to see Damwon Kia safe. TJB Esports EU able to put that pressure down, get that res on as well, get themselves back to 4 and move down south further on. But Falcons from the sides, only Powerful getting knocked, and they are fragging out. The Wildcats cannot stand up to the pressure, but they're now under fire from TJB on the north side. Doesn't matter though, they are absolutely cool, calm, collected. The Wildcats taking shots every which way as well with their last player, X-Ray.
This is a real chance here for the Saudi Arabian team. They're close to the circle as well, but it's STE who's ahead of them. That's the difficulty. Aton Esports, though, keep taking casualties on this southern edge. Falcon Esports really do need to start thinking about making a move, but they've got to figure out where the other teams are. Flukov somehow keeps moving down that hill with the quick feet in action, but it's not enough. Ravenclaw.
Whoa. Able to do the job, able to get it done against Donuts USG. The off angle still dangerous. This should be completely broadside for Bruno right now, but I don't think he's taking that position. I don't think he's pushing up. He knows that his position's known. Maybe just not going to peek it. Not going to take that chance of Vampire up to 2. Falcons look for the crash into the compound. Stalwart are here. RSG are here as well. As Aton do lose that last player. RSG suffering now under pressure from Stalwart.
This is terrible timing here for SDE to try and claim this building that REGAN.S are currently in. Falcon, they just come in at just the right time. Fantastic stuff for them. Laying in the utility. REGAN.S already finds a nade over the top and never alone.
Falcons.
It's on to Pika. The util is coming in clutch.
The nades coming through from Falcons as well for the third party. They're going to be able to take hold of this compound if they keep going. Phenomenal performance on this crash from them, but TJB have oversight. It's difficult to handle now. It's difficult to stymie that pressure. But they will try and lock down those angles. Only action in the compound.
This is what I said for Saudi Arabia. They had to move right now into those buildings, and they took that call, and they made that call in the moment very, very quickly, dropped the utility in, and STE and REGAN.S completely blindsided by the absolute decimation that was laid upon them by the Molotovs, the grenades. Even I saw smoke get thrown in there as well.
Look at that. The replay there from Ravenclaw as well. Phenomenal. A duo for Vampire Esports. 7 elimination points, looking to take out the Wildcats as well. It's only X-Ray. TJB have an angle, potentially onto Ravenclaw, but he's just storming forwards. Shut down as the nades go long, but Flukov in the back line, stung in the back as Tingskur able to handle the Vampires. Van Helsing rides.
Good stuff here from TJB. Keep it very, very steady on this hillside. Wait for the players to reveal themselves before they do lock in the action. And now it's them looking across the way at Falcon. It all depends on this next circle. Falcon would love for it to end on them, but they have to move. This is horrific. But Stalwart, though, action still in it. He's ready and waiting in the wings. And I don't know if Falcon know if he's here or not.
6 elimination points, 3rd place guaranteed. Stalwart, again, with a consistently good result. That's what we're looking for from this team. That's what we want to see, and strong elimination points to boot. Fantastic stuff. But right now, as you said, it's between TJB and the home team here in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, Falcons.
This is going to be really difficult, though, because TJB, you know, they can't lose any of these players they've sent to the edge side, but this is a very strong split that they're currently employing. It's going to be difficult for any sight lines not to be open to these guys when Falcons do start to move out of this building. So really, really tough stuff. Action just needs to hold his ground, stand his ground here.
Oh, I think he spotted a little shuffle there from Powerful. GK first. Trying to suppress those angles. There's the first angle. TJB have such good vantage points, like you were saying.
I know what Falcons are trying to do here. They're trying to get rid of action, but he is just throwing him for a loop. Takes so much damage and finally goes down to Never Alone. So they do secure that 2nd place. Great stuff from Falcon. Now they need to fight back.
No answer towards GK first. Never Alone taking heavy tick damage from the blue. Down to 3. Damar gets res. So Yusuf and Damar, a duo in the forefront. But TJB storming down this hillside, nading through the window, putting everything under pressure, putting Falcons to the test. And 2nd place will be a good finish. They wanted first, but it was not to be. TJB moving through the building, through the window, and it is TJB with game number 2 on Miramar.
Xiao coming in as a new player here as well, stamping his mark at the end of that game and delivering themselves a nice chicken dinner beautifully through the post there. Well done to that team from TJB representing Europe, which is happy days for us, right? But honestly, TJB, fantastic stuff. Really, really good split at the end there just to eliminate any angles that Falcons might have taken. But again, big, massive props to Saudi Arabia from Falcons in those last moments to be like, we just have to hammer everything home, taking down action here in these final moments because we want that 2nd place. We deserve that 2nd place.
I mean, the Falcons were able to claim it. They did really quite well. TJB, they got that circle shift. I think circle, what was it, 3 or so, where they were right in the middle, and they then had to move down from that northwestern side. So happy days.
Yeah, massively so. I think TJB, they were on that western edge for a long, long time, but slowly made their way in. It was a little bit rough, but they kept absolutely everyone just floundering for answers to what TJB was doing.
Well, that is going to be it for game number 2. We're going to head to a short break, and we'll head back over to the desk.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
All right, well, TJB taking a win here for Western Europe, and a win that Kolaris himself predicted. He saw the zone go their way, and he's like, TJB win these. And they did. And it was good.
He said that as if... Anyway, we have ourselves, yes, them getting themselves a win. It was brilliant stuff to actually see them actually take this. But admittedly, it's a home circle for them, effectively, to be able to control these. That having that Chumacero split gives them a great opportunity to find themselves those nice high ground spots to be able to stage their plays from. And they do, traditionally, when we watch them in these circles, they win them here, Max.
When it comes to terrain knowledge in that position, like no one beats TJB, right? And also they saw that third party happening. They saw Falcons get involved into the fight. Like, this is prime opportunity to start gatekeeping teams now. Like, if we take the 2 perfect angles, no one's going to be able to escape it. And if the circle comes our way, it's GG. And in that case, it was.
All right, let's take a look at our STC match rankings, get an idea of how many points they got, as well as the other teams out there. And 27 points.
Big points again. Huh?
It's good. But then you look at the first match and like, I'm not as good as Vampire with their 39. But I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Claris, you did say Vampire should be on 52 points now.
52 points. It's insane.
Ridiculous.
I really kind of didn't expect that, considering that they had a bit of a rougher game this one, but still 7 eliminations coming their way when they're kind of being a bit scrappy, fighting in from kind of that southwest side to fight towards these final circles. So very impressive for Vampire Esports to put themselves, what is effectively now, so far ahead after just 2 games.
Yeah, and doing that in like a 3-day tournament, once again, like that is very impressive. Like that could make a huge difference at the final ranking. So we'll see if they can try and keep up the pace a little bit. I think they struggled mostly because they had a 2-2 split and it took a little bit too long to get back together. They got caught off, but at least the intention was there. They still got 7 eliminations very, very early on in that game. So yeah, first place by far, and now it's the team to beat currently.
Well, we are seeing, Team Falcons, some consistency, doing well on match 1, now on match 2. The local team here from Saudi Arabia, Stalwart Esports as well, yet again able to get there with 16 points. Even Vampire down in 5th, and then you look at Donuts in 8th. Like, we're seeing, I mean, yeah, it's 2 matches. I understand the statistics work, Sean. Don't worry, don't come over here and yell at me. But we are seeing some consistency start to show.
But the divide in terms of the top-heavy stack here of the top 5 compared to anything 6th and down is huge. Anybody 6th and lower here in this lobby, 6th through 18th, really didn't get much to their name here. Only single digits, under 5 points as a whole. It really shows that everybody in that top 5 had great vantage points to be able to blast at anything that came along from them. Chumacera, especially kind of that northwest side, is kind of notorious for some of these high ground spots that people will stake claim to and then be able to effectively turrets from on the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and there was still in this game a lot of things that we did not expect that were actually happening. I think that's one point you brought up, Kalaris, while we were watching that game, is that RSG did not go for like one of their main jobs they go, which I think is Southern Picardo. So teams are still like trying to bring different things to the table, and I think we can expect more adaptation as we go on.
Yeah, adaptation is definitely the word for it. I think what we'll see from RSG is a slight change up. I mean, they got them for 5 points, and they're kind of in that kind of mishmash of kind of everybody getting that 5 points. But they can get themselves even more, I think is fair to say, when it comes to... I mean, normally they drop in terms of like a full split south of Picardo, but they actually went for 1 person there and 3 people up towards La Bendita, kind of rivaling where Morph was. They can go back to that South Picardo split and I think have much more success in their next Miramar games.
That's what VOD Review is going to help out, right? They're going to see that opportunity, like, okay, we're going to go right for that spot, and if it works out for them, they could find some chicken dinners over on Miramar.
We are seeing, look at this, Fluke, highest damage, grenade eliminations as well. Remember, we do have, was it $5,000 for the player with the most grenade eliminations throughout the event?
I don't remember the exact amount, but it is a decent amount of money. I can tell you that much.
I'm going to be honest, at this point, it might all go to Vampires. Every single penny of it. In terms, if you get 52 points.
now they're all going to be playing Orm for the next one to get the Eagle Eye.
It's ridiculous to see them get that many points in just 2 games to start.
Well, if you guys have actually missed the match, luckily for you, we have some highlights brought to you by Sony here as we're going to take a quick little recap of what all went down. And, of course, TJB is going to start things off here. And why wouldn't it, considering they took home the chicken dinner?
Yeah. I mean, it's home territory, right? You do not mess with the Chumacera location. If you do, TJB, they're going to be lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any opportunity coming their way. So you got to be careful about it. And I think that teams might be looking back on this game and saying, like, okay, Chumacera, let's be a little bit careful around there.
And I think it's cool as well because normally when we see TJB actually get themselves wins around Chumacera, it's kind of like the circle came to them and they really didn't have many people rivaling their positions and then they kind of win. But in this game, that wasn't really the case. There were a few breaches onto their position that they had to defend from, and then once they realized that they have command over the circle, as you were mentioning towards the end, they pincered Falcons. They gave them no room, no opportunity to be able to get out of here, and Zhao's position on the overlook here, perfect to shut them down.
Yeah, I don't like using the word impossible, but I think it's...
Overlook, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's down. Is the overlook like this?
No, that's a plateau.
So is this still... I don't know.
I don't know why I'm doing
this. Go ahead.
I don't know what I'm trying to But I don't like using the word impossible, but I think in this case, it is almost impossible for Falcons to get out of that situation. It's just how good the lockdown from TJB actually was. So, and it's great. Like, Western Europe is not a team that... not a region that we usually know as great when it comes to international tournaments. They get a win now.
Yeah.
I'm hyped to see if they can continue.
Because it's not just Zhao's position that is actually oppressive from there. It's also the fact that they basically have a 1-2-1 split across that circle to be able to just have so many angles of oppressive fire onto where Falcons is. So, yeah, very difficult for Falcons to do anything from that spot.
I think that's why you saw them kind of tanking the blue as well, realizing it's probably not realistic for us to fight our way out of this. Maybe just try to deny some points, because again, it could come down in the very end. We've seen how many PMPLs now, how many events where like 1 or 2 points would have gotten you double the prize pool, or like 10, 20, 50K more bucks in your pocket, and it could come down to that yet again.
Just half $500,000, you know. It's easy money. Just like a day. It's day rate for Kalaris.
Hey, that's my joke.
Okay, I have to take it at some point.
I appreciate that you both think I'm extremely wealthy. That's fine. Thank you.
It begins.
If you actually don't realize, in the talent room, the green room, while we're watching the matches, Kalaris just sitting there talking about financial investments and trying to actually get us to invest our money in many different ways.
I'm just trying to help you live your life. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, but I don't think my investment in Pokemon cards is going to help me later in life.
I disagree. I will respectfully disagree.
All right. Well, any other teams you want to mention here? I know we actually wanted to take a look at like a head-to-head here between two teams. Not sure if that's ready to go just yet. But we haven't seen overalls, but we do know, obviously, Vampires in currently first place. And I was even talking to the Indonesian talent, and they're like, well, sorry, talking to Junior, I will say, because the other talent disagreed with him quite heavily, where he's like, Vampire, that's not a big deal. That's not that good of a game. The other teams will do better in match 5 or 6. And I'm like, bro, 5 or 6? There's only 18 matches to play in the entire event. Match 5 or 6 isn't going to carry you through.
Was he defending Vampires, or was he the one that...
He was saying like, it's not that big of a deal. Other teams will do better.
All right,
like,
well, he's wrong. That's fine. you can be wrong. That's okay.
Yeah, I think if they keep being wrong, we'll take their studio. I think that's...
well, if they keep being wrong, then I think Maximus can move over to the Indonesian talent, because when it comes to predictions, that's typically where you would go.
I think that's going to work out eventually. But you're talking about other teams that we'd like to mention, right? I think one team that comes in my mind, at least, I thought would be a lot more prepared than this is Nigma Galaxy. They had 2 games in a row now where they go out like super early. I think they got 0 points game 1 and 2 points in this second game. I think they need to get himself back on track a little bit. It's only the first map of each. Like we had 1 Erangel, 1 Miramar. They can still adapt right on the next iteration of these maps, but they are struggling a little bit.
But I feel like from our assessment of Nigma Galaxy when we watch them, I feel like they are a team of averages. And I feel like 2 games, small sample size, we can quite easily see them play out across an 18 gamer and find themselves in a bit of a better position. So yeah, I think they've got things to fix for these 2 games, but I won't spell doom for them. I think they're all right.
We're not even halfway done with the first day. Like, it's okay. There's still time to adapt and bring some changes.
Yeah, nope, impossible. Impossible. Max isn't hardly say
You can't use that word. You can't, you can't do it.
It's Max's favorite word, I heard. Impossible, yeah.
I don't think that's...
No,
I think I just said the opposite like 5 minutes ago, but okay, it's fine.
I thought Max's favorite word was stop it.
Stop it. When I'm talking to you, yes, that's in my vocabulary all the time.
Well, let's actually jump into a quick head-to-head here between our 2 top-performing teams in the last match. Obviously, got to take a closer look at TJB here and just kind of the overalls. And again, Falcons, the position they were in, some really good damage being done. And we obviously, if you guys haven't watched any of the other titles that we've had here in G8, this team, well, not this team in particular, this organization actually in another title surprised the world with how well they've done. And I know Max has been talking very highly of Team Falcons and how they could do it yet again here in PMWI for PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, and in particular, when you're looking at this tournament, right, I think there's like a stigma around invited teams, right? They're not going to perform as well.
Yeah, right. Like, why are they there? They don't deserve to be here.
But they won like PMP Arabia for the full season, right? They are currently the reigning champions of Arabia, so there is that background to them.
They didn't just win it. They were almost 100 points ahead of second place. I feel like they should have been here, and then in the next stage, and then in the next stage. That they could have invited them to the end of time, considering the kind of performance that they were able to put up in their region as a whole.
Yeah.
So,
and they
ridiculous.
Also dethrone Nigma Galaxy as well, who was third place in PMGC, who was dominating Arabia, the team with the most chicken dinners out of any other PMPL. Like, this is actually a really good sign, but also it makes me kind of sad, because sad and happy, I guess, if I think about it. Sad that like teams that are so consistent, you look at like Bigatron, I mean, maybe Nigma Galaxy now, teams who generally perform really well, just have these like ups and downs throughout the year. But then also I'm kind of happy because you get to see these new teams come out of nowhere, and maybe Team Falcons, maybe we'll see them in PMGC, maybe they could pull off an upset.
Yeah, I mean, it's very surprising too, because when you compare Nigma Galaxy and Falcons, like Nigma Galaxy have that international experience, right, in PMGC. They've already played that.
Yeah.
And they actually did really well, right? They got, what, 3rd place, I believe it was, last year. So they couldn't technically perform at this level, and Falcons just came in as a huge surprise already and are performing so well. So the question is, can they keep that rhythm going? If so, there's a chance that they can compete, except for Vampire, because they got like 50-something points,
Yeah, they were ultra consistent in their regional. Yeah. It's fair to say. I think with like, we even saw back-to-back first places coming in from them when it came to kind of their approach to the game as a whole. And again, I think that they're cutting in this game in particular to just then hold off the REGAN.S as well as STE's kind of battle that was going on. It's the perfect opportunistic play to say, okay, there are these 2 big powerhouse teams clashing head-to-head, but this is a stranglehold on your ability to continue in the game. You might be able to defeat each other, but you're not going to get any further in this game because we've set up a barrier for you to do anything else.
Okay, well, this is a nice little talk about Team Falcons as well here. I want to learn a little bit more about them, though, in a series we like to call This or That.
M7. It's faster. I have a skin, so I have to use it. The UMP, less recoil, and I think it's faster. Erangel. The roads are not bumpy, and your car gets stuck in Miramar, so Erangel is way better. Pochinki, yeah. Movie theater. But I like cats more. In Saudi, it's winter. Water rotation. Bucky. A 7.62. Joker is a lot cooler. M24. I can get a lot of knocks, but with the car, like I can't do. Like, I don't know how to shoot the shot. Psychological issue with the gun.
Well, great to hear some this or that from them. It's great to learn a little bit more, like cats versus dogs. Max, cat or dog?
Dog, 100%. I'm not even thinking about it, and I think you're the same.
Yeah, I'm allergic to cats. They're rubbish.
Especially for you then.
Well, you know what? Maybe not a veterinarian, but for hospitals, Dr. Soliman Habib, obviously a big shout out to him as well for putting on this event. We're helping support this event as well here for all of us who are watching. And maybe if you're playing as well, you should be pretty happy about it coming through. And actually, I heard a story, not to like promote them even more. There's actually a free hospital like right near this event where you can literally just walk in if you need anything, x-ray in 15 minutes, get bandages, anything like that really quickly. So it's actually really, really cool. I'm really happy to hear that.
Strain their thumbs, you know, on the phone, they can like, yeah, you can go.
I wasn't talking about players, but I just meant in general, but really cool.
Gaming is intense, man, okay?
We're looking after the players, Jason, all right? That's our priority.
That's true. That is true. Players are priority number one when it comes to any esport. But gentlemen, we're going to be heading into our next map like soon-ish, right? That's a big one.
Uh-oh.
You know what map it is, right?
Uh-oh.
It's going to be Sanhok.
It's going to be Sanhok. And this is where things are going to be very interesting. If it wasn't chaotic enough when it came to 16 teams, well, we now have 18 teams going to be on this map. And Max, I know you've been talking about boot camp a lot when it comes to this.
Boot camp, you got 3 teams drop in there. Like, it's going to be absolute hell. And we know as a fact that a lot of the teams are very stubborn. Like, they are not going to give that location away. And also the heal-off. Nigma Galaxy, TJB, they're also going to commit to it potentially. That's going to be also a very interesting interaction.
Yeah, no, definitely. We've as studying has gone on, yes, there are some people that are notorious for that heal-off. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of a change for some of these teams in terms of who is actually doing the healing themselves. But as you say, in terms of drops, boot camp's a hot topic. Trifecta split has been a hot topic when we've been looking at some of these teams. Will be conflict here and there, and as well as trying to transition from location to location, be it the Northwest Island, the Southwest Island, and the mainland. That's why the Trifecta split was really cool. We saw Damwon Kia trying to employ it in their region, but then they got kind of pushed off. I'm just excited to see if we get the conflicts that I'm expecting to see happen here at the beginning of the game.
I hope it is. I hope it's going to happen, to be honest. But at the same time, you got Nigma Galaxy, you got TJB, you've got heal-offs. We saw it happen in Western Europe quite a few times. If I'm not mistaken, Lin healed like 3,000 healing himself alone.
We are going to see some 3,000 heals coming out. I'm going to go, the highest one will be 3.1k for this game. That's a prediction.
No.
Actually.
No.
Wait.
Impossible.
No, actually, that's not a prediction. That's a spoiler, Jason.
Read the script. We agreed with not doing that.
Sorry, I apologize.
I can't with this guy.
I can't with either of you. No,
I can't with us, yeah.
But I mean, like, the thing is, I know we knocked on it a little bit when it came to PMPL Western Europe with TJB constantly doing that, but it's a viable strategy on a map with $2 million on the line. If you can sit in the blue, heal off, then why not?
I mean, there's an interesting factor you got to add to the mix, right? Is that if they do both commit to that Same split to get all the meds right, whichever team eliminates the other, you pick up all of that. Like, you could see like 4,000 maybe.
This is your meds? This is my meds.
My meds now.
That's right. And it becomes even more challenging when you consider it's 18 teams on Sanhok. This is not a big battleground. So limitation in drops. I want to see Camp Bravo as well as that split going down. We'll see if that fight continues on.
Yeah, we do have Sanhok coming up next, but once again, I want to remind you guys at home what's all going to be going down as we do have the Vibe and Drive event currently happening. During the event, you can log into the game and complete the corresponding missions with your friends if you have them. If you don't, Max will help you out. And you can get your hands on a free permanent legendary set. So make sure you guys don't miss it. Make sure you guys are checking out as much as possible there. You can see the dates. It runs through the 24th, starting on the 11th. But it's time now to head into Sanhok here onto the Moist map where there's going to be a lot of healing, a lot of blood, and a lot of eliminations for these teams. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to, as I was saying, the 3k plus healing that Kilaris has foretold. He read that script, and we're going to be looking out for it. 18 teams on Sanhok. Chaos. That's what we're waiting for. That's what we're looking to see. Max was excited about the boot camp drops. I'm excited to see who decides to go elsewhere, who decides to take the L on their original drop spot and go around the way.
Yeah, so actually for Nigma Galaxy, you'll find this quite interesting.
Okay.
This is a little tidbit for you.
I'm prepared.
For their actual Spring 2022 finals, their Sanhok was their most successful map out of all of them.
Oh.
They had a third, then they had a second, and then they had a first. So it just got better throughout the tournament for them. And that's over all Sanhoks that they played. So that's kind of insane for Nigma Galaxy as a team. So this is where they can start to make back some of their points. Unfortunately, though, like I said earlier, Nigma Galaxy has had a bit of a miserable start, to be honest with you. And I'm not sure how I would be feeling in the situation, especially at a live event like this. I don't think I'd be feeling too good. But Sanhok, now it's time to bring those points back and see if Nigma Galaxy can do it. Again, though, it is that boot camp drop, which is going to be ridiculous. It's REGAN.S, it's Box Gaming, it's Stalwart, all potentially in one place, battling out for boot camp.
That lobster is going to be real hectic in just moments' time in the middle of it. You must know, you know.
I know the lobster. It's going to be drenched in players in a second. It's going to be a big problem for boot camp. Alternatively, everyone could leave boot camp alone, and it's not worth it here in the 18-team lobby, especially with there being so little landmass here on Sanhok in particular.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky to find those places, to find that area, to call your own. And already, teams starting to drop out. I'm looking at the Wildcats heading north. They play a hot-in split normally on the Sanhok drops. We saw that in those practice games earlier. Looks like they're not going to change that. And let's look at the boot camp teams. Down one passing over it right now. Down one Kia and Stalwarts potentially looking to land. I think down one Kia are going to head further north given their speed. Back-to-back drop a little bit short. And actually, Aton go to Painan right in the middle of that map. One team in boot camp. Only Stalwart right in the middle of it. Seoul spread out in the hills to the east.
I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't challenge Stalwart out for boot camp either. I think they pretty much just win that every single time. I think you have to out-macro Stalwart just because they are so strong in an individual fight. TJB and Nigma Galaxy down towards Sami, though. This is quite interesting. Nigma Galaxy usually do a Sami split anyway, so it's TJB kind of encroaching on the territory. Now, Nigma Galaxy, the problem for them is they love all of Sami to themselves to pick up as many meds as possible, but they might be getting into a fight early that they don't want to take, and TJB, once again, from Miramar, causing problems for Nigma Galaxy.
It's really not fun. But I'll tell you what would be fun. If you complete daily missions to earn points for the PMWI Watch Together, once you get enough points accumulated, tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
Well, that's GZ going down for REGAN.S, but for that event, you can participate solo or as a team. And remember, playing solo is absolutely okay, but teaming up could get you some more rewards.
Certainly would make it easier, but we're going to be getting into this game. Losing a player early for RSG Sanhok could be disastrous. For REGAN.S Gaming, GZ, as you said, Blank, goes down, right? Sanhok, the most important map to keep all four alive in terms of needing that firepower on your feet, right? You need to have it all up. You need to have that ready in your arsenal, but Lightning goes down as well. Team Seoul for India. Finding two so far. Goblin does get knocked in response. It's only him in that little outpost there, but there's two players for REGAN.S Gaming. They're going to be slow just a little bit, but I don't think Goblin is long for this world. Will be taken down. REGAN.S Gaming. Harried.
REGAN.S obviously abandoning that boot camp drop. Have to go somewhere else.
They will have to try and find something, make something of their position. In the meantime, we see TJB and Nigma Galaxy split apart just a little bit. Neither of those teams have lost players just yet, so they didn't really want that fight. I mean, TJB, if I'm not mistaken, also kind of tried to play the southwest side, right, in the European tournaments and try to play from that area. So that hot drop maybe could have been foreseen just a little bit. But Nigma Galaxy, for the first time, don't lose a player on that initial engagement.
My God.
Back to back. How?
Oh, that is shameful.
You'd think with a DBS, one of those would have landed.
Especially when you're laid down with the DBS on the drop of a player. You hear that, like, 4 shots went out there, and he still did not go down.
There was 6, wasn't there?
6 shots, so maybe he was just shooting his toes off. That wasn't quite enough to take him down. He's now running on his, basically, ankles. He's still alive, though, so it's fine.
Just ankle bones, just like... I mean, it's probably quite soft earth in Sanhok,
yeah,
right?
He has
it's quite
speed
humid
now, right?
Yeah, he's got traction on the hills.
Yeah, he's just flying forward. 4 rivals moving up towards USG's position. Missile did go down for Donuts, trying to get up the stairs. Just about makes it, though, but that Molotov should seal the deal, but goes short, unfortunate.
I think it just hit the eaves there and bounced down. The missile's not going to get rezzed here for USG Donuts. 4 rivals should be able to pick up that point lickety-split. And there it is. The nade seals it. Their fate will be run from here. 4 players, 1 elimination for 4 rivals.
Back-to-back, trying to play down towards the west side of Quarry with Aton Esports as well. So Aton giving up Camp Bravo to USG. USG so far have just kind of had their drop spots to themselves. You know, they couldn't take El Pozo, but they took El Azhar to themselves. Now taking Camp Bravo. Yes, 52 Esports are coming in from Mongnai, but it's not a big deal for them, though. USG have got real pick of the litter so far on all these maps.
I was just looking at some of the other drop spots because we focused a little bit on the engagements that we saw on screen, but I was looking at the Wildcats. I'm not sure if they dropped initially there, but they didn't actually opt to put a player on the eastern shoreline, right? They didn't opt to have that presence or keep that presence there, certainly. I'm not sure if they had that originally, but they have regrouped to that western shoreline near Hatin on the northwestern island. So they don't really have that strength or confidence in crossing potentially. They don't really know about the ground around Paradise Resort, which is currently being vacated by VGS.
Yeah, VGS taking this position for most of their Sanhoks already. Paradise Resort is their home. Hatin being, you know, the general spot that we would see Wildcats dropping in anyway on Sanhok. Vampire Esports, though, taking shots onto Flukath here from TJB, who've really started to heat up here in this tournament.
I mean, certainly a good game last time around. Taking that chicken dinner. And they're pushing in. Vampire Esports, though, not a team to push over. This team has been absolutely on fire so far, as they were talking about on the desk, topping the tables right now. Top dogs. Or cats, if you prefer.
I do prefer, actually. Vampire Esports, so they did get that really nice ruin split at the beginning of the game, and now they're really trying to get out of this difficult situation. They've had so much time to set up here in ruins, and TJB completely taken them by surprise on the coast.
Excellent crossfire established there by TJB. 2 players going down. There is no chance you get them back up. Ravenclaw and Flukath now left. 2 players alive. The Vampire Esports maybe looking for a nade, some damage over Tingsker, but Xiao rezzed back up for TJB.
Ravenclaw would love to find at least one more knock here. Nade over the top, but as time goes down, but it's Flukath who have been really strong throughout all these games. Finds Lin, and that is a little bit of pressure taken off from him. He was right in the midst of all these players from Vampire Esports. So far, Stoned as well as Schweppes have yet to be eliminated. There is still chance for recovery here for Vampire Esports, but with Virtual Gaming Squad on the northern side, just coming down from Camp Alpha, this could be a third party.
But there is absolutely a clock ticking. GK First lands a beautiful shot to Flukath on the ridgeline. GK First has been pivotal in this fight. He was the person who was part of the crossfire in those initial 2 knocks on the buggy players, and he's just taken down the 3rd member from Vampire Esports. This is GK First at his best.
It is very unlikely that Vampire Esports walk away with this one from any more than just 1 player. Now Ravenclaw is on the run, and TJB, they are hunting down this final player quickly behind him. Very good stuff so far.
1 player alive, yeah. You just got to get out of that. Try and keep yourself alive. This is where the heal strat could come in. Right, for Vampire Esports, they could potentially try and just send Ravenclaw up to get as many first aids as you can. You're playing on that southwest side near Tambang. You can try and just loot up these compounds, grab as many meds as possible. 4 boosters total, 2 first aids. You've got 10 bandages to see you through as well. Ravenclaw could potentially use that time. It's still early circles. Get loot, get first aids, and play for a survival game.
Yeah, as a single player, there is a lot you can do as a single player. So by no means is this over. Realistically, I think the person that won out the most between this engagement is Nigma Galaxy. The fact that TJB disengaged from Sami means that Nigma Galaxy had time with this new circle to head down towards Bantai, potentially up to Camp Charlie, and keep looting up some more of those meds. Ralph used to be the big healer for the team, but more recently it's been Lord doing a lot of it, so we will see who exactly decides to go for that one. But this next circle favoring Falcons once again, so another time to really put up those points, put up those numbers for Falcons themselves. But we will see what happens with Morph GGG still trying to make it happen here in this tournament.
A particularly alliterative Quarry Camp Cave Kampong finish is potentially on the cards here. As the southeast circle shifts in. Morph on the south coast, like you were mentioning there, Blank. 52. Potentially getting spotted out by Donuts USG here. It's over towards the north side of Lakawi, on the north end of the circle. 52 trying to move down the coast.
This is a horrific spot to play from 52 Esports. I mean, I've dropped here before, and if you get a team or some players on this ridgeline looking down towards you, it is very hard to leave, even with just the 3 players that Donuts has.
2 versus 4 that they're on this ridgeline with, but it's not going to matter. Immediate knocks coming through, and 52 are torn apart, decimated. 5.2 now, Blank.
They just completely break down. It is very, very unfortunate. You're right, these guys got divided up with a couple of quick slashes coming through from the Japanese team, and now it's Pain running away. And you can tell that this team is absolutely in pain. They try and just get away from this kerfuffle. And honestly, that's what happens. And Donuts USG must have been trailing this team for a long, long time. And once you get on that downslope, you know, there's no cover whatsoever. Great angle taken by Omikun to really open up that engagement, especially having the confidence to do that 3v4 as well. They knew that they had the angles to make it happen. And those are the kind of points that you just need in this tournament to keep bumping up your leaderboard.
The circle's not going to hurt too much just now. So teams like Wildcats, who are very far north at the moment, leaving a player even as far back as Tap Mock, just passing Paradise Resort now that we saw Virtual Gaming Squad leave earlier. They are going to be okay for the time being. And they will have had plenty of time to loot up those meds, play for potentially that one out there. TJB as well, in the meantime, all the way out near Narcam, and Sami still has the last player from Vampire Esports.
And this is the difference between Nigma Galaxy, who dominates on a map like Sanhok, and TJB, who tries to go for a heal strat here on Sanhok. They're out in the blue so long. Nigma Galaxy tries to push in as far as they can into these circles before they start going for the heal strat. They already took the boat down from Bantai, headed over towards Dockside. Now they're going to move up, cause as much chaos as possible in these final circles with potentially 3 or 4 members. Then drop one guy behind. He's not had to use any medical supplies all this time until he goes into blue, and that's what gives them the edge on any of these other healing teams. But they have such confidence, such good ideas of how all the other teams rotate to stay out of the way for as long as possible to make that happen.
Damwon Kia have taken a couple of knocks on that north side with 52 trying to move past. The next circle just about to shift on in.
All right, Vampires.
That's, okay. I mean, what can you do? What can you do?
All right, Vampires.
Okay, all right. Okay. A lot of this is, well, it's not, obviously it's not just Sanhok stats. This is the first Sanhok we played so far this tournament. They are going to be looking pretty healthy, especially after that first game. What was it, 26 elims, 24 elims?
24,
in the first game coming through. That's really just going to pump those stats. It's going to be a while before we don't see a Vampire up there.
Yeah, it's very, very crazy stuff so far coming through from Vampire. Honestly, it's just a case of, you know, you raise from your coffin in the morning, easy peasy, back in the coffin at night. You know, they're just slamming the lid on the first day already with that massive performance in game 1. So really, really good stuff. Now, Circle centers up, which is very, very nice here for Nigma Galaxy. They can really just keep it easy on this southern edge.
Wildcats spot down one Kia and further hamper their progression down south. Juni looks for the retribution onto X-Ray. Sung's taken a lot of damage in the meantime, but X-Ray escapes unscathed there. A long spread out progression line for Wildcats, but there's the answer. Juni taken a knee there to Boran from the Wildcats. Starting to move forwards, wants to play aggressive. 2 players knocked for Damwon Kia now. Sung and Forrest standing.
Damwon just do not look confident. Honestly, we're so used to their playstyle of heading center very early and taking control of that. And it almost feels like they're afraid because of this 18-team lobby to actually go for something like that. But that's where they excel. They're really good at controlling those final circles, but they never have the opportunity so far. And I think this is something that might need to change over the next 3 games or potentially even coming into tomorrow. But will it be too late by then? We'll just have to wait and see. With Vampire Esports going out very early here, though, it does give a chance to some of these other teams at the top.
Forrest trying to heal up. It looked like Damwon Kia actually got all 4 of themselves back up. Okay, fair enough. They were allowed to res. The pressure not quite there from the Wildcats, but they will be known. They will know that this rotation's coming through. If there's a boat in Lakawi, you might even want to take that and sail down south. But even then, you got Nigma Galaxy. The absolute machines here on Sanhok to deal with if you want to try and take that route.
Yeah, 2 points in 16th place to 18 points in 5th place with Box Esports. I mean, you can easily jump up a lot here. Freak stays behind at the moment, looking to pick up some more meds. Not sure if he'll regroup with the team. Honestly, they're able to, it's interchangeable, which their healer is at the end. It just very much, I was talking to Kalaris about this actually, and we were having the discussion. He was saying, you know, it's very interchangeable who your healers are, particularly because, you know, it's very different setups. You don't want to switch over weapon types that someone's more comfortable with. So you just give the guy who's got the most medical supplies, because it's easy to just splurge out a ton of first aid kits on the floor than it is to switch out entire loadouts.
The next circle just about to pop. It's really moving down towards Kampong, towards docks. See where the next one does fall. And it's fairly central, northwest, just to the east side of Quarry. Team Seoul, with their backs to Quarry, have a pretty solid position to hold, but they're most likely going to have to leave it in the next phase. Looking at Box Gaming as well, can they set up that compound? Can they set up the box fort?
That is the real question here at the moment. Already a 375 elimination meter-wise for Stalwart there. Really, really good stuff. Now, Stalwart's going to struggle, but they are quite far at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. I believe they're in 3rd place, just behind TJB at the moment. And yeah, there haven't been like massive standout games for them, but they're consistently there in 1st, 2nd place, 3rd place. They're just making it happen. And this is the consistency you want to see from a championship team. So 32 points just behind TJB and 33 at the moment, but they have to make it through the swampy marshes of Quarry.
VIVO keeps suffering heavily at the hands of back-to-back. We're doing a lot of work now. 2 players down and out for VIVO Key, the Brazilian representatives. Nades answering though, as Diego not having any of it. Polo goes down to the nade. A lot of damage was put in on that push as well. J-Way spotted. More nades being popped over now by Diego, suppressing these angles. Look at the low health bars for back-to-back. Diego crawls on forwards, and it is bombardment. Nade after nade. Fire now burning away at the heels of back-to-back. Can they regroup here? That nade a little bit long, but it finds nearly getting the knock. Diego tears them apart, gets everything done, and back-to-back with 2. Take care of business.
Diego could not have made that look any easier. Dropped the smoke and then just through that sent the bullets whistling, including the grenades, and back-to-back have just had back-to-back bad games here in the PMWI. And USA just really want to step this up at the moment. We know that back-to-back can be good. They have stood tall in their region before.
Certainly look at us stand tall, and if you want to be competing with the best of them, you need to complete those daily missions, I'll tell you that, to earn points. Once enough points are accumulated, you can tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
You can participate in that event solo, or you can team up with other players. That's absolutely fine. You get some more rewards if you team up anyway. You've got extra chances there. And for 2022 PMWI Guns getting an outfit, there is a sale period on currently from the 4th of August through to the 13th, and that is 50% off PMWI packs, and you get a set straight away and 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
And after that, you do miss that window, the 14th to of August until the 15th of September. 16% off PMWI packs. You get 6 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests. We're back into the game, though. There's Stalwart coming up against Team Seoul, who did, as I say, have their backs to the quarry. And are going to be looking to try and hold them off for the time being. A lot of damage sent. 1 res found. Omega spotted in the sideline. Stalwart still have all 4 there. Still have them all available. Omega stands up and gets rebuffed immediately. Hector eliminated, swept aside. Can Stalwart stay alive? They will have to try and survive just that little bit longer.
Unbelievable stuff. Great stuff coming through from them. And you can celebrate too with the regions and your team region as well. So the top 3 teams for a region will have the chance to win a prize, and it's a maximum of 1 award per user, and that's through from the 4th of August through to the 13th of August this month.
And if you're watching as well, you're contributing to the potential peak concurrent watch viewers of this stream. If we reach 100 million live watching, then everyone could get items in the 2022 PMWI Lucky Crate with a maximum of 1 award per user.
Please visit the in-game 2022 PMWI Watch Together event every day from the 11th of August for more information.
You can find that all out there. Box holding on the north side against Stalwart, who are still recovering from that fight and may not be able to do so. However, they might have done the work they needed to. Consistency, as we said, always about Stalwart is the name of the game. Keep those points nice and high, keep them tumbling over. A lot of eliminations coming through. Vampire finally taken down a peg. TJB with 1 player left coming off the back of the chicken dinner. Not ideal, but it's Box Gaming and Morph with all 4 players alive.
Stalwart still going strong with 2 though, which is very, very good, but this is a very good opportunity for Box Gaming. Saudi Arabia's Team Falcons, they only have 2 players. 1 player is down. There's potential to get them back up again, but they have been in the circle a long, long time. Look at this though, John. Nigma Galaxy out, 0 points.
Not good. Far from ideal. Taking a look around for healers out in the zone. At the moment, I see, as you say, Damwon Kia, right? Fabian healing, northeastern side. Maybe trying to just stay alive for as long as possible, and it might work. 8 teams remain, and so many of those have 2 or 1 player remaining. I think it's 6 of those teams. 4 of those teams have 1 player. 2 of those teams have 2.
Honestly, not all these teams have got many points. I think that, VIVO Keyed have got 8 eliminations so far, but realistically, we can say that's just from Diego's unbelievable performance. The masterclass he set upon us with the smoke play. Incredible stuff. Action, though, still on the ground. Looking for Box here. Does stand up. Doesn't quite take him down, but will look for more.
Gets the knock on the sidelines around the tree trunk. Action still in the fight, still alive, but for how much longer? Finally spotted, finally handled by Bensu around the edge, but there's backup. Potentially slowing down things for Box Gaming, and Pika's going to have to heal. 13 first aids, down to 12 now. That looks like they're going to heal out in the zone for Stalwart.
He's going out here.
No stims.
Big struggle for him. Like you say, no stims is very difficult. Zay moves up for Morph, and they have been having a bad time. Coming into this game with 0 points right at the bottom of the leaderboard. Morph GGG, though, looking to make something happen. They have 4 players alive, and that really does spell a victory here on Sanhok, especially when the rest of the teams are down 3, 2, 1, 1.
Look at that. You see the stims that currently on board for the last player from Stalwart are going to be there, so a little bit of time there. Damar also looking to heal out, but this is the last first aid kit for Team Falcons. It looks like a 5th place finish, unless someone goes down first, unless someone gets spotted. Diego eliminated out there. Still 1 player left for VIVO Key, but Box Gaming trying to roll down this hill against Morph. With 3 eliminations, they've been fairly quiet so far on that tally. But they're going to have to try and fight off against Box descending. Some nice angles. Bensu spotted, handled. Another knock on the backlines. Looks like this is going to be Morph all the way.
Oh
as they
my
spot
God.
yet another, and they are going to be able to take control of this zone. It's only the players out of sight that will be proving to be problematic in terms of finishing this game out. Cielo for VIVO Keyed and Pika for Stalwart Esports.
Morph will take those 6 eliminations and a chicken dinner any day of the week. Pika tries to jump into the blue, but won't quite make it in time as he falls. And VIVO
Hang on a minute.
will take
What
the
Hello? Wait a minute. Oh, finally spotted. It looked a little bit dangerous there. But 3 of them go down. In the end, the last player stands up and Morph take control. They take the chicken dinner.
What just happened? I'm not, like, honestly, that just does not happen. I was not prepared for it. Well done, VIVO Key. That came out of nowhere for that team, but Morph will take 20 points, which should send them pretty far up the leaderboard from 18th place, but that was a win that they desperately needed. I think if any team wanted it, it was 18th place, and that'll put them in good stead for the future. The rest of the teams, though, you know, is still Stalwart, putting up those consistent points throughout the entirety of this tournament so far. No flashy wins, but those can still come later on.
And good news for the teams trying to chase down the vampires, right?
Yeah.
They did not have the greatest performance in this game. They didn't have the sort of performance that we've come to expect from them in these first 2 games. I mean, sure, right? It's only 2 games that we've seen from them, but that first game was so spectacular. I'm sure everyone's still thinking about it. This one, not so much. Sanhok, maybe not their strong suit.
No, not at all. I mean, I think that my biggest sadness was the fact that Nigma Galaxy goes out with 0 points. This was meant to be your map, guys. And honestly, it just does not come to fruition here. There is a fair few teams that are starting to really solidify their place towards the top. Obviously, we have 2 extra days. Tune in for them. They're going to be very, very exciting regardless. But that is where things really do start to take root. It's where you have those consistent matches. And I think that keeping yourself in range to the top side is very, very important. And Box and Stalwart currently doing that.
Absolutely. We'll be looking for more of that action, more progression, more solidarity from the rest of the teams. We're going to go to a short break. Back to the desk after.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات. استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي تي بلاي مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
I don't think anyone was as happy as Indonesian talent here in Saudi Arabia as you heard them screaming, seeing Morph take home the victory over on Sanhok. But you know what? They got the victory. They finally got themselves off the bottom of the table. I believe they had 0 points going into that match, if I'm not mistaken, and able to get themselves through a little bit more. Really quickly, though, as we do want to talk about STC, as we have to thank them here for obviously sponsoring the event, but also sponsoring our match standings. Let's just dive straight into that one and see how many points all the teams did get for themselves. And Max, I know you're also going to be happy because look at place number 2.
I'm happy it was place number 2 and place number 3. Like both of them, I'm feeling really happy about that. But VIVO has been relatively consistent when it comes to securing those points. Same for Stalwart, but Morph, really the main thing, Collage, to allow them to get this win is keeping the options open in the early game and making really good decisions based around the circle right and getting that position very early on.
Yeah, I like their split across Camp Charlie as well as the other 2 locations they have south of that and north of that to just act as anchor points for them to transition into the next stages. Obviously, they regrouped on Rocky that you kind of identified whilst that was going on. It's a great spot because it's just south of Cave. You don't have to worry about anybody south of you because there's water there. And west and east, you've got a nice high ground position to be able to scout from. So already you're giving yourself a great launching point into the next stages of this game when it can be kind of difficult to get scouting information on Sanhok. So this gave them a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And also they were able, by doing so, having that position where Rocky was, right, to keep teams that were trying to potentially cross that bridge. It didn't happen in that scenario, but if it did, they were prepared for it. So good stuff. Then I'm looking at the rankings. One team that I think this is the first time we see them on this first page here, or on the only page we look at, is actually 4 Rivals, right? they've been going out very early in both first games. So like we're actually seeing a little bit more step up from the Malaysian side. So good to see.
Well, I am looking through this list here, and I know, Claris, you brought this up in the last match. We are seeing, I believe it's Claris, maybe Maxman. I'm always seeming to be really bad with giving credit to people when they say good
Claris,
things.
you know?
If it's a good point, it's me.
Okay. Maxman, you pointed this out extremely well in the last game. There's a big divide here between like 4th and 5th place when it comes to points, right? We're seeing 13 down to 7. That's, almost half the points allotted right there. And we are starting to see this quite consistently that like the top 5, maybe top 6 teams are just getting a huge portion of the total points in a lobby.
Yeah, I think it's because if you get a really good position in these circles, you got like 2 extra teams technically that have a chance to come your way. So like a good position can be rewarded so much more in terms of eliminations alone. And in this case, you saw that with Vampire in particular. Like they had a good spot and they really made it work for them. So I think teams that can play around those spots like are going to be heavily rewarded.
Okay, let's take a look at our round report here really quickly and see who stood out across the board. And Diego, my man, 5 eliminations, most amount of damage, 2 grenade elims as well is fantastic to see. But we have seen, if I'm not mistaken, Stalwart now at least 2 matches in a row be the longest elim. Thinking back to that prize pool, Eagle Eye.
I mean, he is looking pretty good, Diego, right now. Like, normally Dora is looking for things like he finds you, Diego. Like, he will find you right away. So he's been roaming around the map and really... You get it? It took some time to get it.
Yeah, I was like, Dora. I don't remember there being a player named Dora.
As you were saying with Eagle Eye, longest elim for a top. The fact that he already, before this, had the longest elim at 395 meters and now has... Yeah, another one on the bottom. I mean, it's Sanhok, so it's not going to really compete with the Erangel or Miramar eliminations and stuff like that, but he's constantly showing that he's great at range, even on Sanhok, a map that is renowned for the close quarters battles that you see ensue. Hence, we keep hearing DBSs everywhere. I'm so happy we keep hearing DBSs everywhere, by the way.
I remember from every PMPL. Every time we saw it come out. But to be fair for VIVO, and to talk about them here in particular about Keed, is that this is like their first LAN, first international event as well. And they do get themselves a 2nd place finish here on Sanhok. And that has to be like a nice sigh of relief for them, for their fans as well. Take some pressure off of them so they can maybe now flourish further on into our later matches.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at all of the Western regions, I think you have 2 regions that really stand out a lot from like the rest. And that is going to be, you've got the Turkish side and also you have Brazil/Latam that kind of like together in some way. And the thing that they lacked was that international experience, playing in international events like that. But I think that when you're looking at the team and how they play, they are willing to be aggressive. They're not willing to give away spots for free. I think that type of mentality, if it works right, can work on this stage. And I think that so far they have been rewarded to some extent, and intrigued to see if that can keep on going as the event goes on.
Taking a look at our Sony highlights here, we're starting things off with Omega for Team Seoul, and again, we haven't really been able to talk too much about them, and it's kind of unfortunate thinking back to PMGC where we had Godlike playing, and they only had 1 good match, which was the very last match of the entire event where they got a chicken dinner. But to be honest, it looked like Nova just kind of gave it to them, to be fair.
At least in this situation as well, though, going up against RSG, you know, seeing Seoul getting a few eliminations here and there, it's nice against them. To look at the flip side of that battle, I just think RSG is having a bit of a harder time adapting to this lobby because they have the most extreme shift in playstyle and lobby size, etc. In format, yeah, that's the best way to describe it. Coming into this tournament. Obviously in China, 15-team lobbies, you've got yourself extra elimination points early on, which can play nicely to their playstyle. Now it's very different here for them. Not a great start for them. They need to adapt faster than we're seeing them at the moment.
Especially when like PL is happening like right before this event and right after it's going to continue, right? So you don't. They need to adapt specifically for this event in such a narrow window of time, and then go back to their old playstyle. Like it is very complicated to deal with.
It's a big change.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a big change, but at least for them, right, thinking ahead towards maybe PMGC, this is their first little chance to dip their toes into the water of what global PUBG Mobile is about. And we're obviously going to find out when we get to PMGC if they do qualify, first of all. But to be honest, only Nova out of the Chinese teams out of PEL has been able to really impress us. I mean, we did see 4 Angry Men, to be fair, but they didn't really... Now, 4 Mini Men's a different team. 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men. But they didn't really make it count where it mattered in the finals.
I think Nova does a good job of adapting over a long-form tournament in internationals. Every time we've seen kind of Nova... Well, the majority of times we've seen Nova on internationals, you get long form, a few weeks here and there. Sometimes they have a bit of a harder time. Yeah, sometimes they have that little vacation, you know, doing what they can. But then later on, they come out blasting after accumulating as much information as possible. You can't do that here. It's not going to be possible. You're going to have to go back, just have 2 nights worth of review from day to day. That's not long. They need to be very quick to adapt.
And if I'm not mistaken, there wasn't a ton of scrims as well to like learn about what your opponents can do here going into this event. But you know what? We haven't been able to take a look at this all day, but luckily we're going to have the chance to. Let's actually dive into our overall standings to see where all of our teams currently do sit. Vampire, I'm expecting to be first place, but not by much.
Yeah, I mean, that gap is closing, and mainly because you're looking at Stalwart. They've been, like, around top 3 every single game, consistently up there. Still not able to convert that chicken dinner. I think it's bound to happen eventually.
So are they going to end in 7th then?
Hopefully not. I don't want to jinx on the 7th position again, but Stalwart are still clearly in race, and they're heating up to the lobby here.
It's a huge reason why we have been looking at this team as one of the big favorites to win it, right? 30 placement points over 3 games where they've not been able to get themselves a chicken dinner is extremely, extremely impressive here already. And we know that they have the fragging capabilities to be able to push in those eliminations as well. Yes, Vampire started off with a big one, but now they just got 1 point off the back of this after losing out an early fight against a previous chicken dinner winner. So, yeah, my eyes are still on Stalwart. And actually, all things considered as well, with no actual chicken dinner yet, Box Gaming, I feel like as the tournament's going to go on, if they can hold down some positions, I think they'll be able to convert some big points too.
Well, I mean, that's the hope, right, coming in from is that they don't have a lot of elims, and that kind of worries me. I know we talk a lot about that sweet marriage of elims to placements,
Which is actually surprising when you think about it. The Stalwart are in second with like twice as many placement points than eliminations, knowing that this tournament with 18 teams per lobby would be a lot more elimination like focused, right? So it is impressive that they've been able to make it work out. Though heading on over to the second page, we see some teams that have been a little bit topsy-turvy here. And 4 rivals were able to catch up a little bit. I mean, all of these teams, right, is only 3 games. 1 good game, you're on the first page. Anyone can still make it.
Yeah, 10 elims for 4 rivals. There's a slight outlier here compared to the rest in some of this page as it does stand. But again, I think you've still... In PUBG Mobile, you've got to be hyper-aware of both scenarios. You need those placement points. You need those elims. And some teams ain't getting much.
Like Nigma?
You got 52 Esports coming from Pakistan. They didn't get a single chicken dinner, actually, to get here today.
We've seen Nigma Galaxy, though, have rough times in the past and then bounce back. So, again, not too worried just yet, but again, short form tournament, sometimes it's very different to the long form.
Exactly. Like in a PMPL, like you have one bad day, it's like, oh, it's fine, you got 18 show days in total. Like, look in here, that's 1/3 of your potential points, like down the drain instantly. You can't afford to have this day continue. We need to see Nigma Galaxy, like, I would say, bounce back right now.
Yeah.
What about a virtual gaming squad? I mean, we don't really know what to expect out of them. And of course, the region for Africa, but we got to see a couple of glimpses, but they haven't been able to, like, strand that together into a good run yet.
So I had the chance to talk to Alpha Luigi, actually, and the way they're taking this tournament is a big learning curve. Like, they want to learn as much as they can, and they're just very excited to be here, which I can understand. I don't think their team just like, we're going for first place. Which, of course, I think that should be the mentality for every team, but they just want to take as much information, prepare for the next season.
Plus, if you want to talk game-specific, Erangel's the biggest portion of our battlegrounds that we go on here, and their first Erangel started off catastrophically.
Yeah.
Now, if we get themselves a different playing path, maybe we can see them actually convert a few more points here or there and allow that playing path to even just give them the drop spot they want, because we've only had one Erangel so far.
Here's a quick question for you two, completely off topic. Max, are you good at basketball?
No, I'm actually absolutely horrible.
Chorus, are you good at basketball?
No, I'm about 3'12", so absolutely not.
That does explain a lot of things. I'm used to be good at basketball. We're going to find out how good our TJB at basketball, and we'll be back here in just a few moments. Okay, that's not fair. He had to chase the ball and lost time. I mean, you got to think ahead of time. You know, you might miss, but don't miss so badly that you have to run after the ball and replay.
They did us proud in one of the games where they won, but now they've just represented us terribly when it comes to the basketball. I can't believe it. But then again,
keep them in line, you know?
Are European teams that renowned for basketball? It's mostly the Americans that are pretty good at this, no?
Yes.
Come on, as an honorary American,
I mean,
tell us. I don't know.
I haven't been in America and lived in America in over 10 years.
You're tall. You're supposed to be good at basketball because you're. Is that how?
Those are the rules. Yeah.
Those are the rules.
If you're above like 6 foot, like you're supposed to be good.
Yeah.
I don't like these stereotypes. 6 foot's not that tall for basketball. Are you kidding me?
Tall.
Do you know the current height of basketball players is like 6'7"?
Okay. You're taller than 6 foot.
Stop finding
I'm
excuses.
not 6'7". And at 6'7" is like a short player. But anyways, let's talk about these teams here. We did get to see our overalls a little bit, and you're talking about how Nigma, they need to step up. I was wondering, like, obviously this is kind of their home region, right? Obviously, I think they're from Iraq, so not necessarily from Saudi Arabia, but this is a lot of pressure for them to perform when it's like their home turf. And I wonder if that might be getting to them.
I think that can be right. You got the offline event buff, and you also got the nerf from the offline events, right? That could be happening. Is the pressure can be getting to them. Like, you know that over there, you're gonna have a lot of Falcons fans, you're gonna have a lot of Nigma Galaxy fans. You don't want to disappoint, but when you start like having a bad roll of games, it can just snowball into a really negative effect. So hopefully they can pick themselves back up, and they don't have a lot of time to do so. So we need to see results like very soon.
I also just saw the playing path.
I don't know if that's actually the one we're sticking with.
I
think that's a replay of match 1 of today.
But that's actually a little bit of a problem in a short form tournament. If you do get even just 2 not easy Erangel playing paths as a whole, that already kind of puts a little bit of a thorn in your side. Let's be real.
If this is actually, I know you guys at home can't see this, but if this is actually staying true to what we're seeing, this also means that Vampire could have another ridiculous game.
Same rotation. Like, they do the same thing in the same circle. It could work out.
I mean, sure, it's very, very game-specific to game-specific, depending on how things go as a whole. But yeah, I mean, we will see how that does go down. Because they started down in Primorsk with that kind of split. They played it very well. They're able to get those wide rotations. And notably, actually, on Erangel, our first Erangel, there was quite a few teams in the pack going for the wide rotates. And I'm a big fan of that because it just allows you to look for those better entry points compared to smashing your head into a wall and not making anything happen with it.
It's cool to see that all the teams are willing to put extra thought behind like their rotation and really trying to find the best entry point. Goes to show the homework has been done, and they are willing to like aim for the better position in every circle. So we'll see. But if that circle is real, which it seems like right now it is, like sorry, the playing path.
I am hearing it's a rehost, so that's not actually.
Okay, it's not real. Okay. Cool.
The way to take all that analysis and throw it in the trash.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of happy it's a regame because 2 playing paths that same. Very southern playing path.
I was going to say, no one at home has any idea what the playing path is because we didn't mention it, but I'm glad you
if they watched Game 1, we were like, oh, it's kind of like Game 1. But yeah, so for very, very southern playing paths, obviously, like that lends itself a little bit to those military teams, even though there's only 2 of them right now in terms of Wildcats as well as Stalwart that are kind of moseying over towards Novo area. But even then, the circle can still shift hard north, and you have to make those wide rotates, which are also important, especially on Erangel for the macro play.
And I think one thing we really need to take into account for this Erangel in particular, this is our second Erangel. So that means teams that had a little bit of a rough first drop, bad first rotation, they are going to be able to learn from that and just bring that to the table in this second Erangel. So that hot drop you had from Virtual Gaming Squad on Box Gaming normally shouldn't happen. Some weird hot drops that were happening in other compounds should not happen. So this one should be our first normal game technically, where not really, you got 18 teams in the lobby still, but it should be at least a little bit easier for teams to adapt to it.
You just had to go there. First normal game. Wait till we get the rehost, and you're going to see the plane path south again.
If it happens, I'll be like, well,
Okay.
I mean, you know, that's how it's going to go.
Well, I want to give you guys something to think about while we watch a video. What is your favorite type of donut? And I bring that up because we're going to be actually taking a look and learn a little bit more about Team Donuts. We'll be back here in just a second.
そうですね、自分たちのチームの特徴としては、チーム内日本の中でもやっぱりファイト力だったりがやっぱり他のチームよりは優れています。チームの中で一番強い選手ですかね。そうですね、やっぱり IGL として活躍しているミサイルもいるんですけど、やっぱり自分は国内のリーグで MVP を取ったっていうのはありますし、やっぱりそれなんか。
Well, I hope you guys have been brushing up on your Japanese, watching your animes. Max, can you translate everything? Because I know you're quite a connoisseur of anime.
I think you said One Piece is the best anime, and that's pretty cool.
Okay, anyways, Clars.
Don't ask me about donuts. Or
What's your favorite type of donut?
I got two favorite types of donuts, actually. I get a nice salted caramel donut, and I also get a bacon-flavored donut in Krakow.
Wait. Say that again. Maple bacon or bacon?
Just bacon.
Just bacon?
It's fantastic.
Was there bacon in it, or is it like infused?
I'm going to give them a free plug. Nuts in Krakow. Go visit it. It's a good
Oh,
place.
yes. You know what? After this day's done, I'm heading over there. I'm going to go pick one up. I've actually seen like
fly over
maple,
there, you know?
I've seen maple donuts with bacon on it because maple syrup and bacon goes well together.
No, they just literally do bacon. It's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's also fantastic?
Me?
Spotify, who's actually one of our sponsors here. If you guys haven't,
Just
you can
get
check
on
it
my
out and download
donuts.
it. You know what? I use it all the time, traveling, at home, at the gym, because clearly I look like I go to the gym. I listen to them nonstop. So, Max, your favorite donut?
I'm going to be very boring and say
He's
just
gonna
like
say
a
croissant.
Can you qualify as I mean, it's
No,
weirdly
it's not a donut.
It's a failed donut. Okay, kind of no shape. I love a baguette. Okay, it's pretty good. just stretch it.
That's
as,
weird.
you got it.
I'll have a BLT. That's my favorite donut. So what is it?
Really,
Sprinkles?
yeah, just like sprinkle donut with just like sugar on top of it. It's just
Okay,
like,
what kind of sugar are we
That's your
talking about?
favorite donut.
Yes, I'm a simple man.
To be
with,
fair,
like, simple tastes.
in Europe, you don't really have like a great assortments of donuts. My personal favorite is actually the plain donut. Because it's like
You just
slightly sweet.
You just said the same as him.
Like the sugar is plain donut.
No.
Wait.
Plain donut has no sugar on it. Has nothing on it. It's just the donut.
Why would you do that to yourself?
It is delicious. You know what? I don't need to hear any more of this. Maybe we can bring in our casters here in a second as
Fair
we get
enough.
on into our fourth match of the day, and they could tell me what their favorite donut is, because 7, I know in Texas you get some really good donuts. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have, 3 matches left to go today. We are past our halfway point, but we're going to bring in our commentators for their first time of the day. We got Avenger and 7 Worlds Gaming.
Thank you so much, Jason. That was an amazing segment, especially about the donuts. I love donuts myself. But
What's your favorite donut?
My favorite one is the one with icing or frosting. You know, it's just a simple one. I'm like Jason. I like it just like a simple stuff. A little bit of maybe sugar sprinkle on top of it.
Yeah, I like the extra sugar. I just want it to be like filled with strawberries. That's what I'm into. That's what I want to be seeing.
All right, this is our first game and the fourth game of today. I am super excited to get this started, 7 here. This has been some crazy games already, obviously, with all the regions, all the countries clashing, and 18 teams. That is a spanner in the works for me. It is so hard, especially with the amount of pressure that comes out. We saw some of the potential hot drops. And as the desk was talking about, you know, the rotations that we're seeing, the way that sometimes we're going to see the hot drops with the hard plane paths, and that is what I'm really interested in seeing once we get live here with game number 4.
Yeah, something that I really enjoyed that Max was talking about was just how this is going to be a normal Erangel in a way. This team's already kind of know what happened in the first one. I do want to see, though, if Vampire Esports can actually pull out another 24 alien win, or if any other team can beat them. I mean, Stalwart Esports right now, third place. I feel
So
like
consistent.
I feel like they're destined to just have at least a win.
Yeah, I mean, if they can continue this consistency, it would be crazy. Also, if they continue getting all these eliminations, right? Because obviously, with 2 more teams available, there are those 8 points extra per game, and that's also why we potentially could see some, 25 plus Illims wins out of this tournament here, and that's what I'm really excited for.
I have one for you while we're waiting for the game to start. Do you think we're going to see any team get over 30 Illims in one match?
That would be insane. That would be absolutely insane. I would hope so, but because of how everything is going out, it has to be, I feel like, some of the start of the days, right? Because if it doesn't happen today or tomorrow, the teams are going to be more settled in. They're going to be knowing exactly where to drop, and also they will have all the information from day 1 that they can go back, look on, and see, all right, how do we improve for day number 2?
Yeah, I feel like that first game was just a perfect storm for that performance of Vampire.
Yeah, it was. And also how everything ended up being, how the rotations came in. Also, it's just, it is so wild to have these semi-urban endings where some of the teams, they're coming out from the bridges or from the north side, they have to cross water and get against all these obstacles here, and they're just able to do so. But 7, we are ready with the second Erangel of the day and the 4th game. So we're basically halfway through now. We're going to have 3 more total games, and this is going to be a fun one. Also, a pretty good playing path here. We're starting over Georgia Pole, and we're going to go down towards the southeast over Military Island.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Des is going to be happy seeing this playing path. This is actually more likable to me. I'm interested to see what the first zone is going to be like and how these teams are going to be reacting. And another thing that the Des was talking about, that Nigma Galaxy, like, this is a team that a lot of us expected a lot out of. And right now, they're a team that's currently sitting just with 2 points, and they didn't have one of the best starts either. That was the first team that was eliminated in this tournament. I'm hoping they can turn it around here on this match.
I hope so too here. But we are seeing some teams jump out. I'm curious to see if we're going to see some of these famous hot drops here, or some of the contests on the cars potentially that could become deadly. And let's see how many teams also end up going over to the Military Island to back-to-back, obviously going toward Farm and Milta. They're going to be pretty good on the eastern side. The question is also, are we going to have the circle? No, it's not going to be fine. We have a little bit of a chance here, 7. A little 20-25% chance that it could go south and be a real rough circle for these teams.
And this is when my toxic trait comes out. This is when I want to see that excitement.
The worst possible.
Yes. I want that circle to go just in between. I want to see some water, okay? I want to have some of the military base, and I want to have some of the mainland as well. So we already get some of the fights here. Aton Esports being able to get the knock there on 52 Pharaoh. This is a great start for Aton Esports, actually, because and something to point out, they have Cinetexa. They have a player from Brazil that has been added for this tournament. So I think it's time that we actually start seeing a good performance out of Aton Esports here on a global event.
Yeah, I would really love to, though. Let's see what they can do. They get another one down. Pain goes down. That's a lot of pain for him straight there. Here fighting in the God compound just west of the Godka area. And that's going to be a great start for Aton. Let's see what Daco can do here, though, 7. Is he going to be able to get down 1? No, just a quick peek.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be waiting patiently. You can see Cinetexa right now just flipping the buggy in the background. If this is going to be a time right now, Fran has to push that. Daku's going to just back off a little bit. They're going to be looking to reset. I think they has given enough time for Cinetexa to actually push up into them. There you go.
Oh, the backup. He gets in. Daku goes down. Cinetexa, fantastic backup coming in this situation here. A little bit of fire. Vaz, what is he able to do here for 52?
The good thing right now is that, I mean, Aton has everything going for them, right? They
100%.
have one of the 52 esports players just pretty much against the wall. Yeah. What's going to happen here and how they're going to be able to approach this? You can see them, Choco trying to get that different angle, and how are they actually going to be able to push that? We have seen teams throw, in a way, this kind of pushes when it's just one player.
Oh, Vass, they are searching him, though. Look at this. Nice backup coming in, and they're just going to take him down. That is pretty damn amazing. Well played here by Aton. 52 out in first place.
Yeah. Talking about a great start, this is what I want to see out of Aton. I mean, they ended up with 5 Illims in the first match, 3, and then in the past match, they only had 1 Illim. 4 right off the bat. This is what you want to see.
All right, also here, Virtual Gaming Squad. Maybe have some information that there might be one of the players here from Vampire Esports. I don't think so, though. They're not really looking for him to just go away. The Glass House compound here is a really good one, but they have to rotate further, obviously, when the circle is further east.
Yeah, Vampire just playing it patient. Say, you know what? We're just going to be waiting and see what happens. Let's let them do their thing, and that's exactly what's going on. And I mean, if you don't have to get into a fight this early on, just don't do it.
Yeah, exactly. But it feels like they have an idea, right? Because obviously he could have dropped close to it and then obviously been looting. But no, they are not going to find him. He's going to be fine here. Fluke.
The circle is going to start closing in, though. I want to see what 4 Rivals is going to be doing. I mean, they're currently towards the north in Bernie. With Vampire Esports, I think he's just going to continue to stay down. He's going to be super, super patient.
All right, let's see what the situation is going to be with the rotations. It is a pretty good circle. I want to see either a really rough one, we're talking military base, 50-50, something like that, or a good center one. Because on the Potato Hill, there is a lot of good areas to be fighting around. These farms with the snake compounds, there's a lot of compounds that could be taken. And there's really basically just a lot of real estate that is available for these teams. So we could potentially see a lot of teams sending it in towards the center rather than what we've seen so far in the tournament. A lot of edge-heavy play, especially on Miramar. That's very, very edge-heavy. And obviously because also how this circle ended up being. Morph in Yasnaya.
And I mean, for the last game, Morph, what a performance, right? And we're talking about them. We're saying how that was a team that went from 0 points to hero points, being able to collect those 20, I think it was 22 points for them. That's what you want to see out of the Indonesian teams. I'm pretty sure a lot of people right now on YouTube are going to be doing Indo Pride. And next week, I mean, on the after-party event, they're going to be also having Bigatron. So if more can actually make it there, I want to see that. I want to see those giants just battle each other.
Virtual Gaming Squad also fighting right now. Let's see how that's going to turn out as well. If it's just going to be one. Seoul did lose one player, Omega. And now the other guys from Team Seoul are leaving.
There's a lot of teams right now trying to scout, trying to figure out where they're going to be going. You can see Stalwart Esports finally starting to move a little bit. I think they're going to make sure that their bridge is going to be clear and they're going to be able to make a move for it. Right now, the amount of loot they're going to be able to get is going to be amazing. And I think this is great for them. Nobody bothers them at the start, right? And it looks like they're just going to have a clear path. If for some reason it does go to the main island, they're going to have a clear path. And I feel like this is why they're currently being able to be consistent. And I mean, Stalwart Esports, this was a team that, by a lot of people, they think that they are going to be the winners of this event. So I'm interested to see if that consistency, even though they don't have a chicken dinner yet, if that consistency is going to continue.
That is like 3 games back-to-back-to-back third. That is very impressive considering the format, how the teams are playing, the difference in teams. You're not playing a bit against your usual regional teams. You're not playing against teams that you usually know. So that is that's pretty impressive. And I think, especially the guys on the desk, they talk so much about Stalwart and how their expectations is high. Let's hope that Max is not here to curse them, but rather bless them together with Kylaris.
And one of the teams we were talking about earlier, Nigma Galaxy. I mean, right now, middle of Pachinki, with this circle, you're in a way you're kind of blessed. Just take your time, see what's going to happen. Nobody, more than likely, nobody's really going to be trying to push you. But you can see, you were talking about Potato Hill. Guess what? There's a lot of teams going there right now.
There is. It's a lot of good information to be taken from the high ground there, but also you can't be... Some teams can be sneaking up, and right now Seoul, they are pulling up here by the shacks, and Damwon Kia is lurking in the back, and they're already throwing some of the utility that way here. Vivian and Nate's coming in, and then Seoul hears it. Goblin's the only one that's currently left in the back for it. Let's see if that's going to continue, if he's going to stay kind of an anchor, or at least just make sure that his teammates is going to get away safely, and then he can leave as the last guy, or if they're going to contest Damwon Kia here on the high ground.
I think they were just scouting. Those 2 players on the card were trying to figure out, you know what, are we going to be able to use that advantage with Goblin being able to just kind of keep them focused there? It didn't happen. They decided to go back. Overall, Team Seoul not being too aggressive, making sure they know where they want to go, and that's what you want to see at this stage.
Especially here, once we see the second circle pop, then they can decide, are we going to fight for it? Are we going to leave? Are we going to have to make a big rotation? And soon, 7, we are going to see the next circle here. And this is a big decider. We're going to see if the teams are going to have to stay or if they're going to be moving. A lot of teams still moving in. They're basically on the edge or just outside the circle. And then they're going to have to either continue for a very long time if it's a hot shift against them, or if it's going to be a center circle. Right now, most of the teams would love a center shift.
Yeah, and with TJB, I mean, you see TJB now starting to move down to the south. They're like, okay, you know what? We had plenty of time to loot up. Let's actually move along. And something that I enjoyed there from Stalwart Esports, they were just waiting patiently. They made sure that they sent only one player across that bridge. They made sure nobody was waiting for them. And they were like, okay, it's clear. You know what? Just come our way. More than likely, it's not going to go to military base, even though, never mind.
You summoned it.
I'll take it. I was saying I wanted to bring out my toxic trait of it being in the middle. I mean, it's looking promising right now.
Yeah, it's also hard because the amount of water that is in play right now is making the vast majority of the center of the circle not playable unless you want to be in the water. But we're going to see a lot of teams comes to this southern hill of the Pochinki, there's a big dip, there's some good trees to be played, but mainly 2 compounds. The pack compound and the double barn compound are going to be the main ones that are going to be fought for, and obviously some of the compounds west of farm. Let's see how some of the teams are deciding to do here.
One of the teams I'm currently looking at is Vampire Esports. I mean, they're just taking a way too long with time right there for a meal. What I would like to see, and you can see back-to-back, Kill Switch, one of the main players actually getting eliminated. That's, oh man, that's going to hurt them big time. And this is, I got to bring up my NA trait now. I was hoping back-to-back would have good performances here. So far, after 3 matches, they had 7 points, not what you expect to see out of that team.
Oh, that's unfortunate for them. Hopefully they're able to step it up and especially learn towards. Now that you're casting them, maybe they're stepping up. No, REGAN still taking some shots towards Stalwart. Pika goes out. It's going to be going down as well. That's 1 elimination saved for REGAN's again. Good performance for them, 2.
And then you have J-Way just passing by. Oh, no. J7, please, keep going.
Go away, no. That is so unfortunate. And a strong defense here for REGAN's. Really good performance with them so far. They're sitting in a decent compound if it goes north-northeast, but they are not the most centered team right now. But they're going to be fine. They got some of the elimination points they wanted, and now they're able to secure this. Morph have heard that in the distance.
And the good thing there with REGAN's gaming is, I mean, they were able to take full advantage of that. A lot of those teams weren't really expecting them to be there, and guess what? You end up being able to get 4 elims. That's not bad. At this point, that's not bad. You didn't lose a single player. You didn't have to heal. You didn't have to lose any utility. That's maybe one of the best stuff that you can expect out of a team.
Such a good start for them here, considering still have 17 teams remaining, 63 total players. And the Wildcats, they are guarding the bridge. And this could be really interesting, because if we see a southern shift, worst case scenario, or for your toxic trade, what you hope for, then it's going to be a huge game for them. They could either get past fast, or they could be gatekeeping everyone that's going to be trying to go across on the western bridge.
And as we're seeing all of that, I'm also looking now back-to-back Polo. He's staying right there, very, very close to the water to see if he was going to maybe have to rotate to the military base, because he's by himself now. That's going to be a very hard rotation, so it's interesting to see that. And then TJB, we saw that north to south rotation. Right now, they're not really having to worry about much. As I say that, Lin gets knocked.
Oh.
I'm just caster cursing this.
Yeah, it's just basically live caster cursing them, or it could be some of the other amazing casters that we have here in the arena. Obviously, so many languages is covering these amazing games, and we're gonna be seeing the next circle pop just shortly.
Please, madness.
You're hoping for chaos.
Yes.
For anarchy. And that would be the southern shift. Let's see if it happens.
I kind of wanted to go to military base now. I know earlier I said, and as I said that, it decides to stay just on the main island. Okay, well, we'll take that. We'll take that.
That's fine. And it's also pretty damn good for the majority of the teams, because it is kind of center in the northern side. So the vast majority of the teams, they are already in a damn good spot. Seoul, one of them, 4 rivals, also sitting pretty good. And as we're talking about Nigma Galaxy, they need to have a good game now. They need to have this ball starting to roll for them. Otherwise, they're going to have a really rough day 1, and it's going to be hard to catch up.
Yeah, with Nigma Galaxy, I mean, we're talking earlier about how they were in Pochinki, how they had everything going for them. And right now, I'm not able to even spot them. They're nowhere near to be found there. 4 rivals has actually taken over Pochinki, which is a great, great spot. And look at them. They're going to be able to catch people. If they're rotating, they're going to be able to cause some damage and at least back them up.
Let's see what Donuts is going to be able to get out of this one here. They're also sitting pretty in this situation. Obviously on the northern side of it, but still they are holding on to quite a lot of real estate in this situation.
And if we do end up getting, for some reason, the circle just to end up a little bit towards the east-north, right, of Pochinki, where we have all those fields, I hope all these teams are just currently saving those utilities.
What I love the most about Donuts' position right there is that they're able to become the last team to leave the barns and then run up onto the hill and then basically clear the whole Pochinki east side hill. But Vampire is on the move. Let's see what they're able to do. They have VIVO Keat Stars in the distance. Let's see what the Brazilian guys are able to do. Obviously had the pressure of covering the PMWI Brazil, so I know what these guys are capable of, and they are huge fraggers.
Would you say VIVO Keat is your favorite team to win this?
Not favorite team to win it, but I definitely root a little bit for them because I know these guys are really, really good. But Adrian's going to be taken down, and I basically just counter what I just said. Unfortunately for Adrian.
Actually, we're talking about caster cursing. We're seeing it here live, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening. VIVO keyed after they watch that. They're just going to be absolutely hating us. But for Vimpara Esports, they took their time. They waited to make sure they were going to get a clear shot. They actually had 3 players aiming down, and they were able to make sure they got that knock and finish that illim, which is it's something you want to see because if we go back, Vimpara Esports on the first Erangel, they were stealing a lot of illims.
Yeah, they were. They had only a few knockdowns, but secured a lot of eliminations and a lot of points through the steals there. Cielo is going to be moving towards Ravenclaw. And they're going to be having a rotation through the fields. Try to maybe sneak in, get in under the skin of them, and maybe take a fight to them. Let's see what happens. He's just getting hit from every single side. And Ravenclaw is going to be able to take down Cielo and confirm the elimination here.
Yeah, that's just unlucky for Cielo. You can see the tire got popped, and then all of a sudden he just didn't know what to do. He tried to just switch Cs. Maybe he could just snap on somebody. It was not going to happen. Vimpara Esports right now is looking good. It might not be the 24 illims, right? But something might be happening for them.
Yeah, and the next circle here did shift slightly north, but still it maintained the vast majority of the land in play right now. So we're going to see a lot of teams fight for this next terrain coming up forward. TJB most likely going to be able to get the revive off here. Kist in a good situation. We see VGS as well. Virtual Gaming Squad fighting the Wildcats. Let's see what they're able to do right now. Ooh, utility being used.
Playing it slow. He's going to be able to be found. He is getting knocked. Where's his other teams trying to get the flank? And they are going to be able to. Can they knock him? He's still staying alive somehow. Avenger.
That is wild. Virtual Gaming Squad with a lot of pressure on from the side as well. Boron, half HP, one more. No, he gets countered. Oh my god. That is insane. Super well played by the Wildcats here. We can hear our Turkish colleagues going absolutely crazy next to us. And one shot is down to a 1 versus 1 right now with Boron. Let's see who's going to be able to take it home for them.
Wildcats. I mean, Boron, with that kind of angle, that saved their team. You could see what Virtual Gaming Squad was doing. They were trying to get different angles. They were trying to rotate around them. But Boron said, you know what? I can actually see you. Doesn't matter what you're trying to do. It's not going to work. And he ended up working out wonders for them. Hopefully, he can pick up his squad right now and secure those elimination points.
Oh, he's actually going to go off. The blue
nope.
zone is pushing them. Nope. Boron's going to try to maybe secure the points. Zone is coming in. Garavi taking some shots, but no. And this means Wildcat's going to lose a few players. Boron is going to try to get into a situation where he can play as a solo, but it's going to be hard. A lot of the terrain ahead of him here, 7 is taken already.
And with Virtual Gaming Squad, I mean, they do decide to wait and actually revive those players. I wonder if that's going to hurt them long term. We'll see what happens with them. And we do have Team Falcons here going up against Morph. The winners of the last game. Can Morph continue on this trend? Team Falcons, I mean, a surprising start out of that team too. They ended up in 2nd place in Miramar. Was not expecting that, but I love to see it.
Yeah, back-to-back out in 17th. And of course, the Wildcats out in 16th, and now Stalwart out in 15th place. And we came in and we say, all right, it's so impressive to see them back-to-back 3rd place, but now they are going to have their bad game of the day. Maybe we'll see the next few games they're going to be having a combat. Let's see what Falcon is going to be able to do in this situation here. 7. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Damwon Kia.
Yeah, and with Damwon Kia, I'm intrigued. I mean, you also have Box Gaming that's currently of the horizon. I wonder if they're going to be able to push up on that. Falcon, it is currently spread out a good bit. It will be interesting to see if they are going to be willing to take this fight on to Damwon Kia with Falcon Yusuf just, 47 bullets in a Dream. I'm pretty sure he might be able to catch somebody off rotating. They just have to be careful, make sure that nobody sneaks up on them. And here we go, getting some shots, putting out his position. And is he going to be able to secure? Oh, he's not. And then we have TJB Esports EU getting eliminated as well. What's going on?
It's a wild game already. Damwon Kia putting some pressure on it. Now also,
he ended up backfiring. Remember, I was telling you if it was going to backfire for Virtual Gaming Squad?
It did.
It did.
Yeah, it took too long time. They have to finish their fights fast. And now Falcon putting on some pressure onto Damwon Kia. Forest goes down. Let's see what Dama is going to be able to do here with the DP28. Only a level 1 helmet. So it takes much more damage and durability on it, though. Falcon under pressure from multiple sides. New circle has popped, and has gone northeast from we're talking about a donut. They were potentially going to be able to have a massive game from this, and they have the center compound 7.
They do, and I'm intrigued to see what Team Seoul's going to do right now. They're currently sitting in the middle of that field, or kind of close towards the mountain. I want to see if they're going to have to rotate or how they're going to set themselves up. If they have any vehicles also for cover, because I know in those areas, you don't have any vehicles, and this is what happens to Stalwart Esports. Oh, man, we wanted to see that consistency. Wow. It didn't end up happening.
Yeah, that's crazy. REGAN.S are able to sweep and take control of the southern side of the circle, and they're continue to do so. Now Falcons putting some pressure on to Down Kia. Takes down Song. Amazing.
Damar, that's what you want to see at a Team Falcon.
So
Don't
impressive.
Be scared. Take those shots, Martin.
So impressive. Now Box also trying to get in, and the eastern side is going to get more and more occupied with both Falcon and Box. As you see here on screen, powerful. Putting more pressure onto Box, trying to push them away from their edge, making sure that they have the control.
That Box Gaming pushing up to the rock just in time. I mean, Yusuf right now, he wants some illums. He wants those points.
Falcon still in this situation, putting on pressure for this.
Yusuf, I mean, Team Falcon, they went from probably ended up getting some great amount of limbs to now just backing off a little bit, playing it safe, and kind of like to see it. And then when they see the opportunity, they go for it. This is what you want to see at a Team Falcon. I mean, Yusuf being able to get those knocks, can they confirm that Ilum? That's going to be the big question mark. You can see them trying to rotate. Box Gaming now is starting to get pushed from behind by RSG. I'm not sure, Avenger here, who is going to come out on top. I mean, Box Gaming, I'm actually surprised that they're still alive.
Yeah, they are under so much pressure from Falcon right now, and they continue to survive. And REGAN.S also continuing into that. And it's kind of helping that they're in this dip here, because now that means that REGAN.S is also putting pressure onto Falcons. They want all of it. REGAN.S really taking control on the eastern side from the south.
And guess what? It's helping out Team Falcon right now, because they're going to have to, at some point, they're going to have to just give up this fight. You're going to have a disadvantage too. And there's so much more stuff going on right now with other teams that they need to be careful. You don't want to focus too much right now on RSG. If you can somehow rotate and get actually inside the circle, you have to do it. But wow, those shots, I mean, as I'm saying that, Team Falcon just keeps proving me wrong. They're able to get those shots, they're able to get those ilms, and it's currently working for them.
Yeah, all right, let's see what Falcons could do here. They are moving a bit around. They're trying to get out of this, but REGAN.S just putting on some pressure on them, but they're losing out as well. Means that REGAN.S is probably going to go out soon. VIVO keyed out in 8th place here with just 1 elimination. Falcon able to survive this is a mystery to me, 7.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out wonders for them, right? They were able to hit those shots. That's pretty much what it came down to, and they were able to become aggressive when they needed to be. They saw some knocks, they went for it, but this is, I feel like this is maybe when they needed to just try to move on from that fight, try to see what's going on over that hill, and try to locate themselves. Where are you going to go after this, right? What is your next move?
Exactly. They want to make sure of REGAN.S getting out here. Vampire taking control of this shack here, super important for them. We have 4 rivals in the distance there, moving across the field. Shots are coming onto them. That's a knock as well. Super well played by Schweppes. Nice shots coming in. And also, without us seeing, Nigma Galaxy being able to take some of the bunkers area. That is just so important for them. Now Freak putting on some pressure onto the Vampire Esports guys.
And at this point, if you do have any grenades, Nigma Galaxy, please start throwing them. You know exactly where he's going to be at. You know he can't move out of there. Vampire Esports is a team that you don't want lingering behind you, because they're just going to come and strike. And this is what I'm talking about. Let those grenades roll, and the shots too.
Super well played by Freak and Nigma Galaxy. This rotation, this is a macro call to get into the bunker. They saw potentially open. All they did a blind rotate. Then they got in and took control of it. 4 guys alive, and they're now trying to make sure that they can close this game out after a rough day 1 here. But game 4 is looking really good for them.
Vampire Esports is able to pick up that player. They are able to recover a little bit. Are they going to be able to get those seals? And then, as I was mentioning, Nigma Galaxy still needs to be careful with them. That is a very strong team, as you can see right now. Even though they might be pinned, Vampire Esports players are trying to get those ilms so they can move forward.
Ralph has an idea that Ravenclaw is there. Oh, nice! This is crazy good utility usage here for 4 rivals. Let's see if they're able to close some of it out. A lot of damage is being put out. Another one is found. Oh, it's actually finished off. Lappy is being taken up on stone though now, and he's being finished off too with another elimination for Vampire Esports. USG coming out of the barns. They're putting on pressure from the north side. Falcons still alive on the east.
And guess what? Vampire Esports says you guys decided not to eliminate us. Well, guess what? Now it's time that we put that pressure on them. And Donuts, USG, helped them out big time too. This is what happened with Nigma Galaxy. I was hoping they would finish off that fight early. It didn't happen. And now we do have Team Falcon. Hopefully they can start picking some people off from here.
Oh, that's a headshot straight to the level 3 helmet. Donuts are not taking anything off it. Missile sends bullets raining his way. And that's going to be a really rough situation for Falcons, trying to get the revive off, but the pressure from multiple sides are coming off. REGAN.S still trying to sneak in, but the circle shifted north 7 straight onto Donuts and Nigma Galaxy.
And with all these teams distracted by Team Falcon, this is actually going to work wonders for REGAN.S game. And you can see them just little by little crawling, but hey, it's going to work out for you. And right now, you're going to see, 3 players from Vampire Esports. You do have 1 player from 4 rivals just laying down and playing patiently. This is going to be absolute madness. And as I say that, REGAN.S, no, RSG player gets eliminated. He was spotted.
Yeah, that's REGAN.S out in 9th or 6th, and with 9 eliminations, that's great for them. But Donuts, only team with 4 alive. They're probably going to be able to put a lot of pressure on the rest, and then they'll see if Vampire and Nigma, they're able to withstand this pressure, or what's going to happen here. Falcons, 10 eliminations in 5th place here. Such an honorable placement for them with the amount of points they're going to be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, I would say that was actually a great game for them, considering how many fights they got on.
And also the terrain they came from.
Yes, and they did have to end up rotating a little bit left. I mean, a little bit late here on this final circle, which kind of hindered them. But for them to be able to get at least those 10 kills is going to be wonders. And then we have Donuts. I think this might actually work out wonders for Donuts. I think that might be my favorite.
Oh,
but Vampire.
Power rivals as well coming in. Stone takes down Amodia. That's actually Nigma Galaxy out. They were in the middle. They got sandwiched completely in this situation. And this is such a good thing for Donuts now. Missile gone down. Oh, no. Rivals gone out too. We're just down to Donuts, and it looks like a Donut game, this one.
We were talking about it before this game actually started. Well, guess what? It's bound to happen. Vampires, though. Vampire Esports, I am so impressed with the way they have been able to work out this final circle, the way they were able to put some extra pressure on Nigma Galaxy, even when they had some of their players down. This is great stuff, and if they can get another chicken dinner on Erangel, oh, man, that's going to secure a big spot for them at the top.
All right, they're trading revives in this situation. Want to get everyone up top again. And the question is, how is it going to end up? Looking violently out. The circle actually went away from both teams here in 7 in this situation. Donuts has to come in from the northern side, try to use some of the utilities, use some of the smokes to try to get in. Vampire has a little bit more of the terrain, but Naoto has some cover. Let's see how much they have to work with. There's also a crate inside the circle, so that could be worked as hard cover instead of the soft cover that smokes provide.
It will be, and even though they are throwing up those smokes, right, they're sending up the smoke line. I do like Naoto is currently going to have a little bit of a higher ground advantage over some of these players, so he might be able to spot something if he just jumps and sees them rotating. As we say that, Ravenclaw being able to get the knock. If you're going to push, this is the time, and he is going to do that. He's going to try to just get cover behind that crate that you were mentioning, and now it becomes down to who is snaking on their path and who's going to be able to get the next knock. Vampire, though, so aggressive. Look at them. They're not wasting any time. They know they currently have the advantage in regards to one of the players was knocked, but then it backfires. One of the Molotovs from Naoto, one of the players I was telling you, being able to get the angle. What's going on here, Vampire? You guys had it going for you.
Yeah, the opening knock was important, but they're putting a lot of pressure onto them and just making sure they stay back there. Oh, it's going to be good for Donuts. They're going to go in and they're going to get it. It's a game for Donuts. USG, what a great one. But Vampire able to get another great game here on Erangel 7.
Yeah. They didn't get the win, but that sends a statement to me. That sends a statement in regards to being able to keep their composure. And for Donuts, too, they did get the chicken dinner, and the composure that they were able to hold off there at the end. I think Naoto being able to get that top angle, being able to have that height advantage, I felt like that was a big-time play for that player.
Yeah, and Donuts being able to get out of the compound. They're playing like they are planning to. They want to stay 4 guys alive. They want to get into the circle slowly and obviously close it out. And you can see here, that 4-player advantage versus being only versus 3 players. That's huge. That is what won them the game. Vampire had the upper hand, but Donuts is able to close it out.
And one of the teams that is going to be saying what could have been is going to be Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
They had the perfect spot, and then everybody just ended up crashing onto them, and it was just too much for them to handle. They took too long, I feel like, the fight with Vampire Esports. They should have been able to hurry that up a little bit more. If they had more utilities, I think that was the time to use it. They didn't, or maybe they just ended up running out, and Vampire Esports was able to take full advantage of when the other team started third party.
I love what I'm seeing from them compared to what we've seen from the first 3 games.
Yeah.
So them being able to put themselves into a center location in the circle, putting pressure on the rest of the teams, that's much better than we've seen from the first 3 games. And if they can continue that and maybe potentially clear an angle, they could potentially close out games in the future. But, guys, that is it from our first game here. We have 2 more games. We're going to go to a short break, and we're going to be right back with the desk who's going to break down this game further.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Well, Donuts USG take home the victory, but what impresses us the most is Vampire, the team that we had questions about after the first match of, was that just a one-off and done, or is this Thailand here to play in? Well, we got our answer here in match, or well, the second Erangel, I should say. I'm just Kaplan, still your host, haven't been kicked off just yet. Maybe we'll switch things around. Maybe Maxman here, who to my left, might be hosting here at some point.
Nah, I don't. I politely refuse, Jason. I am not interested in your role.
Very nice of you.
Yeah.
He doesn't get a choice. It doesn't matter. I don't care if he's refusing. I get to choose if he's going to host.
You were staring me down.
I refuse to let him host. And then we have, of course, Kalaris on the end as well. But, gentlemen, as you take a look at the match standings by STC, that was a ridiculous game, yet again, out of Vampire.
I mean, Vampire, the thing is, right, they get himself, sure, that first good game, a little bit of, invisibility. They're coming back up really strong once again. And their rotation, especially, like, we talked about their rotation around the northern side of that hill where Team Seoul stayed for the longest time. Like, the timing on that was key for them to get in those trenches. And then the way they just spread out against Donuts, I did not expect that to happen, but it was just spectacular.
You're talking about Pachinki South Road, right? Between the two kind of hill ranges that kind of create that little valley, right? And normally, that little valley that they entered into that area from and then moved into the west side of those fields, normally that is a death sentence almost. Like, it's very difficult to actually make that happen, but it's like hiding in plain sight. They knew a lot of the teams on those hills, not above them, were preoccupied with other teams that were on the hills as well. So have a little cheeky sneak on through there, get in those fields, use some smokes to move up to the dips that are all important. We'll talk about those dips in a moment because I thought that guaranteed the teams there were going to be able to take the victory. And eventually one of them did. But yeah, Vampire converting 25 points after already an insane day to start things off. That's huge for them and Thailand.
And the thing I want to say for this match in particular is there were so many things that were great to see. Now you're like, oh, Jason, that's such a vague thing. First of all, we got to see VGS change their drop location, right? They moved away from box. They went to Ferry Pier. They still had a team to contend with there. We saw RSG have finally some sort of resurgence out of the team that we have yet to see, able to put up some good numbers with 9 eliminations. We saw Nigma Galaxy as well finally show up here in this match. I feel like this really opened our eyes to like what potential, or maybe opening the eyes to the audience of what we've been saying about some of these teams and the potential they have here in this event.
I mean, that's what's going to happen when you have a second iteration of each map, right? This is the second Erangel. Teams could have that adaptation a little bit more, and they did change, especially like for VGS. You asked for them to change exactly where they went, right, Kalaris, to that very peer position of big split. They did chase down Vampire a little bit too long, but at least they didn't, like, go out in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, so the very peer split was a decent choice. As you say, that fight, or that kind of, as you say, that chase went on a little bit too long. I do think they're a bit nervous about how they're approaching the game right now. That's just me kind of watching how they're moving around,
VGS, right?
VGS, yes. And I think that with their Fairy Pier drop, it's a decent spot, but I had to question how much potential loot they had because there was kind of that chase around against Vampires going on for a little bit longer than should have been happening, and then they had to transition north early as well to get themselves a bit more of a center spot. So I'd have loved to have seen their exact loot in those moments, but, you know, we can't look at every single thing.
Not yet, but maybe soon. Speaking of central spots, though, what about Team Seoul? They got themselves set up very nicely.
It's touchy, you know.
Okay. Oh, you don't want to talk about it?
No, we can talk about it. When they went for like those dip positions, the shed too, right? It was a good play. Like they had multiple options. You can stay on the hilltop, keep that position, or you can go central and try and aim for that chicken dinner, which in that case, that was what Team Seoul were trying to achieve, which no issue with that. I still do think, and you agree with me, Kalaris, on this point, like we did think that Nigma Galaxy should not have been allowed to get to that point, to that position, that easily. It should have been punished severely by Seoul, and it seemed like the setup took maybe a little bit too long to really have the impact on Nigma.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy's move was referenced in the cast, and it's something that's astutely pointed out, the fact that they were able to take that away from them. As soon as I see this circle fall on these fields, there's 2 dips that kind of create this opportunity for people to sit in and kind of survive. Seoul had one of them, and Donuts USG had the other. When I see this kind of circle, I think one of those 2 teams is going to win. However, Nigma Galaxy crashing onto Seoul and absolutely smashing their position completely stole that away from Seoul. I do have to question how strong Seoul is coming in, not being able to hold that dip when a team's crashing in like that, because they should have been able to put up more of a fight, I feel.
Yeah, and you can see that by the damage here right now, comparing it to Nigma Galaxy. Team Seoul, 367 damage, definitely not as much damage you would expect when you are a team trying to force other squads away from that spot. And then Nigma take exactly that position, and they step up when it comes to damage. Like, they are trying to do and make sure that they can force teams away in some way.
There's so much to talk about regarding those 2 dips. In terms of, like, when you use utility, the symbiotic relationship of those 2 dips, holding out other teams to make sure that they're not going to be approaching and things like that. And when it came to the very ending moments of Donuts USG actually winning that out, I was a little bit concerned from them because I don't think they had much utility left.
One molly.
To go up against Vampire. And we saw how strong Vampire was doing so well down in that kind of southwest dip compared to them. But they did win it out. Good for them, but I was concerned.
And you see how impactful, like, the threat of a potential, a nade or molly is actually at the end game there, because really, when you look at Vampire, they were all pinched in that small little position around the circle, and Donuts had the advantage. The fact that there were no nades, Vampire, like, no nades are coming, we're just going to spread. You have those angles, and you're looking at Ravenclaw in particular. That could have been a complete 180, and it could have been Ravenclaw's win for the team.
And I'm sorry, Jason, I really love talking about these dips. The thing is, as well, is when you're Donuts USG, when you're looking down, no. When you're them and you're using utility in the late game, but not the late game, and actually displacing one of the teams, and you've used all your grenades and your mollies to try and get rid of them, you can't then crest the dip and go over to actually go and get your opponent's utility, because if you do that, you're going to be shot at by other teams. So you have to be very careful about when you use your grenades and your mollies to displace the opposite team on the other side, because you're not going to have any more to work with. You can't go and loot those loot boxes.
So I have a question for you, Kalaris. When are you going to get into coaching?
I like talking too much, and I would probably talk their ears off, and they'd be like, can you get out of the room, please?
Yeah, but then you could do the media days.
I don't want to do the media days. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you play the basketball.
He can do the media days. I'm rubbish at basketball. I told you I'm like 3 foot tall.
Yeah, but that's why you got a little loop.
That's why.
No way. Stop talking to me.
We found one hoop that you can dunk on, okay? Let's take a look at the round report, though, from our 4th match of the day. Remember, we still have 2 yet to come, though, and see, again, who was our top damage dealer was. It's just going to be all Mike. Mike.
Mike Wazowski. I don't know. I don't know why I went with that.
That is definitely the PG version. I thought of something different.
No, not at all. No, but know what? I'm impressed. Like, this is not a team that I had on my radar when it comes to the PMWI. And really, the first game already, as you said earlier in the green room, right, Kalaris, this potentially was the biggest opening game we have seen in PUBG Mobile in like maybe forever. We'll have to check that. And they can keep the momentum a little bit to some extent, getting themselves almost a second chicken dinner in 4 games alone. That is, like, so far almost never seen in, like, this level of play. And if they can keep it up, like, it's going to be really hard to close that gap, even for teams like Stalwart or Falcons that are relatively consistent here.
No, indeed. I mean, actually, when you look at Mike, for astute watchers as well, he's actually not playing under that name in-game. He's playing under the name Stoned E with an I at the end of it. But the thing is that, yeah, the performance that he's actually putting up in these games is a little bit unheard of, actually, in a first day on an international tournament quite like this. I did not expect them to come in blasting like they are, but they're really controlling their areas very well. They're transitioning very well, playing as a cohort very well. I'm excited to see them play out more games. I really am.
I mean, you think back, right?
Yeah, exactly. You think back to Power AAA KPS, we ended up seeing that team like qualify on the final day quite consistently when it came to PMGC, but we know how strong Thailand can be. And I just wanted to show actually our top damages when it came to this match. And I want to point out one team in particular yet again, besides Vampire, which we talked about a ton, besides RSG, Falcon again. Yeah. Falcons are playing so well, and I can actually hear from our green room the audience just cheering and shouting whenever they're getting more and more eliminations. They are really putting themselves on the map here.
We were talking about this so much with Kalaris in the green room. Like, their edge play on the East is so good. Like, any team would get remotely close, you're dead. You're done. There's no way you're going to be escaping that situation. So Falcons, if there's a fight coming their way, they capitalize on it. And the fights are, just like we saw from Vampire, they're really quick. Like, they're very snappy, and they don't lose players. And that's why you see them get that amount of eliminations in the mid-game super quickly.
Yeah, between, I would say, Falcons and Stalwart in terms of edge play right now as they're approaching circles and holding other teams out, they're up there. They are very much so showing some great quality on those edge plays. And the thing is right now is that actually some of these circles are very edge heavy. Not a lot of people are wanting to go into the middle of these fields. If you don't have those 2 dips in the middle, where else do you go? The edge is the only place you can play. And if you're taking the eliminations there, it's very, very profitable.
Okay. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually, you can see, about 2 minutes away until we are going to be getting underway with our next match of the day, which, of course, will be on Miramar. We're going to actually bring in our new commentators in just a second. And by new, I mean, well, it's the same commentators before, but they're just so good. They're so new. We can once again mention really quickly a big shout out here to MasterCard and Razer here helping support this event, making sure PMWI and G8 do happen. And, of course, with Miramar to come up next, we got to see some consistency out of some teams when it came to Erangel #1 and Erangel #2. Now I'm hoping to see some consistency when it comes out of TJB on Miramar, considering we saw them take their victory as well. But once again, for you guys at home, all the things you can do to win some prizes. Make sure you update your profile pictures, whether it's on Instagram, Facebook, whatever, to the team that you're supporting. And make sure you guys are leaving comments on the official platforms to get a chance to win some sweet rewards and use that hashtag PMWI. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take you underway here with our 5th match of the day. We got Avenger. I'm just going to get out of here and 7 Worlds Gaming.
It's okay. I call him that before, too. Okay, we were literally just having that conversation. But, man, what a match that we just had. And we saw Vampire Esports perform well back-to-back now in Erangels. And now going into this Miramar, right, I want to see, as Jason was saying, TJB, can you also perform well back-to-back on 2 maps?
Yeah, that would be crazy to see. I would love to see it. Obviously, the consistency on maps usually follows. We saw with Stalwart that they were able to obviously have across all maps so far. But obviously, we want to see, is this their home map or was this a one-time thing? Obviously, their circle was perfect. We saw the overlook compound that they're able to push out of. And also, in general, in the Ladaria area, it's having the high ground is just so damn strong. And obviously getting started soon. I love this arena, though, I gotta say, 7. It is amazing. Also, our augmented reality team flying us in here on over the Miramar. Actually, my favorite map, because this is where, this is where the teams that have their macro on point, that's where they shine. They know how to get to the high ground positions. They know how to scout. They know how to get into these fantastic situations where they can get a lot of eliminations.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that. You already know me. You already know I like madness, so it wouldn't be a surprise to you that I'm going to say Sanhok is my favorite match. But what I am going to be looking at here is what's going to happen in Picado. I mean, in the first Miramar that we got a chance to play, it was Team Seoul lost 3 players in Picado to Box Gaming. I want to see if they're going to be able to adjust to that. We saw what Team Seoul was able to do in that previous match in Erangel. They were able to get a lot of the just major center stuff, but how they're going to start.
For sure. I want to see what this plane path gives us, though. We are going all the way south of Los Lunes, all the way up to the north side, close to La Carrera. And this opens up so many things. The vast majority of our teams here, they're going to be able to get into their usual drops or at least get a car and move in there. So let's see if we're going to see any hot drops, if we're going to see any contests, or potentially any gatekeeps. And obviously, the first circle, where do we go? Already early, Damonkey out. They're going to maintain a lot of control on the southwest side. Let's see how much they're going to be having. Highest damage so far. Not a surprise considering that they have had such a good performance in the first couple of games here. Vampire, quite impressive. Longest elimination here. That's where the change of the talk happens here. 375 meters and 373 meters. That is really damn close. And 2 players on top of the knockouts as well. Ravenclaw and Wave, of course, looking really sharp there. And the nade limbs, that's all Vampire here, 7.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. I mean, with currently the way they're performing, as we're seeing the map right there, doesn't look to me like Team Seoul wanted to go Picado again with Box Gaming. And that's a smart thing, okay? You want to be able to get all those points. For everybody currently watching at home, let's watch PMWI together. Complete daily missions to earn points. Once enough points are accumulated, tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding rewards.
Yeah, and participate in the event solo or team up with other players, both is okay. Team up could get the reward more easy if you're able to win some of those games here. But let's take a look at this game here and how the circle is going to play out. I want to point out, though, Box is obviously, they're not going to get contested again.
Yep.
Because in the Picado arena, there's a boxing arena, and Box is obviously the best at boxing. So let's be completely obvious about that. It's a northeastern circle, 7, though, and that's a really interesting one because we have a lot of open areas. We have a lot of high ground areas. So I'm really curious to see how these teams, they're going to make their way. And there's a lot of teams outside the circle on our western side, south and north. So a lot of teams and a lot of pressure is going to be happening coming in from the southwest side of the circle here. So if the clever teams, and this is where I really love it, if the clever teams are really clever, they're going to take their long rotations on the southeast side or on the northeast side and try to get in on the northeastern side of the circle here because the vast majority of the teams are on the southwest side of this current circle.
And talking about clever teams, I want to see what kind of rotation Dan 1 Kia is going to end up doing here as they are currently looting in Valley del Mar. They're going to have so many options, right? And something that they got to keep in mind, if we go back to the first Miramar that we saw, a lot of these teams were playing that edge circle. And it was, I mean, it wasn't even close. Everybody was pretty much on the edge. So if you wait too long to try to get into that circle, that rotation is going to be super, super hard to get in.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the really interesting one here. That's why I love Miramar, because we're going to be seeing that. Here, back-to-back, your hometown boys looting in Montenegro by themselves, not inside the circle currently, but they're going to have a really easy way in. They could go all the way to San Martin, my hometown, if they want to get an easy way in. The question is, does Stalwart stay? Does Falcons stay? Or do they try to take some of these more prevalent good compounds that we know that is close to the Hacienda area?
You say easy rotation for back-to-back, and I know the viewers currently can't see this, but if for some reason they take a little bit too long, Nigma Galaxy could kind of cut him off, and then it goes from that easy rotation to absolute madness because they're also going to have to worry about the other team that's currently below that with Adrian and Vampire. I mean, that's a team that right now with the way they're performing, I don't want to run into them. I'm pretty sure back-to-back definitely doesn't want to run into them.
And I think that's definitely something we're going to be seeing further into the tournament is we're going to see once we've done with day number 1 here, the teams are going to go back. They're going to look at all these rotations. They're going to look at all these plays. They're going to be like, all right, these teams are actually making the same rotations. So we could potentially gatekeep them or camp their rotations.
Yeah, and you were talking about all the area that's up in that's just open on the top east.
Yeah.
4 rivals right now taking full advantage of that. And now we're finally getting into a fight here. RSG against Morph a team that didn't really perform that well in the first 2 matches. Miramar being one of them, and they end up losing Frenzy with their teammates nowhere to be seen. That's a good pickup right there for RSG.
Yeah, REGAN.S again with these early fights here, they're really taking advantage of that. lightning fast in that situation, and they're able to close this one out. They are not inside the circle currently. They are just south of the circle in the southern side, close to Los Leones or inside Los Leones. Now TJB, let's see what they're able to do. If they're able to have a crazy one for this situation. Obviously the high-ground compound was fantastic for them, but right now they're far away. Box also in a rotation, currently going closer. They are quite center already, and potentially going to be able to take some compounds. And the crazy thing is, to me, is that obviously there's a lot of compounds available, but we are playing 18 teams 7. And throughout the games we've seen so far today, we're not seeing as many splits. We're not seeing as many greedy splits, these 2-2 splits and all these 1-1-2 splits, where all the teams are getting really greedy because there are just this more amount of players, more amount of teams that are going to contest your compounds. So we see a lot more teams play closely knitted together, making sure that they stay 4 guys alive towards the late game, because as we've seen in the vast majority of the game so far, the teams with 1 extra guy just continues to win these fights, because obviously if you're in a 2 versus 1, 3 versus 2, 4 versus 3, you have the upper hand by default.
Yeah, and I mean, you're saying that we just literally saw it in the final ending of that previous Erangel. You saw Vampire, they did have 1 less player, and it kind of ended up hindering them. I feel like if Vampire would have had those 4 players, they would have definitely ended up winning that. And we do see TJB making sure that some of the players from Box Gaming back off. They don't want to be anywhere near them. Actually, Vampire Esports backs off. Don't come near us. That's what they're trying to say right now. And you were talking about earlier of all the open area that's on the top east. I mean, 4 Rivals was able to take big advantage of Cruz del Valle, and then you have USG as well, El Hazard, just looting slowly, not having to worry about anything. And something that we're seeing completely different from the first Miramar is nobody's wanting to play this edge, okay? Everybody's wanting to go straight to the middle.
Yeah, exactly. We see Box, we see CJB right now. Some of the really high priority compounds here with the concrete building and the warehouse in the intersection. They're close southeast of Hacienda del Patron.
Ooh.
And Aton and Wildcats are in a fight. See what they're able to do.
We've seen what Boren can do, but now he's gonna have to be careful, because it looks like Bruno from Aton Esports is wanting to take this fight. He is gonna have Ray 77 with him to back him up. Can Bruno release the screen and at least get some damage and knock him? He is able to get that knock. Bruno coming up big. Insy's going to be able to confirm that too. He's got to watch out for the other player. And guess what? Some of the other players from the other team are also going to be able to push up. Wildcats being able to try to get that angle. You can see Lux right there. And it is going to backfire. This is just going south right now for Aton Esports.
Lux pushing in, super aggressive, trying to get more control of this, trying to deny the rest, and it's happening. It's so well played by Wildcats. And Aton is out in 18th place. They do get 1 with them, 1 elimination and 1 point secured for them here.
You can see that Aton Esports ended up getting that knock, and then they were like, okay, we got that Ilum. They got a little bit too complacent. You got to be able to finish that, and you got to be ready, because you know that team is going to be coming. They don't want to lose. Nobody wants to lose players right now at this stage. And just go back and watch that battle. Okay, Aton Esports, you got to be able to learn. Marv, Rocky right now trying to be sneaky. He knows that there's going to be a buggy right there. Oh, this is going to be an interesting fight between these 2 players.
He has information. Question is, can he hit it? Oh my god, that is on point. A lot of damage done. Now, let's see what they decide to do. REGAN.S, he's going to, oh my god, that is so clever. Repositions the car, gets out. Morph could completely disengage from this fight. That's a good another nade. Let's see the next circle pop. It's coming up slowly here. This could be a huge one. We still have teams that are trying to get in from literally everywhere where we saw them drop.
And then you have Damwon Kia. I mean, I think they're still thinking of that previous Miramar. Everybody was just playing edge. They're playing it super, super slow. I don't blame them.
Oh.
And this is going to work out wonders for them.
That is going to work great.
Obviously, they don't know this, but they have so much space to rotate into. I'm hoping they don't decide to do one of those rotations you were talking about earlier. And guess what? RSG against Morph. Morph should have at least an angle towards the east of RSG, but those smoke grenades are just going to be able to favor them. I think Morph is going to end up losing Rocky.
That's unfortunate. They're going to go down 1 player more. They're going to be just 2 now. So they're going to be in a salvage mission to see if they can get more out of this game. RSG is going to get healed up fully. They're going to be completely fine as well. And they're going to be moving in for that too. Vampire Could potentially hear Morph rotating. I love this circle here. We are going to go on the western side. We're closing up Cinder and Hacienda, and we've had some fantastic endings around that area because it becomes very urban once we get closer to San Martin and Hacienda. The question is, do we stay on the open field side on the east, or do we go urban on the west side here and maintain some of the high ground that we have south of the San Martin too? Now, Team Falcons have had a really good performance. The home turf heroes here. And let's see if they're going to be able to continue that.
Yeah, they definitely want to be able to continue on that energy that we're able to put out earlier. So we are going to be looking at a replay here from RG.
Oh, yeah,
what happened. Rocky was able to get a knock, but I mean, DD being able to just back him up, he's going to end up getting the knock. And you see, Fajar, I thought he was going to maybe get the off angle, but
nope.
See, it seems like it ended up backfiring for him throwing that smoke.
Oh, that's a good amount of shots coming into Yusuf, and you can hear the crowd go wild. Amazing. Super well played by Team Falcons and Yusuf in this situation. They are able to close this one out. They're close to the water treatment, so they are also in a very, very good position and on the terrain. Now, Fall Rivals, Labby here on the high ground. Now, Damar's going to try to finish off, get the elimination points, and secure that. And you can hear the crowd go wild, cheering for them. That is great. The first grenade elimination, Yusuf is able to close that one off. Yeah, Team Falcons able to step it up.
What a surprise, honestly. I did not expect that. I didn't really think this team was going to be doing that well, and I'm so happy that they are, as we do see Team Seoul being able to get that player. Lappy, I think it was, from 4 Rivals. There you go. He was trying to get that angle. Guess what? He ended up backfiring. Team Seoul was able to sneak up on him, and right now Team Seoul with 1 Elim. You love to see it, and I want to see what Team Seoul is going to end up doing. In the previous Erangel, you saw them being able to take that center of the circle. It ended up being a little bit too much for them. And right now, when I'm actually looking at circle, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Stalwart Esports. They're pretty much smack down the middle, and that's a team that, you know, if they end up getting pushed, if they end up getting third party, that's with the talent and the skill that those players have, they can back it up, and they might end up getting a bunch of villains.
For sure, and rotations are coming in hard on the eastern side of the map too now. Falcon does see Soul in the distance. And cheering is coming on for Falcon in the arena. All right, circles closing in. As you can see on the map here, I was talking about on the eastern side, southeast, a lot of teams are going to be fighting for the same terrain here. If they don't get a shift in this situation here, 7, it's going to be really rough for them, and they're going to have to be doing big rotations. A lot of teams are already occupying some of the best compounds in the center too. Box, Falcon, Stalwart, VIVO, Keat, Stars, and TJB is sitting damn pretty right now. Let's see the next pop mall. Oh yes. My God, it's going to go north here and close out on the Hacienda area, but we have a huge ridge that is in play, and the water treatment could potentially also be crashed in the terrain that's going to be able to be taken from that. It's going to be good. Now, Virtual Gaming Squad putting on pressure onto Damankia. Oh, Fabian has to heal.
Damankia barely being able to get up that. And this is what ended up happening here with Team Falcon. I mean, beautiful. You can see those shots. Yusuf, you are just something else. He got the nade Elim, and he also was able to put up those shots with the AKM. And I was going to say, you mentioned it too, that southeast and the east is just going to be absolute managed with all those teams trying to push in. And I know that everybody in the crowd was screaming Team Falcon, Team Falcon. I was actually screaming urban area. And it ended up working out wonders for us.
All right, yeah, especially here with this situation where they're going to be moving from the southeast. The circle did go slightly northwest, so the big rotations is basically the last time we're going to see those. They're going to be trying to go up on the northern side and try to take some of that terrain that could potentially be open on the northwest. The question is, are all of them going to be able to do so, or are they going to decide to do so? Donuts coming off the win here, Donuts USG. They are one of those teams that are looking like they need a big rotation.
And with them, oh man, I'm looking at this, the rotation that Damwon Kia is currently doing. I wish they would have just stayed left, because right now they're about to run into just a wall of teams that are going to be fighting with each other. Vampire Esports see somebody from TJB. He's not going to be able to move, but guess what? Stone, being the smart player that he is, he's just destroying all those tires where that player's not going to be able to go anywhere. And here we go. Wildcats? What are you going to be able to do, Wildcats? We've seen what you guys can do before. I love hearing the crowd. I miss it. And here we go. RSG. Almost being able to knock somebody there from TJB, but TJB getting the angles too and being able to finish off RSG. This is huge for TJB.
Massive game for them. Maybe they're going to be able to get the rest off as well on Zhao. Question is, how are they going to do so with Bucks staring down? They have a bit of a smoke. So the utility is going to come out, and it's going to work out for them. Oh, Bucks in the Hacienda compound. Huge compound, plenty of loot, so if they need to refresh their vests or helmets, they're going to be fine to do so. Now, Wildcats, more rotations coming in. Damwon Kia too. Are they going to drive straight into them? And the drive-by is going to happen. They are first. Took some damage. Oh, Fabian's going to go down now. X-Ray, what are you able to do here for the Wildcats?
And Wildcats, I mean, they have the players behind them too. They need to be careful. They were able to get that knock, and I think that was huge. Can he get the knock? And he's not. He's actually going to get third party by USG. What's happening here? Damwon Kia, though, can they secure this? We know they love those DBS. This is the perfect time for him. It does not end up working out for him. Wildcats being able to come out on top and securing some great amount of elims for them. Right now, for them, 7 elims, Avenger.
Yeah, that's a rough situation for them. Having to fight outside the blue here. They just want, both of the teams wanted the rotation now. See in the minimap, it's a northern shift towards the water treatment. And that's going to be rough for the teams on the south. A lot of teams are on the south side of that big road there, 7. Let's see how they manage to get into the zone. Oh, that is Wildcats just simply in a rough situation. Yeah, and Juni, oh my God, also putting out the utility, securing that Damwon Kia. It's just mutual destruction, basically.
Yeah, the 4X from Wildcats. I think he waited a little bit too long trying to cook that grenade, and he forgot that he was playing in this zone. He ended up backfiring for him. And right now, guess what? We have another push. Nigma Galaxy. This is a team that we've currently been looking at for the past 2 matches. Are they going to be able to do anything? They're not. They're actually going to end up losing players, and they decide to back off. And with this new circle, I'm intrigued to see how back-to-back is going to be able to just get inside that circle. And on top of that, I mean, Stalwart Esports, they really haven't had to do much. We haven't seen them much, but guess what? I'm pretty sure they're going to set themselves up nicely for the final one.
Yeah, the teams that are looking good, really good right now is Falcon, it's Seoul, his 4 rivals. Nigma Galaxy in a huge fight here with Vampire Esports, taking down Fluke. Let's see how many more he can get. Oh, it's going to be found. That is so unfortunate. Lord goes down, and that is Nigma Galaxy out in 16th. And now, the coming minutes here, we're going to see so many more teams falling because there's simply not enough terrain to accommodate all these teams.
Yeah, I mean, with the 18 teams that we have right now, I mean, not right now, but we start with, you're just seeing a completely different PUBG Mobile esports than what we used to. And I'm actually loving it. I'm loving all this kind of fights that we're going to hear towards the end. And going back to Nigma Galaxy, I know they ended up losing there, but I did appreciate that player tried to get that elim. He was not expecting the other player to come in from that door, but hey, it happens, okay? It's Vampire Esports. You can't really be too harsh on yourself with the way Vampire Esports is playing right now.
All right, Donuts off this great game. Found some terrain inside the circle here. You can see on the minimap they're inside on the northeast side. I have an idea that Virtual Gaming Squad is over there on the ridge that they have to push up on to once we see these next circles pop. Also a little bit live. You can see these players. Some are playing with 3 fingers, some are playing with 4. And most of them are playing with more than 2 for sure. See how it works out for VIVO Keat. Adrian on screen.
I was going to say, I'm not sure about that spot there for Stalwart Esports. I'm hoping that they do decide to go somewhere else because VIVO Keat is just currently zeroed in on them. And you can also see back-to-back just being on the horizon behind them too. This is going to be interesting what's happening to them because VIVO Keat is going to have to push at some point. They are outside that circle.
Yeah, the question is, do they drive past? Do they try to drive closer? Do they breach them? What's the situation with this? And now another situation with Box and Vampire Esports sharing. That's a nice shot from Stone straight into the helmet. It's going to save him. Now Juni is going to be trying to get into the circle. Let's see how deep he can go. He cannot go deeper than that. That is Damwon Kia out in 14th with 2 eliminations.
Yeah, that rotation from Damwon Kia ended up backfiring for them. But Stone, being able to go from one team to another team, snapping on them, doesn't matter which gun he's using. And guess what? We talked about VIVO Keat having to push in, and they decided to just, they didn't decide to drive by. They decided to just fully push into Stalwart Esports. And guess what? Back-to-back is going to be able to try to third-party this here as we do see the fight ensuing. Stalwart Esports trying to back him up with some utilities. Grenades. Oh, action, please. Hit another one because that was almost on the money.
Yeah, it's almost like the director out there saying 1, 2, 3 action. Try to get some of that and put it on. That's a lot of damage being on to Cielo. And that is him out. That is VIVO Keat out in 13th. 0 elims, considering that their early positioning was actually really good.
Yep.
Stalwart's able to defend it. I'm sure that they could have been worked out better if they decided to go for the full crash rather than try to get little bit of an edge inside the circle in the middle and a little dip. It really doesn't work out that well for them. But now that also means that back-to-back, Stalwart, all these teams, they have to move across the street and try to get into some of these new compounds. All the terrain, there's a lot of open fields as well on the south side of Morph and Falcon here too.
And I was surprised there, J-Way actually decided to take a shot on this Stalwart Esports player. Why would you do that? They didn't even, I don't think they even knew you were there. Just focus on getting inside that circle. Don't focus on trying to get some cheeky kills because that's just not going to happen.
Virtual Gaming Squad. Let's see what you can do in this. Donuts are trying to get in, but Virtual Gaming Squad is putting pressure onto them. One shot. Putting out a lot of shots. Donuts is trying to sneak in on the northern side here, above Falcons. And Virtual Gaming Squad, they are putting so much pressure onto Donuts right now. They want them off this high ground here. They are not inside the next circle, but they're waiting for long enough. Maybe it's because the Virtual Gaming Squad wants this new area that Donuts has decided to take. Let's see what happens with them. Naruto goes down. Lin goes down to the play zone. And Schweppes finds action from Stalwart where they have to rotate. Missile, trying to survive for as long as they can. And now Virtual Gaming Squad, they had to leave. Yep. That means that Donuts are able to survive.
Yeah, with Virtual Gaming Squad, they were waiting to see what was going to happen there with Donuts. Well, guess what? After Donuts, they are going to have Team Falcon. And Team Falcon right now is on a tear. Even though they are currently just sitting quietly, they're making sure they back up everybody. You do see Team Seoul back-to-back just decide to send it. J7 being able to push it. Is he going to be able to make it? He's not able to make it. You can see a shot being able to secure that element. And that is huge because if we would have made it in there, oh, man, he would have been able to get some angles and it would have backfired absolutely for Team Seoul.
And let's see what this next circle happens with all the teams are being pushed in. 52 inside the gas station. That is another player gone down. That is very unfortunate for back-to-back. They get 1 elim and only 12th place, so not a lot of points from them for this game here. Vampire is being breached, and they are under siege by Stalwart. Meanwhile, Box is also third-partying them on the edge here. That's a good amount of pressure. 52 also in the kill feed, as you see. Now Stoned. What can you do in this situation here? Fluke. Taking some damage. This is kind of clever by Stone here. Try to get out.
Talk about the moves there from Stone. Being able to throw in the Molotov, make sure they back him up. Getting some knocks too with the Molotov, and he's able to rotate and secure those elims. Huge play out of Vampire Esports. That's the fight that we've been wanting to see. And guess what? Box Gaming realizes, hey, this might be the time. If we're going to third party, let's third party right now. Box Gaming is starting to push the action.
Yeah, perfect time for them to box everyone in. This house, the longhouse here, Stalwart trying to get out. Still a knock in there. Stone cannot confirm it. He's outside. Top is on the other side. He healed up. The circle does go south, and that means a mayhem on the northern side. Falcon even has to move. Morph have to move. This is going to be an open field ending.
Yeah, with TJB currently having a little bit of cover there, it's going to be interesting. Stalwart Esports is going to be able to outlast Vampire Esports, but guess what? Box Gaming, this is going to be interesting how Action is going to be able to hold them off. I'm pretty sure he has already used a lot of utilities earlier with the fight with Vampire Esports. Box Gaming playing him slowly and finding the angles, and he does. That's who being able to eliminate their Stalwart Esports. It's okay. 7 elims. Stalwart Esports is not at another third place that we're expecting out of you, but I respect the amount of points that you guys are being able to put up in regards to elims.
All right, look at that. Donuts with the revenge onto Virtual Gaming Squad. Basically another case of mutual destruction, and Virtual Gaming Squad just taken down as well. Donuts too, this is a rough situation for them. They had to get out of the north side, but they can't. They go down. TJB in this situation, healing off. He's actually inside the zone. 52 have to move. Box is on the southern side of this circle here. They actually have a lot of control. Could be a great game for Box.
It definitely can, and I think with the way right now Team Falcon set up, it could possibly be another top 3 finish for Team Falcon. They still have all the 4 players, and they're currently positioning themselves perfectly. I just want to make sure they don't end up getting knocked from any of the third parties. You can see TJB, even though he was healing, he decided to stand up a little bit more and just keep an eye on who might end up pushing him. Team Falcon needs to be careful with that. More trying to make the push. They're going to get aggressive, but Team Falcon is just on another level, being able to secure that elim and moving upwards and forwards. That right there might have just secured them at least a top 3.
And another great performance on Miramar for Falcons. I love what I'm seeing from this squad here. Yusuf finding Pharaoh, 52, in shambles right now. Question is, do they have enough utility, enough smoke to make this next one in here. TJB also a little bit of a nuisance for them. He's down here in this little hay bale shack, and they could potentially lose one player to it.
And I think it's been so long since the TJB player has actually done something that he might end up surprising the Team Falcon players. And yes, I noticed that too. Team Falcon, they saw Box Gaming all the way on the other side, and they're taking shots. The aggressiveness of this teams, and right now 52. Oh man, it's not looking good for you. Okay, you have two teams looking at you, and yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to survive from that. But the TJB player, the one that's currently being able to survive, he might come into play later, unless Team Falcon knows that he's there. But I'm not sure, Avenger.
The question is, how much utility do they have? That's the decider of this one here. Now we see nades coming in. It is coming, a good nade. They're never alone from Aton Esports. Finds him. That's TJB out. Another good performance from them now. But it means we're down to Box and Team Falcons.
And this is going to benefit, if Box Gaming can get into the zone, is going to benefit him in a big way. You can see Team Falcon, though, it's not slowing down. They're making the push. They didn't know that TJB player was there. They eliminated him. They were like, you know what? We need to take that spot, and we need to take it out and keep on moving forward. You can see the 52 Esports player, though, being able to get the angle on both of the teams. Oh, that's going to be huge.
Vaz, I counted him out, basically. I didn't think he was going to survive that, but the players are not focused in on him. They thought they're one of the other teams potentially to take him out, so Falcons slightly forgot about him. And let's see how far he can take this one for 52. 8 eliminations for them. He finds a Box player, takes him down. Can he secure second place for 52?
52 Esports currently just ruining the party for Box Gaming. We thought it was just going to be a Box Gaming versus Team Falcon versus. It's not going to happen. But guess what? Break from Box Gaming. He has to give out his position, just trying to back him up. And Team Falcons right now, they're setting themselves up perfectly. Team Falcons currently looking to take this win, ladies and gentlemen. They know where that player from 52 Esports is at. Can they take it? You see Yusef leading the charge. They know exactly where he's at. Here comes the grenades.
Finds one.
Oh, Vaz being able to actually back them up. Yusef right there. Can he get the knock? You're so close to it. You're full health, and he's not, ladies and gentlemen. Team Falcon being able to get the win for Saudi Arabia. Woo!
They're able to convert this one, step it up, and do an even better game on the second game of Miramar today. Here's 7. They got second place last time, 6 eliminations, and now they're able to take it home. Look at the crowd. They're going wild for their home turf heroes.
I'm about to go wild for them. I'm so happy this team is performing this way. We've been talking about Saudi Arabia for a long time, and guess what? Their team is currently showing up, and they don't just want to win this. They also want to make sure they qualify to that after-party event happening next week. Wow, what a win. The aggressiveness that we're just seeing out of this team, they're not slowing down. It doesn't matter who it is, they're just going for it.
Yeah, super impressive performance. Right now, the teams that are able to do well on Miramar before, they're able to step it back up. TJB again going into that. Box stepping it up and actually showing what they're capable of. Also, they were in that compound. They were in a situation where they were fighting so many teams. Circle worked out for them quite well. Box able to get a lot of points out of this game too here, 7.
And I think it's. I want to go back to the fight between Stalwart Esports and Vampire Esports. I feel like that's going to be happening a lot, and I'm all here for it. That's a fight that I want to see hopefully in the next match as well. Right now, honestly, for me, 2 of the best teams of this tournament so far. And can Team Falcon continue to spoil everybody's party?
Yeah, we have one more game to go, guys. That means that we have one more break and one more fantastic desk segment before we go to the last game of the day. So we're going to have a short break. We're going to go to the amazing desk, and they're going to break this game down further.
Well, they've been close many times, but Team Falcons have been able to take themselves a big win, and we could hear from the talent room, everyone in the audience just cheering and rooting for them, but for good reason. This team has been fantastic throughout the entirety of today. I know, James, we were talking about how, you know, Vampire is definitely one of the strongest teams and have proven to be one of the strongest teams, and it's hard to catch up to them.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, Max, Falcons have been probably the most consistent team throughout today.
Yeah, the only way a team can really have put some shadow down on the results of Vampire are going to be Falcons and Stalwart if they close off with a banger game, which is what we just got from Falcons. And we were talking about it a lot. We're talking about their edge gameplay. That was like the definition of a good edge gameplay in this Falcons. Like, yeah, it's textbook.
It was almost Destiny. We just come off the back of talking about it on the previous Death segment, and then they convert with that. As you watch them break down each circle and each circle, you can't play center in this circle. It's so open south of water treatment. You've got, obviously, it was 52, right, that had the gas station,
Yeah,
actually.
the gas station, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll talk about 52 in a moment and how well they play things out, but the fact that Falcons then makes this edge play constantly work, and then is pushing in against this, just, well, it makes us look okay here at the desk. It makes us look like we're earning some money well, but yeah,
what we're doing, yeah.
Yeah, very, very impressed by them.
I feel like that's kind of what you guys were theorizing, though. We were talking off air like yesterday about how we expect teams to play, because you can't really zone up or center up really early with 18 teams, or expect it to be a lot more difficult, or is this maybe something else we've discussed?
Depends on the circle, right? Of course, and you know, we always have to take that into full account when it comes to this, but especially in a circle like this.
Yeah.
And we have seen previous games here, even just throughout the day, where we've seen a lot of heavy edge play, some successful, some not so successful. Falcon has shown us the trail of breadcrumbs to success with a lot of their edge play, and it's come to fruition in the previous game, not necessarily with a win, and it now comes to fruition in the form of a win. So we see that trend continue to develop.
Yeah, Falcons make me think of like Indiana Jones, you know, when they have the skull and they have like the ants going all around. Like if they are playing edge, well, the team's like, oh no, we're just going to go around. We are not fighting these guys. But looking at their player stats right now, like, it is great to see the team perform on this same level. And Never Alone in particular has been also a really big standout player in PMP Arabia. He's helped a lot of the team get the success, and here being one of the top players is not really surprising.
I mean, he might not be able to dunk basketballs, but he can dunk himself some eliminations.
Oh, yeah. Yes, he can. And I think something that I'm glad that they didn't dunk as well was ascend towards center. It can be a bit tempting in a circle like this to be like, is the circle going to shrink away from us? Do we have to send to maybe even that grass compound, or maybe to a hay bale, or maybe to kind of a blown out car somewhere or something like that? But they're not doing that. They're still kind of holding strong, holding firm, standing their ground on these edges, sweeping teams, and then taking out teams as they continue to enter the next circle and the next circle. So I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that they played here is they were staying on the eastern side. The moment Box Gaming are eliminated, they know, okay, this is in the bag. Now we can allow ourselves to be aggressive, go for the push onto Vaz. Vaz did do, really well. Respect to him. I thought, like, oh, maybe. Like, it was hard at the end of the day.
Well, you know, you're talking about him, so why don't we actually take a look then at 52 Esports in a second and take a look at their player stats. I did want to mention really quickly, by the way, the damage across all of these players. We've been talking, I think, for like a year about how there has been that transition of having those 1 or 2 superstars in your team to now you need everyone to be able to be a superstar at any given moment. Everyone needs to play well. You can't have those slackers or relax. And we do see, Vaz, you guys mentioned 834 damage coming through.
Yeah, and that's the point you brought up, right? That entire position here in the valley is not easy to play. There's not a lot of coverage. One piece of coverage is that gas station. And not only did they go to it really early, like they know the value of that position, but they were constantly taking shots because if a team pushes, it can be hard to defend. So they're just prematurely taking shots.
Yeah, and as I was alluding to with the idea of potentially Falcons trying to do the send, which obviously they didn't, but like other teams will try and make those sends towards something that is so valuable like that gas station compound. Vaz, though, what a heroic effort from him to be able to pull a second place out of all that. He wasn't just shooting at Box, he was shooting at Falcons as well, whilst moving from terrain to terrain to keep himself covered. I mean, eventually he did go down, but securing a second place off the back of that after the circle moving away from gas station, very excellent play by Vaz.
They were in last place, weren't they, going to this match? Yeah, they were in last place with 1 point.
Alongside back-to-back, they were pretty low as well, I think.
I mean, well, Nigma Galaxy were initially 17, and then they were able to shoot up. But I mean, for them to be last place, again, 0 chicken dinners in PMPL Pakistan, and they come out with this second place finish is fantastic.
And actually, now that you mentioned that, that's actually sparked something in my brain. This was one of the teams that I was most concerned about because they won Pakistan without a chicken dinner. That's rare that you see that happen. And yes, okay, it shows a team that can be consistent about it. but there is that hurdle that you need to get over sometimes in terms of getting that chicken dinner to be able to become a great team. They didn't get the chicken dinner here. That's fair, because Falcons was playing an excellent game. But if other things had gone slightly awry on the east side of the circle, that could have been 52 getting a chicken dinner here on the international stage.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Jason, right, they were last place before this game. They were really struggling so far, but this was their redemption game. And I think that confidence boost for a team that has never played internationally, that is going to be huge for not only the last game of today, but also the next 2 days to come.
Max, you talked about VGS coming in from Africa, right? And how they're looking at this as, we're not going to win. We're not going to win most likely. But they want to use this as a learning experience. I wonder if it's the same thing here for 52 Esports, because if I remember correctly, they were always consistently in like top 3. But as we said, James, right, they never got a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
If they can replicate that same level of consistency here now on an international stage, that'd be ridiculous. But also for a team like this is also a phenomenal learning experience. And I don't know if you've had the chance to talk to them to know if that's their plan.
Unfortunately, not. All I know is that, like, with the meme war happening on social media, they want to beat Stalwart. You know, that is currently the team to beat for them. But it's like any team, right? The first time you make it into an international event, like, you will want to take that learning experience, a big exponential learning curve. They could have a surprise. Like, this game could be the start of something like magnificent for the team, but it's going to time to get there regardless. So still a really good game. Hopefully their confidence is going to jump up a few notches, and they can stay up there for the time being.
Okay, well, I think it is time to head over to our STC match rankings in a second here to see how many points all the teams did get. Again, Falcons able to close things out with a lot of eliminations, with obviously the chicken dinner. To be fair, we've actually seen a lot of chicken dinners today with high elims, which is like very odd considering looking back at some of the PMPLs, they typically don't go hand in hand like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we touched upon that a little bit earlier. Because you have 2 extra squads, you have 8 extra players in the lobby every single time. If you have one strong position, that position becomes even more valuable because you can capitalize on so many more extra eliminations off the back of that spot. So Team Falcons here get himself 15 eliminations, 15 placement points, good 50-50 split that you love to see. And really, we said it, there's only 2 teams that can really catch up to Vampire today because they've been consistent so far, and if they get a good finish, they could potentially overtake the first place. It is Falcons and Stalwart, and Falcons, they're looking really dangerous right now, and the edge play, they're currently on top.
I feel so bad for giving you such a hard time, Max, coming to this event, because I will say this, without denying, you were saying Team Falcons is a team to watch out for, and Team Falcons can easily surprise a lot of people out there. I was like, no way, come on. You got REGAN.S coming in from China. Like, Chinese teams have always been phenomenal, and yet we're seeing them match in, match out, consistently have this performance. It makes me shut up, honestly. It's insane.
While we had them during the media days, and they were just they were super happy. They were just overjoyed to be present at this event too. And also their coach, Joyboy, is doing a great amount of work and research for the team. Like, they are feeling confident. If they don't get the win, I think they'll be like, oh, okay, it's cool. We still tried our best, but they are a team that's here to have fun. And I talked with Damar, like, he does this little thing, like, to say, like, easy every single time he gets a win. So I'll show it once we're on camera, but they're feeling good.
I think it's also a great boon for them as well, playing in front of a home crowd effectively.
So many fans out there.
We heard those final moments as Falcons isn't even necessarily, they don't even have the win secured just yet, but you can still hear them going crazy, knowing that Falcons is approaching the win, right? And then when they get it, they're absolutely fanatical about supporting this team. So I think for Falcons, that's going to be an extreme morale boost. Not only the fact that they're playing these edge plays very well, getting conversions on their points, but also the fact that they have the home crowd with them, and that will pay dividends moving into the next days.
It is like the 5th man, right? 5th or 6th man, I mean, depending on how you look at it.
We got a lot of subs in PUBG Mobile.
we definitely do.
7th, 8th man, I don't know.
Well, we are talking a lot about Team Falcons. Why don't we actually take a look into them once again here, and maybe Never Alone can hit some basketball shots this time.
Uh, 2018. Okay, nice. I think it's in Dubai Star Challenge. Won by RRQ. Okay. 2022, maybe 200 million. That's close to $1 billion. Is it Livic? Okay. EWM. Like 1,200. 800? Okay, I thought it was more than 1,000. I forgot its name, but it has a McLaren skin, Lamborghini skin. I forgot its name. The coupe, yeah, jet ski or something. The motorcycle, does it count? A snowmobile, yeah. Classic match, it's 100. In tournament lobby, it's 64. The location is in Dubai. Prize pool is probably 4 million, 3 million, 2 million.
2 million.
I thought it was a lot. Winner, Nova Esports. The winner is the Team Falcons.
Kalaris. There was the first question in there, I believe, right? When was the first official LAN? And you were quite angry by his answer, weren't you?
Well, you know,
not angry.
It wasn't really the first one, but I was there. Seven was there in Dubai. 4-star challenge. It's a good time. We had a power outage for a moment, but we were fixed. We had a impromptu talent show. If Seven remembers, he's laughing in the distance. I can see him. It was interesting.
Could be worse. It could be an event outside in Dubai in the middle of summer.
Zute breakdanced. Zute breakdance.
It was that?
Yes,
Oh,
it was that.
whoa. Do we need to bring Zute out here and him Avenger can have a breakdance
Exactly.
off?
Both Zute and Avenger were like second place in 1998 in their high school championships in breakdancing. It's impressive. Actually, Zute might have been
I don't
first.
think Zute was born
but
yet,
Avenger was second.
1988.
Yeah.
I don't think Zute was born in 1998, let's be honest. Come on. Actually, I think I might be right on that. Am I right? I might be right on that. All right,
We'll
ladies
have
and
to
gentlemen,
fact
we're having a lot of fun here. I want to give once again a shout out to Savvy as they have been putting this entire event on for us and making sure it is possible and making sure that they can bring us here today to make it entertaining for all of you guys at home. Because, of course, that is what the show is about. Us. I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm kidding. Obviously about the players. Let's take a look at the overall settings level, get an idea of where the teams do stand. And Vampire still have the lead, but not by that much.
That is way closer than I expected initially after that. But that was a 30-point game they just got right, and they were consistent all day. They're getting there.
It's rare you see two teams on a first opening day kind of stand out quite the way these two teams have, which is extremely impressive. Normally you only get one, and normally they end up with something ridiculous, like a 30-point lead over second place, and then teams have to do the catch-up. However, Team Falcons being 70 points deep, whilst Vampire Esports has done what they have done so far, that is a testament to the catch-up that we've seen from them over these 5 games. That is extreme here from Falcons, and I'm excited to see if they can even surpass in the last game. That would be excellent.
It is possible. Like one other banger like that, and they're feeling super confident off the back of that game. They get themselves a chicken dinner. The edge play is great. It could happen here.
I'm going to go into this as a devil's advocate now, right? Because it is fantastic to come into the first day of an event like this, a 3-day event, again, keep in mind, and put on a performance like this. But that doesn't mean their job's done. Yeah, they have 2 more days to play, but what I'm talking about is when you're done with this final match today, your job isn't done for the day. You have so much review to do. You have so much prep to do because you now know every team is looking at you, how you're rotating, where you're dropping, what you're doing, because they're gunning for you. The job doesn't get easier just because you have a strong day one for a team like Team Falcons. You have to continue to improve and be better every day.
What works today could not work tomorrow. That's the thing. So you need to be able to adapt.
That's the interesting fact about Falcons and currently being able to, in inverted commas, dominate that edge play style, right? Generally, when we see a tournament go on further and further and further, you navigate away from that edge play style into more central play generally, because teams then understand how other teams are playing and the risks that they can take to gain a central position, which usually provides you a bit more of an advantage. So as days go on, maybe Falcon has a bit of a harder time if they continue to lean on the side heads.
You can see that happening on like a PMPL tournament, right? Like a month-long event. On 3 days, having that much adaptation on like such a short period of time, I don't think it will impact them as much as we think, but it's their job to do the research, not mine. So we'll see.
Potentially.
Well, gentlemen, we did talk about 52 Esports being at the bottom of the table before that last match. They've actually jumped up to 13th place. But Max, you talked about this before, right? Yes, there is a large lead towards the top, but that means the teams in the middle and down towards the bottom of the pack are extremely close. So one good match can shoot you up. However, 1 or 2 bad matches, as Nigma Galaxy's case, can drop you back down to second to last. But one team that surprised me here, Kalaris in particular, Kia. We talked about them so much when it came to PMGC, surprising us by winning the East League, and now they're in 16th place.
I think the lobbies have been a little bit chaotic so far here across our 5 games. And I think Kia is a team that doesn't necessarily thrive in chaos. They thrive in the planned. They thrive in being able to control positions. And right now, that's not happening and not going their way here so far. So maybe as days go on, but as Max says, it's a short period of time to try and adapt.
Exactly. It's going to be pretty hard for them. I'm actually impressed, not impressed, I'm surprised that Aton are not as any higher on the leaderboards because they brought Senatexa to the table, right? And I was like, well, Senatexa, that's a big addition. He's got LAN experience. He has played internationally against some of the best teams in the world. Like, that could help the team step up. Like we saw as like S2G in the past with Silas. It does help out. But so far, no success has been seen.
I mean, the question comes, how do they utilize him, right? Yeah, you can bring the best player in the world on a team, but it doesn't necessarily come down to individual skill a lot of the times. It comes down to, well, are they making him play the style of his team? Or are they changing the team's play style towards him? How are things synergizing? Like, there's a lot of other factors that go into it besides just bringing, all right, give me Ryzen. All right, now I'm on the best team in the world. It doesn't work like that.
I have the impression a good example to demonstrate this is actually S2G, where they brought Silas to a roster of teams of, like, technically no names at the start, right? And his playstyle, his knowledge has spread to the team, and now every single player can say of SGG, like Kelsey, are just standout players of their region.
Yeah.
I think that's how you should have one player that's like a star join a team, is have him educate the rest of your squad and level up the team as a whole.
That's fair, because when I was watching their region, I felt like maybe S2G could have even qualified. It was very close to actually getting to this portion of the tournament. They will be in the after-party show, but for now, yeah, that's a good point.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into our final match of the day, but not before I remind you guys about the meme contest that is currently still happening. You guys can change your profile, or there's a meme contest, there's another contest where you change your profile picture on your Instagram, your Facebook, whatever it might be, to your favorite team, and make sure you're commenting on the official channels to get a chance to win a prize. But also, you can make your own memes. I'm hoping Maxman makes them because he has very good ideas when it comes to that. And if you guys post on your own pages, making sure to tag PUBG Mobile Esports, you will be able to also have a chance to get a win. We got a minute left, as you can see, towards the top right-hand side. It's going to be Erangel to finish off the day, and that's going to be none other than the handsome gentleman, albeit one taller than the other, Seven Worlds Gaming, and Avenger.
Yeah, and it's not even close. He's taller by like a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really do anything about it. I
say it to my face.
I got it in here to the world like that, right? So you can't do much. Sometimes you're tall, sometimes you're not so tall, but you're fantastically handsome anyway, right? So it's beautiful.
I'm just happy the camera didn't show us when I'm in the middle of Avenger and Jason, because if the camera does show it, I'm just gonna look so short. And to be honest, I'm actually standing on a box, so
yeah,
it's a lie. My height is a lie right now.
Yeah, you look tall, but
all right, let's see. Let's see if we can make magic happen.
Oh, look at that! Oh.
wait for it.
Oh, even smaller, but you're fantastic in a way.
I'm fun size. I'm fun size, okay?
You're fun size, right. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jason, for stepping in for the basketball contest here. But we have the last game of today. It's going to be our third and last game, or the third Erangel and the last game of the day. 6 games total so far, and we've seen some very impressive moments in games so far. Here's 7.
Question for you. I'm going to put you on the spot, Avenger. Vampire Esports.
Right.
Top 3 finish, yes or no?
In the whole thing to this?
No. In this upcoming Erangel.
On this upcoming Erangel. Ooh.
If they got up first place in the first one with 24 ilms, and then a second place with 13 ilms. Can they get a top 3 in this next Erangel?
I'm going to say no. We're going to break it, and I think they're going to have a hard one here. But you're also going to see our fantastic playing path for this one, obviously brought to you by Sony Xperia, their official smartphone partner here for this event here at Gamers8. Thank you so much for joining us. But this playing path here, it's going to go over the southwestern side on the military base here, Seven, and it's going to go over to Georgia Pole. There's so much hard terrain that is not going to be able to be reached without a long rotation with a car. We're talking prison. We're talking Milta. We're talking Esnaya. If even Servany is going to be a hard one with a rotation far. So let's see what happens. But so far, as we've been seeing and what we've been talking about, Falcons and Vampire, they have been doing so well. I'm so happy to see that a home turf hero here is going to be able to step it up. And right now, being second place, that is super, super impressive. But as we've been witnessing so far right now, Vampire, they are 30 points ahead of third place. That is nearly unheard of in a stage like this, where we have 18 teams competing, the best out of their regions. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, and after match, I think it was match 3, we thought, okay, Vampire Esports is performing really well, but Stalwart Esports, it's also being super, super consistent. They ended up getting those back-to-back third place finishes. But after that, they ended up with the 15th place, 0 ilms, and then the 9th place, 7 ilms. Yeah, they were able to make up some points there in regards to those 7 ilms, but Stalwart Esports wants to continue to get within those top 5 places.
7. I cannot believe the circle we are seeing right now on our screens. It is more than 500 meters away from our plane path. We have like 5 teams that's going to be inside the first circle when they land and start looting. This is going to be an insane game. Right now, back-to-back, they're trying to get redemption.
Oh!
But Trisme from Box is able to close that one out. Let's see, he's going to be able to get another one out here. J-Way, try to go for the rest, maybe.
And he's going to actually be aggressive. He's going to try to go for it. It does backfire.
Too.
Polo says, sit down. You're not going anywhere. Leave my friends alone. But guess what? Box is going to be able to back it up too.
Oh my God! I can't believe it. Box Gaming is out in 18th place. We've not played more than a couple of minutes, and they are out to our current bottom team. Maybe not after this, but back-to-back have had rough games today. Maybe this one can set them up for greatness here in the last one.
Yeah, I mean, if we go look at the record, they have back-to-back-to-back-to-back bad games.
Oh,
hopefully this is the time where you're just going to cut that off, and then Polo there. I mean, good job back-to-back. That's what you want to see out of them. And guess what?
Oh, more mayhem.
They try to rotate, and no, it's not going to happen. Back-to-back, not being able to get penalized on that great star, and now it's going to be just J7 by himself, and you know RSG is going to hunt them down as they're looking at him.
M16 in hand. 2 of the guys are very low, DD and GZ. They are low, but they're pushing up. J7 holding the stairs. Right now, M16, no first aids. He's in a rough situation for this one. We hear some reloading going on downstairs. That's going to be a fun one for the DPS. He finds one. Lighting goes down, goes deep. This is exactly what I love to see in this situation here. First player, when you have a compound breach like this, first player always goes deep, so he's going to be focused on, and then the rest of the guys can just surge in. So not even, they're able to secure everything. They're able to stay 4 guys alive here. Fantastic play and fantastic executions by REGAN.S.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes to show these teams are here for a reason, right? They are the original winners from their PMPLs in pretty much the spring split. So everybody currently on point, and I'm so glad you broke that down, that push, because you usually don't really see that from other teams. And while we're at it, let's watch PMWI together. Complete daily missions to earn points. Once enough points are accumulated, tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
Yeah, and you can participate in the event solo or as a team. And obviously, if you're playing as a team, it's going to be a little bit easier maybe to get the reward.
Yeah, and while you're at it, I mean, I know I play PUBG Mobile myself, and I know we're big into the skins. There is going to be a sale period between August 4th to August 13th. 50% off PMWI packs. Get a set straight away and 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
Yeah, there's also a sale on the PMWI packs. You have 6 chances to draw the PMWI treasure chests.
So much stuff going on. I mean, between August 4th and August 13th, all the users in the region of the top 3 teams will have a chance to win a prize, maximum of 1 award per user. So you best believe, I mean, back-to-back, please. I live in NA. Yeah, I just want to get I want to get 1 free award, please.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see this again here. The denial of the rotation, trying to get deeper. REGAN.S just saying no to back-to-back and the cleanup. But I will say this. Back-to-back did get 4 points, so getting 4 points in 1 game is better than the 9 they've gotten so far in the 5 other games. But I really hope that back-to-back, they're going to be able to step it back up, go back to the hotel, go back, learn some of what they've been taking some of the situations today, and also look at the games because they have been super intricate and super special. Some of the situations we've seen is wild and nearly unheard of in some of the games that we've had.
And I wonder if after seeing, if them possibly seeing the leaderboard, right? They saw themselves in last place. They did have a great start with those 4 ilms. They should have just slowed it down a little bit, but maybe they didn't want to. Maybe they just wanted to go for it, and ultimately they didn't really were able to scout what was going on around them. The other team was able to scout. They heard those gunshots. They knew that somebody was there, and they took advantage of everything. So back-to-back, I'm pretty sure that if they go back and watch that VOD, hopefully they're going to be able to learn a lot for tomorrow. They can still have a chance.
Yeah, it's just the perfect play by REGAN.S, right? Yep. You see the kill feed, you hear the shots coming out as well. You're able to third-party that situation while they're broken vest, not that much loot. So it's well executed by back-to-back in the situation inside with Box, but REGAN.S just third-partied them in a perfect time. All right, let's see what Donis is able to do. And so far, what we've had We've had Vampire Esports and Falcon Esports. They have been doing extremely well right now, sitting in the top, but we have a really, really close top 5 still. Stalwart, Box, and Donuts basically within 3 points of each other from 53 to 52 to 50.7. That's super impressive as well. And obviously, they are fighting for those top spots to make sure they can get to the after party, and that's where all the fun is at.
Oh yeah, that's definitely where all the fun's going to be, and I'm going to be looking actually at the teams that are currently like 12 and 18, right? Starting off with RSG, they have 24 points, and then you have back-to-back there with 9 points all the way at the bottom. If any of these teams are able to kind of just pull out a great last game here on day 1, it's going to set them in such a great position for tomorrow to at least strike and get themselves within the top 7. I mean, we saw what happened with Morph. They started the first 2 matches, 0 points. And after that, guess what? They got a chicken dinner. They were able to get 22 points, and they were able to at least push themselves up to 8. So one game can definitely change the luck of a lot of these teams that are currently between 12 and 18.
All right, Aton, what are you able to do here? Circle is closing, and it's a wild one. Obviously, a lot of teams are coming in from the southwest. Our plane path was far west, and our circle, first one, popped super far east. A lot of teams are setting themselves up. There's a lot of really good compounds in these situations. Some prefer to play high ground. One of them is Team Soul. We see them right now. They get the information from Aton. The question is, are they going to take it to them? Are they going to wait for the circle, or what's going to happen in this one here?
And I think they're going to want to just keep going.
For sure. Yeah, they're getting information. They're going to go deeper, try to scout for some better compounds. Nigma Galaxy, as you see, also trying to get some more out of it. Potential drive-bys going on, maybe. They see a solo car. That means potential free points. Omega, Soul, oh, they're chasing a lot right now. Oh, that's a good turn. They didn't expect that one.
And right now, Omega just trying to make sure he gets away. I'm actually surprised Nigma Galaxy wanted to take on that fight, because guess what? They're going to leave their backs just absolutely exposed from all the other teams that are on that higher hill. And now, if they wanted to move, guess what? You're going to be stuck right there. You're not going to be able to move anywhere. They know where you're at, and luckily for them, they were able to secure their vehicles in a way where their tires are not going to get popped.
Exactly. All right, circle is closing, another 10 seconds or so, and we're going to see the next one. You can see a lot of teams obviously betting on it's going to go center, because if they're able to close one out early, one of the compounds that is good, it's going to be super important. But it pops somewhat center, but still a little bit southeast. We're going to have a lot of compounds close to Prison open, and other teams that are center before, they have to shift a little bit further east if they want to continue to have some of those compounds.
And the team that I'm actually intrigued to see what's going to happen here with this rotation is going to be Stalwart Esports. I mean, they once again, they have absolutely nobody in their way of being able to rotate into that circle. They are going to have Mailtech to themselves, and after that, they can take their time to just loot and secure more utilities, because with the way we're seeing right now, a lot of people are playing that middle. If they're going to need smokes at the end. I just got a feeling they're going to need a lot of smoke grenades at the end, and Stalwart Esports might be able to position themselves in a good way with all the fights that are about to ensue.
All right, RSG REGAN.S on screen. It's Lightning. With Lightning reflexes, obviously. Virtual Gaming Squad to the pull-up here on the high ground compound. Let's see if it's going to happen here with that. It's Mansion. It's in the garage.
Virtual Gaming Squad. Oh, decides to actually throw the grenade somewhere else, trying to fake him out. And guess what? His friends are going to be coming over. RSG is going to have to backfire a little bit more. What I'm intrigued by Virtual Gaming Squad, the other 2 players, Luigi and also Yafaz, they're staying behind. They don't want to move into this fight.
Inside Mansion now, just trading nades, utility back and forth. A lot of smokes coming out, maybe potentially as well from Virtual Gaming Squad. Maybe they want to disengage from this fight here. Oh, now Buggy is out there. One shot still staying. They just want to completely get away from this one here. One shot with some damage. GZ finds a Gaddafi, and one shot with a nade. That is huge for them. And REGAN.S potentially able to close some more points out. Oh my God, finds another one. Oh, I can't believe it. Virtual Gaming Squad in shamble after this one.
And to be honest, Avenger, I don't know if a Virtual Gaming Squad was thinking about this. Those 2 players stayed there way too long, and the other players stayed in the building for too long. I mean, maybe they were expecting RSG to push out, and they were going to be able to get an angle on them. It didn't end up happening, and RSG, guess what? You're going to be happy. You were able to at least get a nail him. You might not be able to get the second one, and then you're going to get a free rotation out of it. Oh, they're actually going to be aggressive. They're going to continue on that fight. Lightning does crash into the rock. It's going to backfire for him. He does get knocked. Luigi tries to get another knock. He gets it too. He's going to try to secure this Illims, but he needs to be careful because Flower C was shooting at him There is some players that have an angle. Oh, Faluji! So close, yet so far away from being able to find that cover.
Gaddafi, last player for Virtual Gaming Squad. Can he make something happen? Or is he going to be able to pick up the pieces left on the ground? There are 2 knocks right now for REGAN.S, DD and Lightning. GZ is going to be able to push into that garage. Let's see if Flower C is going to cover that angle that Gaddafi potentially has. He has the information now, and now he's going to close it out. Gaddafi wants to go for the rest, of course, upstairs, but Flower C wants to deny that.
And at this point, REGAN.S has already just picked up everybody. They're replenishing themselves. Flower C, though, does end up getting hurt. He's going to have to slow down a little bit. Here's going to come a grenade. He does throw that grenade perfectly. GC! Wow! Talk about knowing where the enemy team is going to be. He read that perfectly.
So well played by him. Now Nigma Galaxy waiting for the circle to pop. It's going to pop, and it's going to go slightly south, but still wide center. A lot of teams could go into the prison here in this situation. It's very, very centered on that. Stalwart looking good. Nigma Galaxy could be going early. VIVO still scouting a little bit. A lot of teams are on the northwest side of the circle, so there's a lot of space on the southeast side of this new pop here.
With Stalwart Esports, I want to figure out if they're going to go into actual prison or if they're going to try to take that mountain, that overview, and just set themselves up. It seems like they want to be at the base of it, and we're going back to the RSGGC. I mean, talk about just reading that player like a book, and he did just that. The grenade was wonderful, and overall, RSG, what a play out of them. I felt like Virtual Gaming Squad once again just played that absolutely awful, taking off too long and being out too spread away. For them, just you either want to take the fight or you don't want to take the fight. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see a little bit more certainty out of that team.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see what they're able to do here. While we look at how the different players play the game. Some play 3 fingers. Some of the wild ones play 4. I'm not even close to being able to do that. These guys are just wild, and the speed they're able to put onto this screen here is obviously amazing. Again, thanks to Sony Xperia for joining us here, sponsoring the event, the official smartphone partner for the Gamers8 and PMWI.
I was looking at Omega's hand cam there. I thought he was only going to be playing thumbs. I was like, wow, that's impressive. At this level, you're used to seeing people just playing with 4 fingers or 6 all the time. It's been a while since I've seen just a thumb player. And as I say that, I think
another one.
As I say that, Missile might actually be one of those players with just yeah, look at this setups. They're only playing with 2 thumbs. And then you go.
They have
so many
some of them
variations.
already. Yeah, it's crazy, and that's the beautiful thing, right? You can set up the game exactly how you want to play it. Put the buttons around however you prefer it. You can play gyro, no gyro, and obviously some of the best players, they're able to use 3, 4 fingers and the gyro. So that is the wild thing. Okay, let's see what is going to happen the rest of the game here. We have Aton. They are putting out a little bit of bullets towards the Donuts guys. They are trying to rotate in. They're trying to get into a better position on the western side. Try to get into shelter and maybe deeper in. And that's going to be a hard one for them. They have a lot of teams ahead of them that potentially could be shooting in their direction. Lightning found Morph. Say is down. It's not good for Morph. So
I'm intrigued to see what Aton Esports is going to be able to do here. This is a team that is so consistent when it comes to Latin America. For the longest time, it was all about Team Queso, and then Aton Esports, that's the main team. But it seems to be, at least to me, from what we've seen so far of the previous Globals events that they have played, they just farm in the region. Right now, they haven't been able to find the groove here in regards to just global events against other regions.
Wow.
Hopefully, this will be different. And when you talk about a shift, oh, man, Stalwart Esports, they really don't have to do much. They're just going to try to go up on that mountain right next to prison.
Yeah, exactly. They could potentially take the Lion's Rock, but I think they're going to maintain control on the right side, basically the east side of the prison hill there. That's where some of the better areas are. Falcons sending it in. Powerful gun down to DD. Potentially going to lose him. I don't see them surviving that one. DD, more shots coming in, finding Never Alone as well. And Falcon is losing multiple players in this situation here. Flush coming in elimination is confirmed. And let's see if they're going to be able to take further or put further damage into Falcons here. Oh, Yusuf finds Flower C. And they're turning it around potentially.
And I'm glad that Team Falcon decided to take on this fight. Lightning almost getting caught. Team Falcon, though, surprisingly for them to actually lose to players with the way they've been playing recently. I think they wanted to maybe hop out the cars a little bit sooner, but they might have seen damn one key. I just drive by them and that they were like, okay, we don't want to get sandwiched, so let's kind of keep on moving. It ended up working out for RSG.
Yeah, exactly. Damn one Kia rotating in their Kias, and they're now inside the prison area, holding down one of these situations. Aton losing multiple players. That is so unfortunate. Damwon Kia is able to clean that one up.
And
they're
this
going
is
to be
what I was
walking away
talking
with
about.
eliminations. Exactly. Now, one defeat for them. We're down to 14 teams. There's 50 players left alive still in this tiny circle. As you can see, there's so many teams trying to figure out where we're going to go, where we're going to try to get in. And only a few teams have decided to try to crash into the prison. But obviously, they've seen the kill feed. They've seen how many players are going down rapidly, and that could be some of the crashes there in the center. Now, Vampire Esports, your current leader in terms of total points. There are 4 guys strong, 0 eliminations so far in this one, 7, but they are maintaining a lot of control here on that south side.
They are, and they're being sneaky. They're not trying to take a fight where they might end up getting damaged or they might end up getting hurt. And now we're going to go to Donuts against VIVO Kid. VIVO Kid, one of the teams from Brazil. And guess what? Diego doesn't really know. Oh, Diego's going to be able to turn on him. Can Diego actually secure this knock? I think he would. Oh, he wasn't able to, but he decides to back off. He needs to heal up. This is going to be interesting if Diego. What is Diego going to be able to do? As you see, McGrellin just waiting patiently. Missile, though, with the grenade. Can he hit Diego behind that vehicle? He's not able to hit him.
That's a good nade. Another one. He uses so much utility to confirm this. Another Molotov as well. Diego walks away from it, pushes some damage into it. He's going to walk around. He's going to swift. Oh my god, he finds it. He gets him down though. Missile half HP. He's going to confirm the elimination there. And now the rest of the VIVO Kid guys are trying to get most of it. Is Missile. He's under a lot of pressure. He goes down himself. Cielo is able to open it up.
And I was wondering, why didn't VIVO Kid do this a little bit sooner? I feel like they waited on too long. You knew exactly where he was. You should have just went for it. VIVO Kid now trying to make amends for losing that player. And there you go. That might have been the reason, because they are getting shot from behind. VIVO Kid playing this a little bit slower. Team Soul, you see Team Soul getting in a fight there with Nigma Galaxy. Just so many fights currently going on. Now, Otto, we've seen what he's been able to do in previous matches. Can he do that again? Can he clutch up for his team against VIVO Kid?
Oh.
He is! He takes the fight. He is able to confirm the elim, though, before he ends up getting eliminated himself.
So unfortunate for the VIVO Kid stars. They have to make a situation where they are resting one player and then they try to take the fight. Meanwhile, they should have gone 3 players, focus on the fight, try to clean up, and then go for the rest afterwards, I feel like. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't work out as well. Still survive, get the point on the board. Next circle shift, it goes north in this new circle, and prison is a huge part of this endgame here.
It is, and I think one of the teams, I'm just going to go back to them. I've been talking about them the whole match. Stalwart Esports, what are they going to do? I think they're just going to try to set themselves up on that prison mountain, but they're going to have to be careful. I mean, TJB is right there. 52 Esports is very close to them as well. I'm intrigued to see what's going to be happening here, as we do see Wildcats. I mean, outside of the circle, they need to try to get in there quickly.
Oh. Utility coming out towards Falcons. Crowd favorite right now. 2nd place overall. TJB putting some damage into 52. This is a pull-up, Alec. I've never seen one huge push. Yusuf gone down. It's a trade, basically. Damar, last player. Is he going to be able to do something? He finds another one. I can't believe it. It takes RSG down single-handedly. Team Falcons close them out.
Team Falcon just continuing to surprise people, and guess what? They're able to do it again, winning those 1v1s and getting those trades if they do end up losing somebody. One of their teammates ends up getting knocked, and then guess what? I was talking about earlier, Stalwart Esports against 52 Esports. They're going to go up against each other. Enigma trying to figure out how they're going to be able to break into this, but it is Vampire Esports that they are going to be going up against. That's a team that's just really hot right now.
Really interesting. Another part is that we have a lot of teams that are full form and alive. 5 teams: Wildcats, Nigma Galaxy, Vampire Esports, TJB, Stalwart. 4 rivals as well. 4 players strong here, 7. That's going to be a huge impact in the late game.
It really is. Let's see this fight. What's going to happen? Team Falcons gets eliminated. 3 elims, though, and a 9th place finish for them.
Very
Not
respectable.
a bad way to go out, considering their previous performances. And Vampire Esports, now here comes the push. What's going to happen with Nigma Galaxy? We do see 2 players knocked. Nigma, Lore being able to knock one of the other players, and that's going to back him up a little bit. Maybe it forces Vampire Esports to slow down a little bit, but Vampire Esports does not want to slow down. Stalwart Esports, I think, is currently being able to get an angle on him.
Yeah, they're putting on pressure from multiple angles in this situation. Lord and Freak, last players from Nigma Galaxy, and Fluke and Stone is last two players from Vampire. Who closes this one out? Stalwart inside. That's an insane shot by Freak. Vampire Esports is gone down in 8th place with 2 eliminations.
Freak with the grenade. Earlier we saw everybody, and look at the circle rotation. I mean, only Wildcats. Only Wildcats is the team that's inside that circle.
Yeah, that is insane. They're Fall Guys strong too. Stalwart has to move out of it. VIVO Keed has to move out of it. Nigma Galaxy has to move out. So insane for this one. And the question is, do they focus on fighting each other rather than trying to get into the circle? I can see a situation where Nigma Galaxy gets into the circle and maybe gatekeep some of the other teams. But all the other teams, they are going to assure mutual destruction against each other. Damonkia, Stalwart, VIVO Keed as well. They're going to be in a rough situation. Nice shots coming in there. And Fall Rivals.
I mean, Wildcats is just currently setting themselves up. They should be able to get a lot of the elims here. Teams are going to try to push up, and you can see that. No matter who just passes by them, they're going to make sure they shoot them and just back them up a little bit. And Nigma Galaxy, I'm glad you pointed that out. I think they are going to try to just get into that and try to keep an eye on some of the other teams that are going to be coming out of prison. I mean, we see Down 1 and Kia. They're going to have to push out. They have to be careful, though. It's Stalwart Esports. Just so much madness going to happen in the next 2 minutes.
All right, Stalwart as well fighting versus Fall Rivals right now. They want to be the only team on the northeastern edge, but still the pressure is coming in from Wildcats, as you were pointing out, Seven. They're trying to make sure that they don't even get off this hill. They want to get as many eliminations as they can for this one. Well, Stalwart fighting to stay alive, fighting for the eliminations. Fall Rivals, 10 eliminations for them so far. Super impressive for the team coming out of Malaysia.
And here we go. Even though they did have 10 elims, guess what Stalwart Esports says? Oh, slow down, boys. We want to be able to get some elims too. And you can see them just pushing together, making sure they secure those elims too for Rivals. How are they going to react to that? And what's interesting right now is that we have Nigma Galaxy actually pushing on Wildcats. We can't see it, but that's going to be a big fight. Here we go. Nigma Galaxy with a big push. Can they secure some knocks? It seems like they're truly just trading back and forth. The boys, can he clutch up? He's not! Nigma Galaxy, Lore, being able to secure the knock as well. It's just one player left there, Boren. Can he clutch it up? A 2v1.
Oh, the utility's coming out as well. Boren last play. I think he's hit by the utility. I think Wildcats is taking so much fire. Boren is down to no health. He's found as well. It's Nigma Galaxy with their pull-up onto the Wildcats. They're able to take this huge terrain away from them. And they're setting themselves up for the win. The only way to win the game was to do that.
I'm with you. I thought that we're going to be patient because they saw just Wildcats taking all, shooting everybody, being distracted by what Stalwart Esports was doing, what Dan 1 was going to do as well with 4 Rivals. But they decided to take their future into their hands, went for it, and it ended up working out for him. If I'm not mistaken, they only lost 1 player, so that is a great push for me.
The nade! Can he do it? Oh my God! Multiple nades coming out. It's only Junai left from Down 1 Kia. More utilities being thrown at him. And he's going to throw a jump. And oh my God, they found him there actually with the last utility from action. Here's Stalwart with a huge game. 10 eliminations here, 7.
And now it's going to be 1 player for 4 Rivals trying to rotate into that circle. I think he's going to be able to make it there. VIVO Keed, McGrellan staying alive. Shooting at people, actually. I thought he was going to try to be quiet, but he's not. He needs to be careful. Stalwart Esports is right next to him, and they know where he's at now.
Oh, it's found. It's like a game of hide and seek. He didn't hide that well. He's trying to seek for some kills now. Fall Rivals putting some pressure onto Stalwart. He's the last player from... Oh, he's finding 1 action is fallen. That's not that good. Oh, Stalwart finds one of the guys from Nigma Galaxy, though. It is going to be a rough situation for both of them. Let's see what Nigma Galaxy is going to be able to get out of this one. Stalwart looking strong, though.
And if Stalwart is able to pick up that player that went down, this is going to be huge for them. Here we go.
That could be good.
OP. Can he say... Ooh. Close.
Pika,
close.
Pika playing the anchor angle there. He has to make sure they're getting the rest off as well. And that is 4 Rivals out. Nice try, though, I want to say, for Roki up. Now Nigma Galaxy is finding 1 more.
Top not being able to get behind that cover, that's going to hurt them big time. If they would have been able to get behind that cover and get that angle, it would have been huge. Nigma Galaxy getting a bit of a chance. It's going to come down to who's able to get the knocks, and he get it. No! Nigma Galaxy is not able to get the knock. He gets knocked instead, and I think this might end up going Stalwart Esports' way. You know they're going to be aggressive. They know they might have the numbers. There you go. They're able to finish off that player action with the angle top Pika as well. Stalwart Esports being able to knock that, pretty much eliminate that player from 4 rivals was huge for them.
Amari, can he make the dream happen here for Nigma Galaxy? Utility coming out of this, working quite well for them. He has one more nade. If he hits one of them, it's going to be huge. This next knock could be massive. Action though. Oh my god, he hits it! Hamadi with a double nade. He gets traded though. And it's down to a 1 versus 2 for Nigma Galaxy and Stalwart Esports.
Talk about a turn of events, being able to get 2 knocks there with that grenade. Nigma Galaxy, where has this been all day? Even if you guys don't get the chicken dinner.
More utility.
I'm impressed. He's getting ready to throw that other nade. Can he get another 2-man knock?
Ooh.
Oh, so close.
That is a lot of damage being put out of the Molotov. Is doing so much damage to Rauf. Hamadi with another nade in hand. He finds one. Top's gone down. He has more utility to be used though. Rauf is able to heal it off. And more utility. This is such a huge game of utility. Rauf with the push. This could be huge. Is he going to be able to do it? He's going to be taken down. That is unfortunate. Hamadi, last player. And that is insane. That is so well played by Stalwart Esports.
Stalwart Esports being able to secure 15 Illims and the chicken dinner. We were talking about if it was going to happen today after how they started the tournament with 3 third-place finishes. Guess what? They're able to close it with that first place, and I think that's a big statement to send to the likes of Vampire Esports that had such an amazing day.
For sure. Stalwart has just been so impressive today with their consistency on the cross all maps and now being able to close it up. But I will say this, it has been so impressive to see that pull-up from Nigma Galaxy.
Yes.
That was the play for the win that they went for, to take out the Wildcats, to make sure that they had a chance to do it.
Yeah, so many stuff that just could have happened. If Stalwart Esports wouldn't have eliminated that player from 4 rivals, it would have ended up badly for them. But overall, as you said, I mean, Nigma Galaxy. And you know what? Let's actually look at the match rankings presented by STC.
STC. No, I'm just messing with 7. I mean, he is my son after all, Avenger and I mean, he is half our height. We are taking a look at Stalwart Esports with their 30 points. Now, I know, Maxman, typically you've been cursed when it comes to your predictions. However, the Kalar's blessing cancels out your curse, and Stalwart take a win.
So basically, you need to keep Kalaris with me, or otherwise things do go haywire. But
I got some bad news for you. Guess who's casting tomorrow?
Just change the rotation.
I mean, it's a good job we're always on the desk together at this point, eh? It's very impressive by Stalwart.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart really at that finishing there, like, you really did not want them to go in prison, right, Kalaris? Again, I really understood you did not want that to happen, but that high ground position, not only for the informational game, but they kept applying pressure on the teams down below every single time. And then when there's less players, just push in.
What gave it away to you that I didn't want them to go into prison?
I think the fact you said it like 50 times in the span of 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's ultimately when you look at a circle like this, and you know, I like Damwon Kia and I bow to our South Korean overlords time and time again when it comes to esports, but don't go into prison if you are not absolutely sure it's going to end there. That's the only time you go in. If you're absolutely sure it's going to end in prison, because getting out of there is difficult. Stalwart were in a position where they could have potentially gone there, but this team is too veteran, too much veterans. They take the high ground above it. It's a great little unlock to be able to see exactly what's going on north of you, as well as kind of on the high ground in general. And then you dispatch of the team coming out of prison with nades, with utility, with all your guns.
I mean, they got 15 eliminations, so they definitely had a role to play in, like, especially your Damwon's Kia not be able to make it out of that position in the first place because they have the high ground.
And in an interesting scenario, of course, coming into today, I think, Max, we expected this to be the case. Stalwart is a star-studded lineup here. They're going to be joining that top pack, and effectively, you've got 3 teams now, very much so up there, where I thought maybe 1 team might have that kind of threshold, but 3 in one day?
It's insane, yeah.
Insane in the Membrane is a
Amazing.
song. No, I don't know where I go with this. Let's just say I've not been listening to anything you guys have just said. No, I'm just kidding. That's I always listen to what you guys say because you know what? You guys have some spot on analysis. I want to give a quick shout out to Aramco. Again, another organization helping sponsor and make this event happen for us. PMWI and, of course, G8 as well, which has many other titles that all happened weeks before. But that's why we end on PUBG Mobile, the best game here. Also, a big shout out to Sony, the Sony Xperia 1.4, created in collaboration with Esports Professional to provide the best phone for the best performance. Also, the official smartphone provider here for PUBG Mobile. So big shout out to them as well. But gentlemen, we've already had like so many great games today, so many great teams as well. I'm actually extremely happy to say and to see not one team just took it away. Like, yeah, we talked about Vampire. They had a phenomenal game, one with 39 points. But to see so many other teams step up and so many other teams able to keep up with them and, you know, rise up throughout the day was phenomenal.
Yeah, it's great to see no favorites coming into the tournament. Also having a local team with a lot of fans over in the audience, like actually performing extremely well. Yeah. Vampire, clearly, I would say, Claris, the big surprise of the day. But got to talk about action here on this game. What an absolute beast gamer.
I mean, this is the thing, right? We came in and we think to ourselves, every single one of the players on Stalwart can perform and pop off. So when you see action being able to take an 1100 damage win here off the back of 8 eliminations for just himself. I mean, yeah, there's probably help there, but geez.
And you know what? It's actually interesting because you see Action do so well today. Yeah. We have yet to see Top pop off. And he is like really, he was the MVP of his own region. Yes. Like when he starts to get involved alongside Action, like, bro, first place.
But Pika can do it too. Like, they're highlight machines.
Give it an orm. Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
You know, the thing is, you are making a very good point, right, Max? We haven't really seen Top perform exceptionally well today where we've seen in the past. But again, I think that's part of the power of Stalwart Esports, right? Is they have so many heavy hitters on the team that you don't need Top to pop off to have success within the roster.
Exactly. Like, you just always have Action and Top as your typical double fragging duo. You have Pika as the IGL, also the scout/sniper of the team that always doing his job. And one player that I think is very rarely talked about is Scry. Like, being able to set up, support Top and Action while you're going for like breaches or defending compounds. Like, he is the man in the shadows setting up the team. I think without him, Top and Action would have a lot harder times to secure as many eliminations as they do.
I think there is a concern for all the other teams in the lobby here as well, in that you don't want a team like Stalwart getting an early win in this tournament, because we've already seen, even before this win, they were ultra consistent in placement. Now they got themselves a win. Going into these next days, if I'm other teams, I'm trying to figure out maybe how to stifle Stalwart a little bit here, even though they are Stalwart in their defense.
Well, I mean, that's the question. Do you need to try to stifle one team, or do you just need to focus on yourself and perform better?
Yeah.
I mean, that's always something you have to ask yourself, and at some point you will have to ask that if you're maybe in the number 2, number 3, number 4 position of how do we stop this top team and get ourselves in the first place and win ourselves the $500,000 first place prize. You guys at home can win items as well, as we have the Vibe and Drive event currently happening within PUBG Mobile. You can log into the game and do some missions with your friends if you have them. If you don't, Maxman said he will help you out, so make sure to hit him up over on Instagram, over on Twitter. And you can win yourself a free legendary, permanent legendary set. So you guys don't miss it. Make sure you guys check it out because it's going to be awesome. And Maxman, you're going to have a lot of PUBG Mobile to play here in the next few days.
I'm going to be gaming a lot.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we got to talk about Team Falcons and see them play throughout the entire day. Luckily for us, we have Banks on the stage with a live interview brought to you by MasterCard with Team Falcons.
Welcome back to the main stage, where I'm joined by Never Alone from Team Falcons. Congratulations, you've played incredibly well today. Currently, you're sitting in 3rd place going into Game 2. You're only 12 points away from the top spot. We just wanted to find out, what did you practice the most leading up to this tournament? What are you focused on at the moment?
معانا نيفر ألون من فريق فالكونز قدروا انهم يجيبون المركز الثالث معنا بفارق 12 نقطة ما بينهم وبين المركز الأول. ألف مبروك نيفر ألون. السؤال الأول اللي بغينا نسألك إياه اللي هو إيش التدريبات اللي أنتم مريتوا فيها قبل ما توصلون لما البطولة، قبل ما تبدون تلعبون في البطولة، وش اللي مريتوا فيه؟
كنا ندرس يعني روتيشنات الأتيام بشكل يعني كثير، وكنا ندري ان يعني بنهايه الزونات راح يكون في عدد كبير، فنحتاج يعني نتوغل بين الاتيام ونتمركز بافضل مكان ونطلع بافضل نتيجه. الحمد لله يعني قدرنا نحصل نقاط ممتازه.
Never Alone is saying that the main focus that they were working on is the rotations that they have been basically exploring with the other teams, and they were trying their best to basically study the rotations for the last circle, since they are expecting that a lot of teams are going to be surviving until the last circle. So the main thing that is they're going to have positioning as good as possible in the last circle, and then they can just win off of that.
So something that myself and Fancy, we were backstage, we were talking to some of the other casters, and they mentioned something quite interesting. Now, a lot of times this gets overlooked, but the coaches, your coach in particular, Joyboy, is known for being very well prepared, very thorough as a coach. Has he helped you with creating, that extra space for you when you're focusing on rotations in the late game?
سؤال كثير من الناس يسألونه، سواء كان من المعلقين أو حتى من الجمهور، عن الكوتش حقكم اللي هو جوي بوي، والفيدباك اللي احنا نعرف من الكوميونتي حقه انه جدا ممتاز. فكنا ودنا نعرف وش الاشياء اللي ساعدكم فيها انكم تتدربون عليها قبل ما تبدون في البطولة.
وجود جوي بوي مهم مرة للتيم، لأن يعني أقدر أساعدك قبل البطولة من الناحية التكتيكية والناحية العاطفية، كيف تتجهز منتلي للبطولة. ويعني قبل البطولة كان يتكلم مع الأتيام ويحاول يعرف طريقة لعبهم. ساعدنا الشيء هذا بأول يوم.
So Joy Boy, basically the main thing that he was focusing on is helping the team with their mental health before they jump into the game, and as well as studying the other team's basically strategy and the things that they were doing inside the game. So to basically help out Falcons to be able to predict what they're going to do and how to win against them.
Sounds like a good coach. Now, before I let you leave, we have to ask you, you're the home team. You've got the home crowd. You're on stage in your home country. We have to find out, what does it mean to you to have the whole professional PUBG Mobile community here and to be competing here in your home country?
قبل ما نروح نفرلون، حبينا نسألك السؤال، تواجدك معنا في المسرح بهالحجم مع الأضواء مع الجمهور مع كل الناس اللي يشجعونكم في مدينة الرياض في الهوم كراود اللي موجود عندكم، وش الشعور هذا بالنسبة لكم؟ وش يعني لكم كفريق؟
وجود الأفرقة العالمية للأمانة تجربة جميلة جدا، خاصة في المملكة العربية السعودية، ولكن نحاول نخلي البطولة في المملكة ونتمنى لهم التوفيق.
He's very happy that all the teams, all the best teams in the world are here with us in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, participating in the PUBG Mobile Global, World Invitational. And they were just talking about mainly trying their best to keep the trophy here in Saudi and win it at the end of the tournament.
Well, let's hope that you can do that. Never Alone, thank you so much for joining us on the stage after your post-match interview. And everyone in the Gamers8 arena, please give it up for Team Falcons. That's right, make some noise, make some noise. We're going to be throwing it back over to the analyst desk to round up the day before we go.
يعطيكم العافية أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، احنا نتوجه على طول للاستديو.
Thank you so much, Banks and Fancy, of course, of Never Alone as well. I love to hear them talking about Joyboy. I'm so glad they actually did a question about him, because we've been talking about the importance of coaches so much. And as they stress, working on the mental game for Team Falcons is so important, especially when you go into a live event and you're playing in front of your home crowd and you're playing against some of the best teams in the world. You have to have a strong mindset.
Yeah. Having a strong mindset going into an offline event is super important. And as COVID is sort of winding down a little bit, you're going to have potentially more of these. So if they perform this well on the first offline event in ages, imagine what they can do in potentially a PMGC. You never know, they can make it there and pop off over there. So that is huge experience to get.
And the great thing from seeing these 6 games unfold is that it's not gimmicky. They're not sending and just hoping for something. They're actually looking strong. They're looking solid about how they're approaching the game. So that's what I take away from it mostly. That there's no gimmicks, there's no tricks, there's no magic going on. It's just solid gameplay.
Yeah, and I'm so happy to see them be able to play at this event, which is actually brought to you by Saudi, another great company to help make this event happen. But it is time now, with the final match now done, to transition into our post-day discussion, right? Brought to you by VOV, because we had 6 matches happen. We had different winners every time. We've had some teams really stand out. We've had some teams underperform a bit, Nigma Galaxy. But we need to take a look at our... I'm fair to say that. Don't give me that look, guys. Let's take a look at our daily winners, though.
Talking about.
To get an idea, obviously, what went after the day if you missed any of the matches. And you can see here, first match of the day massively stood out for us, as we did get to see Vampire. Was it 24 eliminations, 3,600 damage done. I don't even know why I looked at you. It literally says on the screen how
Don't look at me for numbers. That's not the plan, man.
But it was a fantastic start to the entire PMWI.
Your reliance on Max has become tenfold.
It's
He's
too
just
much.
like, Max, help me out. It's like, no, it's okay. Don't worry
Not for
about
numbers.
it.
You should not do that. Yeah.
No, definitely not. But yeah, I think it's great that we've already seen 6 different winners across the board. Oftentimes when we come into these things, you'll have a team that's just like kind of almost devil may care, but still extremely powerful, and then maybe they get themselves 2, even 3 chicken dinners on that first day to really set themselves apart. But with what we've seen in terms of, especially the 3 top teams set themselves apart, is strong consistency throughout the day. And to be able to pull that off on the world stage is something special.
Yeah, I mean, every single team is part of different regions, right? And you often talk about the clash of regions and which one is the strongest, etc. Like, you're seeing regions that normally do not perform that well internationally. You're looking at, of course, TJB Esports Europe. You're looking also at the side of Japan here with Donuts. Like, it is very, very impressive to see, with also favorites performing like Team Falcons, like Stalwart on top of that. So I'm stoked, and I'm really hyped to see how the next 2 days are going to go, because it's still anyone in the top 3 mostly, but still anyone can catch up.
Everyone's logos are back to front. I feel like I'm looking into the mirror world, but yeah, there we are.
STE is like, it's...
Let's take a look at our overalls, right? We did to see Vampire on the top of the table for most of the day, and they will end things out at the top.
Wow.
However, not by the lead that we maybe expected.
It is top 3, like, being a pretty significant amount above the rest, right? Like, it is going to be these guys you want to catch up to.
What did I say halfway through the day? I did think Stalwart was still going to take over. They're slightly shy of taking over, but that is testament to how much Vampire Esports came out and blasted from the word go. If that first game doesn't happen, then geez, where would they be here relative to Stalwart, who we had such high expectations for coming in? So it really speaks to how talented Vampire Esports is to hold #1.
I mean, to be fair, looking at this down the list, Max, one thing that stands out to me is like the diversity in regions. Obviously, we only have like one region, or one team per region, basically. But you look over towards Japan with Donuts, which is already like a standout to me. We haven't really seen Japan do well except tell Bluebees. You look down lower, you have Vietnam with Box Gaming. You have Western Europe with TJB, Malaysia with 4 Rivals. You have Brazil with VIVO. You have a lot of these regions that not necessarily known for being heavy hitters coming into an event and being a heavy hitter.
Yeah, I still truly believe that VIVO can be a dark horse of the tournament. I think this first day, as expected for a lot of these teams, it was going to be like a testing the waters kind of situation. They had some rough times, they had some good times at that, and I think that they could expect some way better day, tomorrow, heading into day 3. Also, I think this first day, you're going to go back to the hotel, you're going to do that VOD review, and hopefully you have a healthy breakfast the next day to get ready.
Well, I mean, the buffet we have at the hotel does have a plethora of things we could choose from for a healthy breakfast. Looking down the list, though, one thing that's going to stand out, currently 9th place, the team from China, RSG. 25 elims, 11 placements. Now, Claris, you were talking about this earlier on, and if you guys missed out, I want you to kind of refresh your minds of what you mentioned about China has probably the most different meta and playstyle than any other region out there.
Yes, because they're playing with different size lobbies. They're playing with different stipulations on their first and second phase eliminations.
Exactly.
And RSG is a team that I've studied quite extensively when it comes to coming into this tournament, because the region is so prolific, is that they're looting quick, trash drop loot, get themselves an early fight. That then displaces some of that maybe disadvantage of maybe not getting some eliminations later, because you're getting 2 points per elimination instead of 1. And then you're kind of effectively stealing away some of that loot from your opponents, and then you're set for the later game, right? For here, though, 25 eliminations is respectable, but placement points is an absolute disaster here for RSG.
Yeah.
This is not what we expect from, especially the Chinese representation, coming into day #1. Let's see if they can adapt over the next 2 days, but it is a tough adaptation. It really is.
I would love to see RSG make it to the after party, because we got some of the rules that came through, right? Like first elimination, first squad wipe. Like they would play really well in that.
They're good at that first elimination.
Pretty good at it.
First squad wipe. We can win a lot of money doing that.
Well, looking down the list, though, we see another team on the other side of that coin, Morph. They have a chicken dinner, 21 placements, 9 elims. Now, I would definitely favor a team that has more limbs and placements than a team that has more placements than limbs, because I think, to me, limbs are more important, more impactful. You kind of can push your weight around the lobby. But for Morph, the team representing Indonesia, I mean, prolific region when it comes to PUBG Mobile,
Absolutely.
the likes of BTR, I don't think they're going to be happy with this result.
There was a lot of question marks for me around Morph coming in, because you, as you say, you're coming in from the region that has RRQ, EVOS, BTR. All of these names are storied in PUBG Mobile. You better be doing them justice. They qualified as Aton Esports back then. Then it kind of came along with Zay here to be able to provide the name Morph. But overall, this is not good enough. 9 elims over 6 games is a bit of a disaster for a team coming out of that region. They need to change their ideas quick if they want to be pushing up leaderboards.
Yeah. And so far, it's one-hit wonder, right, for Morph. And also another one-hit wonder team was 52 Esports, I would say. That Miramar game where they played that gas station, really good. Vaz especially standing out for the team for Pakistan. Like, it is not a team that I would have put, like, being able to pop off in the lobby like this. They had one good game. Hopefully they can look back on that and, build upon that kind of success they had in that game in the next days.
But it makes you wonder, right, how many of those shots were warning shots holding off people and how much of it was people not wanting to crash into that compound because there was all these other eyes on them, right? Like, so that's my concern there about that game. And if, since they were able to get so many points, Vaz, as you say, played a great final moment in that game. Let's see what they can do in the next coming days.
Yeah, and obviously still have 2 days left to go, but they are running out of matches, and it leads me to almost want to talk about MVPs. Before we get to that, we're going to talk about an MVP sponsor here with Sony Xperia 1.4, created in collaboration with professional esports players and the official smartphone partner here at PUBG Mobile. MVP in my heart, MVP to all the players as well, but it is also time to see who is our MVP of the day. Now, normally, if you guys watch PMPL Western Europe, I ask these guys, who do you predict? Okay, never mind. Okay, they caught it. Oh, you don't know yet.
You can put anyone.
It could be anyone.
Mike Wazowski.
I think they're like, oh, no, hold on, don't do it yet. I always ask you guys to predict who the MVP is going to be, but I'm not going to do that today. Let's see who the MVP actually is. I like to see how scared you guys were.
Mike.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
we're
we're
saying
supposed to
Mike.
predict. Mike who?
Mike. Wazowski.
Not Mike Wazowski. Jeez Louise, get on with it.
He's not playing. He's in the after party. Don't worry. It's fine.
Okay, well, you know what? We're not going to show you guys who the MVP is.
Okay.
Maybe tomorrow, before we start the match, we'll actually show you who the MVP is going to be. Wait, I'm sorry. I have to get you guys excited.
We got teased.
All right, Max is the host now.
Oh, no.
If you guys knew how terrified he gets every time that I do that to him. But gentlemen, let's round out the day really quick. I want to hear, what were the highs for you in this day of action?
I think it's really having Falcons perform on home soil is great to see, and having a actual audience supporting a team that's able to get a chicken dinner, being hyper consistent. For me, it feels great to be back at this stage in PUBG Mobile Esports, and I hope that the next few days are going to be even better because what a kickoff.
Yeah. Game 1 for me stands out. Vampire really started things off with a bang. And the best bit for me about it was it's not like they were gifted a position. It's not like the circle came to them. They were constantly fighting from the rotate south from Primorsk all the way around to Bridge, down in through Rozhok. It was a great showing for Vampire from the very word go, and they're looking good because of it.
Well, they still have 2 days to continue to prove they can be the top of the table. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to end off our first day here at PMWI 2022. And I'm going to leave you guys with a recap brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib, as we are going to close things out with some beautiful shots.